Night reigned outside. The moon was already high. If anything could be seen on the roads, it was only because of it. The stars were also awake, but they did not shine as brightly as she did. The girl was covered in blood. She had a cigarette clenched in her teeth, the smoke from which was rising high up. This girl could not help but notice that the moon was particularly bright today. I would like to believe that this was some kind of sign. She was asked a question, as if out of nowhere, if she had looked at the scene of the accident. The girl took another puff and answered that she hadn't yet. Now it was clear why she was covered in blood. She had chosen the huge body of the monster as the place for her smoke break. It seemed that it was his blood mixed on the girl's face with her own. She was worried that the damn leader had managed to escape and she couldn't catch up with him. She was notified that there was one target to focus on. When she was done with everyone there, it was desirable that she should be engaged in it. She was promised to send the data. Very soon the girl's phone rang with notifications. She looked at it and was immediately surprised, asking what the fuck it was. Who was this undergrowth? To which she received an answer that it was an 18-year-old high school student, and then received the address. Pretty soon the protagonist was on the spot. In front of her stood a monster, already looking little like a man. He seemed to recognize what kind of person it was, calling her the kind of bastard who took the life of their kind. Though what should one expect from someone who ripped the skin off a human arm, chewed it with bloody teeth? To this the girl also decided to respond in the same manner, remarking that he was the beast that was killing all the inhabitants of the neighborhood. To which the monster replied that he didn't think that little kids were also sent to hunt, thinking that these people were so strong they were insulting them, and then admitted that he didn't care at all. By the way, his hands began to wring out, his voice warped, and he said he would play with her and dismember the girl gradually and begin to learn all about hunting dogs by interrogating her that way. If he had not looked like a normal human before, it was creepy to look at him now. When she opened her mouth you could see the remains of humans, blood coming out of its mouth, eyes bright red, hands too wiry and covered in blood and long claws. He had promised, threatening the girl, begging him to kill her on the spot so she wouldn't be tortured. But it didn't seem to be a problem for his new adversary. She wasn't intimidated by it at all. She was still smoking her cigarette as well, and only looked at the monster with arrogance, saying if this was his whole plan, it just sucked. When the nicotine boost came to an end, she spit out the trigger that hadn't even had a chance to extinguish yet, and she got right down to business. Suddenly a weapon appeared in her hands. It was wrapped in bandages that had now been removed or torn. What the monster saw even surprised him. Red eyes widened. He didn't expect to see someone similar in front of him. A wide creepy smile appeared on the girl's face, baring her teeth. From her holster she pulled out her blade. With a sneer she replied that she thought exactly like this non-human, and her eyes widened and her pupils contracted. She took in the appearance of his visage. He opened. On the phone photo stood the most ordinary guy, wearing big square glasses, a tie that didn't tighten much and dressed in a white shirt. His look didn't speak of him being particularly successful, or popular, even among his peers. Now he looked a little different. He was beaten up. Everything was humming. Every muscle. They immediately turned to him, calling him a son of a bitch, because he could give earlier, and asked why only after knocking out his teeth he starts looking for his wallet. The poor guy's name was Hen Son. In front of him were a couple of schoolchildren who were already counting the money. Not their money, but the money taken from this guy. The bully in front, who made it clear by his appearance that he was the boss, announced that they would meet Shahan Sun next week, hinting that it wouldn't be the last money they'd take from him. The guy didn't resist. He lowered his eyes. A hot tear caught on the lens of his glasses, a stain on it, a trickle of blood running from his mouth. He thought that these bruises wouldn't heal until next week, and the next beating would be even more painful because of these wounds. So he simply headed home, moving through the slum, where every house was both the same as the others and yet different, the alleyway itself offering little hope for a happy future. Pretty soon, quite by mechanical memory, he entered his house. He would have liked to slip away from the conversations, but at the very threshold he was accosted, asking why the lad was coming back so late. His uncle was standing in front of him. The fat man was annoyed and again started to read moralizing about the fact that the guy should have come home right after school. Instead of that, he was hanging around somewhere. He decided that his words didn't mean anything to the guy. In this he rebuked him. The boy lowered his eyes, apologized to his uncle for the incident, and tried to justify himself by saying that his friends had called him, but he didn't even have time to say where, because his uncle immediately snapped to yelling, asking what other friends. I reminded him for the umpteenth time, asking him if Shahan Sun was going to walk around while someone else had to work like a horse to raise his ungrateful nephew. The man alluded to himself. Once again insults flew at the lad. He was called a goon. It was the least humiliation one could get in such altercations. And then he was ordered to bring his uncle his mother's bank account. The man called her corrupt creatures, and said when she was alive you should have left something behind. The moon rose into the sky. She was pushed there by the night. The stars surrounded her like a major beauty, viewing all her charms. The cold light sanctified the street, only helped you not to sprawl, so that those who liked them to hide in shelter could do it again, for their own, of course, purposes. Lying almost in an empty room, except for the bed and dresser there was nothing. The walls were in cracks, and all this, these living conditions, and such an attitude to him. This is his routine. He has already accepted it, and did not hurry to change anything. After the death of his mom, Shahan Sun's life became like an endless Groundhog Day. Everything was repeated, and, unfortunately, only the bad, and nothing good happened. And if something was so, it was just lost in the following punishments and failures. The guy's dad left the family when his mom was still alive. Shahan Sun didn't remember his voice and face anymore, but sometimes in his dreams he wants to hear his last words. But the guy doesn't succeed, and it can be quite difficult to recall the details of what he dreamed. Dad's back always looked wide and taut, but to Cha Hyun Sung, his back was warm and soft, and only behind that back he could see his father smile, as if he was ready to get a star from the sky for his son. That's what he wanted to believe, at least in a dream, to be happy, at least with some kindred person. The boy decided, a long time ago, that he wanted to be like his dad in everything, although he could not be sure what kind of man he was, because he hardly knew him, and you did not think about why he left the family. Suddenly, a notification came to my phone that a deposit of 483,501 had been received in Cha Hyun-sung's name. This was the guy's salary. Looking at the numbers, he decided that it was not enough for him to work on weekends. He had to find a part-time job. He had to work on weekdays then, so he wore you out. But there was no way out. There was a question constantly going around in his head. Why can't he live freely? Because the bed is so cruel, why should he measure himself to live like normal people? He wished he could just think about his plans for the future. He asked himself if it was asking a lot, but as long as you go with the flow, nothing will work out. It was still dark outside. The guy was already moving down the street, thinking about everything that had started to happen in his life lately. And not even from the beginning he heard a voice asking for something. And only when he came to the alley he saw a girl running out of there in terror, screaming, wanting to be helped. As soon as she saw someone, she decided that there was no time to lose, to ask for help now. At this time there are very few people here. She could hardly speak. She had obviously run a lot. She turned to the young man and told him that a man was chasing me. She could not resist and her legs were about to give out. The guy was generally shocked, dumbfounded. He heard that the girl needed help, that she kept asking for it, but he couldn't say anything, thinking only about why. Why him? He himself can barely hold on, and here someone is asking him for help. The girl clenched her teeth, covered her eyes. Hot tears glistened through her eyelashes. Cha Hyun Sung looked at her, not acting as if he didn't even hear what happened. He couldn't make up his mind, even when every second counted. He remembers the moment when the guy first met the victim of violence. That's when the two were bullying the guy, pinned against the wall. That's when Cha Hyun Sung wanted to sincerely help for the first time in his life. And although he didn't dare for a long time, all sweat swelling, dare to do it. But still he shouted away from the stranger's abusers. He wanted to stop them. He thought he could do it. He thought that it was then that his life went catty. The same instant he was noticed by the guy who was now bullying him. He just drew that guy's attention to himself, flipping his rapists onto himself. He squeezed his eyes shut. His head began to spin with the assertion that he would not succeed at all, that even now he would not be able to help, thus wasting time. For this. And then his father appeared before his eyes, whose smile he could see. He remembered that he would like to be like him. He didn't know exactly. He thought that his father would not approve of standing aside, not being ready to fight for himself and for others. Suddenly his eyes opened. His blue eyes began to shine with hope that he would make it. It seemed, after a moment of doubt, he had finally made up his mind. He started shouting, calling the girl names, ordering her to get out of here as fast as possible, promising help. She was shocked. She had already accepted that this young man would do nothing, but suddenly he became too active and even aggressive. The street was still asleep. No one would have heard that these two were running away from danger. They had to hide somewhere. All that could be heard was the shuffling of feet. Don't fall SI running away from what was left to come up. No one walked here at night, so it was useless to ask anyone else for help. Shahan Sun took out his cell phone and started dialing a number, saying that he would call the police now. It was worth notifying the law enforcement agencies about such a thing. Maybe they would hurry up before the guy and the woman were caught. And so finally the phone was already picked up. But tell him, the guy asked the stranger, still flying people squinting after her. But suddenly his hand was gone. It was ripped off, so abruptly and unexpectedly that he didn't even notice it. While the shock was working, no more feeling, he saw only blood. But he knew that the feeling would return very soon. He could see a hand, his own hand, which was torn off up to the wrist. In its clenched fingers there was still a phone, with a dialed number. And suddenly a voice was heard. The guy looked in his direction and saw a wicked grin, the owner of which was asking who was so kind. It was hard to find people like this guy in such a cruel world, but she still managed. Something that looked like tentacles started to come out of his body. They were wiry and covered in blood. The girl said she thought that such a method of luring was old. She didn't even hope that it would be so easy to get a victim. Her hand had mutated. It now looked more like a chicken leg, only all veined, as if molded from scars, with sharp outgrowths resembling fingers. The cheating girl said that if she hadn't starved in the past few days, she would have been much nicer to the guy since he had shown his nobility. Shahan Sun was horrified. His pupils narrowed with fear. The pain from his arm being torn off started to come closer. He was covered wet all over, and he could already see himself saying goodbye to his life. The girl left over her food, and asked the guy not to think anything bad. Suddenly behind her back someone started to move. There was more than one person, or something that looked like a person that was getting closer. Told that at night, when the moon shines so brightly, their thirst is tormented and it is necessary to remove it somehow. When the guy looked away, he saw a bunch of mutilated monsters. By the gifted features they resembled people in the past. Their teeth, the look of mutilated faces very much frightened. Wanted to close her eyes to just not see it. The guy found nothing better to do than run and scream, hoping someone else could help him. On long arms grabbed him by his clothes, not letting him get away. He didn't realize what kind of monsters they were, and he couldn't get out of their clutches anymore, and they only laughed loudly, waiting for their food. The guy was screaming loudly to be heard. Tears were pouring from his eyes, not just a few drops, but a whole stream. Shahan Sun cursed everything. He did not understand why this was happening to him. He just wanted to sincerely help, once again, and brought disaster on himself. What he had done. Thinking about the fact that he had no family, no friends, not even plans for the future. He felt his hair grabbed and a sharp tug pulled him back, meaning that he had nothing at all. He felt teeth sink into his neck. Blood began to flood his body, starting at his neck where the link bite came. His body began to be torn apart by his hands. The screaming was loud, unbearable, exactly until he lost consciousness. He remembered from his father addressing them, calling him Hen Son. He talked about how dad would be gone soon, and even mom wouldn't live with the boy for long. He talked about how the boy would have a lot of problems in life. There would even be people wishing him harm. The boy didn't think he would end up like this, lying in a pool of his own blood, having gotten himself into trouble when he had only shown humanity. It seemed to be a premonition, a memory of when Shahan Sun was just a small child, and his father was sitting in front of him, gently stroking his head, dusting his hair. His father was talking about how even so, if it would be very difficult for him in the future. At the same moment, his skin was being torn apart by strong teeth, tearing it away from his flesh, blood spurting in different directions, and the boy kept seeing himself looking straight at his dad, who kept saying that even if he couldn't do anything at all, he shouldn't lose heart. Shahan Sun's eyes were almost completely finished under his forehead. He was already raising that his death is too close, beaten all in blood. Even if he is not dismantled to the end, to live without half of the organs, with such a loss of blood will simply be impossible. But suddenly his father changed. His smile disappeared. There was only some evil grin. The end of his phrase was that if someone is trying to harm, it is just worth to kill them all. That guy turned into something scary, something that resembled those monsters themselves. His teeth were incredibly sharp. His eyes poured a red color. It seems today wasn't his last day. The pupil was juddering, a snake's eye. The capillaries seemed to multiply. There were so many of them that there was no place left in the eye where they weren't. It seemed to be a rebirth. The monsters continued to chew on what they had managed to tear off, and hearing some sounds from their victim, they turned there, in case he was still alive and could tear something else off. In front of them exploded bloody mess, leaving behind the same cloud. It was completely unexpected. What could lead to this is unclear. It and did not think we're not going to, acting on the order of animal instincts. The mutants looked in that direction. I understand what was happening. And when they saw the cause of all that had just happened, they themselves were, to put it mildly, shocked. Already several monsters had been interrupted by the one that was several times huge. He was screaming very loudly, shaking the air. Blood, both his own and the monster's blood. His teeth frightened even those who had tried to eat him until recently. His eye glowed brightly, leaving behind all the particles of this environment. He bared his teeth, clenching them harder. The one that used to be a guy had a rage embroidered in him, anger at his killers. It was becoming clear that he would not let them get away without punishment. The girl who brought him here, who turned out to be one of the monsters, called him a son of a bitch. She finally realized that he had turned and was no longer human, but she should have hurriedly gotten her feet away too, seeing how he dealt with the other monsters. But she didn't do it in time. The guy's fist slammed into her face, blood pouring from where the blow had come from, staining the new convert's knuckles. The guy typed her into the wall, completely coloring her head, turning it into a red blur, from which red splattered different directions as if there had been an explosion. He pressed on it until he was sure it was dead. Cracks appeared in the wall that gradually filled with blood, and in the guy's mind he was wondering what these creatures were and why he had become like this. Nothing was clear, but knew one thing. It was how to deal with these bastards. He would get revenge for what they had done to him, and everyone would be like the one who had now turned into a huge bloody stain on the concrete wall. The guy in the new body turned to those who were still alive. He showed them his grin, his enraged gaze, promising to kill every last one of them, leaving not a single one a chance to live. Morning came to the neighborhood. The night shadows had changed to day shadows. Everyone was slowly starting to wake up, getting ready to go about their business. Shahan Sun's hands were stained with blood. There were pronounced veins on them, both from the mutation and from how hard the guy had pressed his hand. He stood on a mountain of corpses that were more drenched in blood. He had dealt with everyone who dared to attack him this night, and in front of him was a wall that had turned into a pile of rocks. Suddenly from behind him he heard his name, a woman's voice that seemed to ask if he was really him. It was a girl. She was wearing shorts, sneakers, a tank top and a shapeless sweatshirt on top, holding a phone in her hands, saying that in life the guy looked completely different, and with a surprised look, as if she didn't realize it herself. She asked if the guy was human, although from his appearance it was clear that at the moment he was definitely not. The girl was sitting on a brick block and the guy was standing with his back to her. The question remained open, which she had already asked, whether this guy was a human being, with Luna not at all concerned about the fact that there were mountains of corpses lying around and everything was drenched in blood. The guy slowly turned around. His entire face was drenched in blood, but he still didn't answer. The girl looked around. She couldn't believe that this was all a case lesson. The beasts wouldn't kill their own, that's for sure. So why was there such a massacre here? The guy was clearly the first to be dragged into by these beasts. She assumed that this stranger was also feuding with the beasts, and she didn't even notice that the guy was already shaking her hand. His fist turned to stone. The girl was lighting a cigarette again, and I continued the conversation, explaining that if this guy was a man, then he should be taken with her, and if he was a beast, then he should be killed on the spot. That was her assignment. And then she looked at him with a completely cold look, through her teeth, as she held a cigarette in them, and asked him to decide on his condition, and to choose one of the two. But the guy was not in a state to choose anything. He was already bringing his fist behind his back, with a shout rushing at the girl, trying to hit her, or generally dead as all his previous enemies. But it was completely in vain. The girl's blade crashed into the edge of his arm, going into the soft part, into the muscle, thus stopping the attack. The guy's eyes widened, his pupils narrowed. He felt the pain of the cold weapon, and the girl only coldly continued to ask, assuming that is what it is in response, his that I would rather consider. She became furious. Her pupils also narrowed, just a little more and she would have cut the guy's arm completely, and said that even if his choice is just that, she likes that option. Her eyes read madness, even stronger than the guy's. Then the girl started to press the blade, thus cutting further into the guy's arm, bringing him terrible pain, and he couldn't do anything because of that horrible feeling. She wasn't in the mood for a peaceful conversation, slashing through him all the way to the bone. Swinging her ball, she moved to other parts of his body, abs to make it more convenient to gut her opponent. The sword in the girl's hands arches out. Of course it looks that way, so fast she swung it, fighting this guy. The girl jumped him from side to side while she was striking multiple blows. The guy could not do anything. No resistance was simply impossible. He was already all wounded, covered in blood, screaming, but his opponent did not stop. The enraged guy, who had looked more than confident before, was now very frightened. Though he was still angry, the pain still exceeded, and the girl was more confident than ever. She was not even distracted by throwing away the cigarette, but she had a clear task. She was doing a good job with it. The girl landed on the floor and decided to go along with it after all, with the fact that even if he didn't want to, he was already in the game. There was no other way. The girl put the blade in her holster. It was obvious she hadn't wiped it clean, right with the blood, letting it into the sheath. Then she remembered that they didn't know each other yet. Her anger went away. She was back to being as phlegmatic when this one did, which made it perfectly safe to introduce herself. This blonde's name is Son Ka Yeon. The guy was limbless. His blood had turned into a real puddle. He was lying there completely unable to do anything. Son Ka Yeon decided that it would be better to talk later in a calm environment, and called the guy by name. From somewhere she already knew Shahan Sun. The guy's mind was very heavy. Everything inside was talking. Absolutely everything. He wanted someone to help him deal with it. His body was hurting a lot, as if he was being put back together piece by piece. Suddenly the guy woke up. He was in a cold sweat. His body temperature had spiked a lot. He was in his usual human form, and completely whole. It seemed like it was all just a dream. He was lying in a medical ward. He realized it only when he looked around. At first he felt like he was in purgatory. Everything was in light colors. He looked at the ceiling, and was afraid to look at his body. Afraid to see the beast that had recently destroyed a huge pile of animals that used to be people. But then he still raised his hand. His native 5 fingers showed to him. A completely whole hand. Completely whole with no scratches. He didn't understand what that meant. He had been cut to pieces not so long ago, and now he was perfectly healthy. He had definitely been out of his body the night before, and now everything was back to normal. But it couldn't have just seemed that way to him. He thought back to that night. What horror he had seen. All those monsters tearing him to pieces, and then he had become one himself. It was incredibly creepy to remember. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. The worst part was that he remembered absolutely all of it. His stomach twisted at the memory of all that meat, viscera, and blood. Something started to come up to his throat. He tried to hold it back inside, but he couldn't. And then all that was in his stomach came out, and at that moment the door of his room was opened, and someone came in, with unhurried, confident steps. But the guy couldn't look up. He was too busy throwing up everything that was rolling around in his stomach. It kept dripping down his face, going to his neck and on to his body. His head was splitting and he couldn't breathe. He only realized someone was around when a voice across from him asked if he was alright. Shahan Sun tried to see who the person was, but since everything was blurry in his eyes, he asked who he was and then asked where I was. It was clear that it was a medical ward, but where and in what hospital he didn't understand. The man was then surprised. He asked if his memory was so blown out that he didn't remember and then asked to relax, not just in the hospital, and said they wanted to protect him. It wasn't clear what the man meant by the word we. The man asked to make himself at home and then said the guy could just call him Chief. In front of him stood a man with slicked back hair, beard, and mustache. He was dressed in a strict suit with a coat on top. The guy was surprised at such a rank. The chief. The first thing that came to his mind was that this man was from the police. That's what he asked. At the same moment the chief pointed out that no, he was not a police officer. He added that he was also a civil servant, but his job was different. The man touched the chair, about to sit down from it, continued to explain that they are secret government organizations, and the guy yesterday met beasts unknown to him. So, their job is to deal with the elimination of these beasts. He sat on the chair and looked directly at the guy, hoping that he would understand everything. But Shahan Sun still didn't understand what it all meant. Why these monsters were called beasts. The man, in a confused look, explained further that these beasts used to be humans. However, they are now monsters and their organization has to fight them. The man added that he could only tell the guy one thing. The beasts feed on humans. That's all they are dangerous about. That's why they exterminate them. But there was another but. Shahan Sun could also turn into a beast. Then he didn't seem to have seen everything that happened that night. He really wasn't in his body. Or to be precise, he was in his body, but altered. It wasn't long before the visitor left the room, into the almost deserted and quiet corridor. The man who had come with him asked the chief if there was any progress in their case, gave the lad some answers, to which the man replied that no, Shahan Sun does not believe in his own abilities. In addition to not remembering that yesterday, first let him calm down a little, and then you can have a second conversation. Then the chief moved further down the corridor, giving out the order to assign a bodyguard to this guy. His assistant suggested Mr. Hong for this position. The man glanced once more at the room he had just come from, pondered the suggestion a little, then answered clearly as if cut off that no. He asked for Manager Yun to be appointed to the position. He looked at the guy who was sitting there completely out of spirits, and tried to piece things together in his head, stumbling over the shards of all those memories that were there wandering around in complete disarray. Night had fallen again. There was a misty wind tonight, so the moon didn't light everything so brightly, which only added to the marriage. A man who was drinking his coffee and then saw someone approaching them and was surprised by it. He went towards the one who wanted to pass here and explained that there was an investigation going on here, so he asked the gentleman to step aside. Perfectly polite and without any nonsense. He just wanted to not interfere with their work. In front of them stood a man with blonde hair and very tired eyes. To be honest, his face looked painful. It was as if he didn't understand at all what he was being told. So the guy in the business suit once again asked the man to assist in this investigation, and the best thing he could do now was not to interfere. He was not alone there. Behind his back stood a girl who also worked for the organization and led this investigation, but the man wasn't listening at all. He was also standing as he had been standing before. It was getting creepy. He wasn't reacting at all to the words or the fact that anyone was approaching him. And it was not just that he was to be feared. He immediately, sharply, as if furious, rushed towards the girl's boyfriend. His eyes began to burn red, was so fast that it was impossible to stop him. He immediately flew towards the guy who was addressing him and hit him so hard that he almost shattered into small pieces. But the most important thing for the enraged man was that he left him without the most important thing. The agent's body was headless. It flew off to the side, but the man wasn't going to stop. He was moving forward, right towards the girl who was standing behind the back of this guy who was hurt. She immediately backed away, trying to be ready to dodge, but the speed was too much. She thought this monster was just an idiot, but she didn't spare her partner either. After all, he could guess what this creature was, that it wasn't just a man, and now this monster was tearing towards her. As soon as the man made a wave of his hand, flew concrete pieces, buildings that stood nearby, but on the girl they hit. She managed to jump up. Her agility was very good. She was ready to attack. Of course she was angry, but she had been in such cases so many times before that she knew exactly what to do. While she was up, she raised her foot, ready to drop it right on the monster. So she did. She hit the back of its head with her heel. The force was so powerful it could have fractured its skull, the bones crunching. The girl landed, and the monster still could not come to his senses. Blood was flowing from his head. The sharp headache turned into one continuous headache. I grabbed his body completely. The girl in the business suit continued to attack. She with a shout swung Nula with her foot, hoped to hit this man. He had a shadow on his face, but it was clearly visible that streams of blood continued to flow from his head. He somehow did not worry about the upcoming blow. And it wasn't long before it became clear why he wasn't worried about it. Through the leg, at the ankle went the left. A cloud of blood stained his pants and in sharp blades. It was an incredible pain. It was enough to render him unconscious altogether. The girl couldn't continue her kick, for if she were to guide her leg further, the wound would only widen, and quickly pulling her leg out the blade wouldn't work. It was this monster's hands. They turned into something sharp, something to fight with, and now his red eyes showed directly into the blue of the cancer. He wasn't going to stop there. In that same instant he with a few crisp blows, slashes, made sure the girl was split into pieces. Blood splattered around the times, a lot of blood. Smoke began to fill the space around. It was only not clear where it came from. The man came to his senses again. He didn't expect that the limit of strength of a trained human would be just like this. Not bad techniques, but still humans are weaker than monsters. His body recovered, but not the blood flowing. He couldn't believe it was the bastards that were brutally summoning his kin. He headed further down Namu's broken alleyway, thinking that, somewhere around here there must be a place of repast. Of course it was about human meat. He looked around the corner to make sure no one was there, and when he saw what was left of the place, he couldn't understand who had done it. It didn't look like human hands at all. In front of him was a huge dent in the concrete wall that was diverging with cracks in individual pieces of stone. It looked like a meteorite had hit the house. And then the man noticed something that gave him clarity on the situation. His eyes widened. A puzzle seemed to begin to take shape in his mind. Examining the dent even more closely, he now realized whose hands it was, from which he concluded he could get stuck here. The boy ran his bloody hand over the blood that was on the floor. He couldn't think that this was how people wanted to punish them. They weren't that cruel. He didn't believe it. And then he tasted the blood. He assumed it might be their kin. The taste was a little strange tasting. He hadn't tasted such a thing yet. His eyes widened greatly. His pupils began to constrict. Something began to happen to her body, making it change. Something pulsed through his veins. He turned into a monster again, and in a body he could fight in. The man laughed. He thought he had finally found a very funny type that would be quite fun to spend time with. A lot of people were sitting at computers, typing something. Someone was chatting with someone. You would think it was an office, but it was actually an internet cafe. A guy was handling a mop, scrubbing to a shine. It was worth doing regularly to keep the place clean. The man turned to Hen Son, informing him that the order for table 65 was ready. It was just a matter of taking it to him, and there was no time to do anything for a long time. There were quite a lot of people, and during the busiest hours absolutely all the employees had to be involved. The guy broke away from his work before that is on the order in the restaurant, raised his head, and said that he understood. He would take the order right away. The course of the last few days so many terrible events happened. However, he was returning to his homeland again, did not want to think about what happened to him, and now he is not particularly favorite work, which gives at least some income and the opportunity not to starve to death. Carries someone's tray. Head all did not go to the organization that visited him in the hospital. He remembered that they said they would call him, but to the end did not understand what they wanted from him. He did not want that this terrible situation would be repeated, so planned to be rich further. The guy put the order on the table and hurried to leave. He wished a pleasant appetite to the one who sat at the table and was ready to turn around, but then something delayed him. Something was shoved into his hand. It was the food he had just brought to the visitor. It surprised Shahan Sun. He didn't expect something like this to happen at all. A person sat in front of him, the owner of a pleasant female voice. There was a strange smiley face on her cap. She asked, with a kind of indignation, like an older sister, "Is the guy skipping classes at school and not getting a part-time job?" Shahan Sun chewed what was put in his mouth. A little later, still asking who this person was, the girl also raised her cap visor. It was Leun Bai, a girl with long dark hair and violet eyes, quite pretty, with business clothes hidden under her jacket. Soon they weren't outside. Maybe it wasn't the best company for the guys, but it was better to be with someone than alone at all, especially since the girl was pretty cute. Shahan Sun began to justify himself, saying for the umpteenth time his excuse that he was sick. The girl was standing next to him, and of course, did not believe him, asked if it was so bad that he could not even read the messages that were sent to him. On this guy also found an excuse. He said that the phone sat down. Indignant, "How many more times can you say it?" Still looked at him with suspicion. She listened carefully to all this, even though she knew that most of these words are just lies. The guy asked if the girl knew how much money he would lose if he took time off from work. If he went to work, he would earn money, so there was no point in going to school. His life had already turned out that way. He was used to it. That's why he was running away from classes. The girl suddenly leaned to the guy's ear and asked if he had an extra cigarette. Shahan Sun didn't expect such a question, considering that he had never been asked for one, because he didn't have one, especially not from this girl. He was very indignant. He bounced away and asked Leun Bai if she could hear herself at all, if she had ever seen anything like that from him, if he had ever smoked. Then the girl asked him why he smelled like cigarettes, to which the guy also found an explanation, saying that he was cleaning the smoking room. Not only smokers can smell cigarette smoke there. He was very uncomfortable with this conversation. But for the girl all this turned out to be very, very strange. The guy did not go to school, does not pick up the phone. It all looked very suspicious. But it was not clear to the brunette himself why she is prying. Leun Bai immediately assumed that the guy had some problems. Shahan Sun's face answered for him. He stared into the void, remembering all the things that happened to him. Now he realized what was going on. He guessed that he didn't have to tell her anything. Then while in the hospital he asked Son Ka Yeon not to tell anyone about what happened. The guy asked if there was any way to realize that a person was actually a beast so he wouldn't blab to them. The girl was still smoking no matter what and answered the question that there was no way to realize if a person was a beast or not, so it was better not to say anything to anyone so they wouldn't die because of stupid blabbing. Then the girl with some threat in her voice, but in fact she was trying to convey to the guy important information that even if he could somehow avoid them, and suddenly asked the question whether he would be able to protect his relatives in such a case. Now the guy was completely upset. There was no face on him, only shock. He was giving away too much that he wasn't alright. The street was buzzing. People were going to stores, cafes, restaurants. Some were already advancing to bars. All in all, the most ordinary evening in not the smallest town. But the guy kept thinking about Eun-bai. He realized that she herself knew that he was not living but surviving. He was just tired of it all. Why ask such questions? Visit on such matters. He wouldn't want her to worry about him. That's why he asked her to just score. The girl took the bag, seemingly having already made a conclusion about this conversation. Then she put her cap on her head, hiding her face. Also she would like to hide her displeasure. But it was not working out well. But lastly she only stopped. She didn't understand why the guy was so difficult. She didn't do anything. She just wanted to socialize. In this she reproached him. He could at least talk to her heart to heart. And here he behaved too coldly, found excuses, and only kept all the secrets more. She showed her indifference. At last she called him a fool and went straight into the crowd. She had no face on her. Soon she would disappear into the crowd of very busy people. Nobody would notice her, as the guy she had just visited recommended her to do, and she just wanted to talk. It made her even sadder. The street lived its own life. People wandered back and forth, from point to point. Everyone was a stranger. No one noticed anyone. People's heads were busy doing their own things. But there was one who noticed everyone. He was sitting on a bench, but it was enough to see everyone who wandered among the stone jungle. But no one could see him. Even if they saw him, they wouldn't recognize him. He was wearing black clothes that covered his face. He thought about the fact that people under the influence of drugs or alcohol leave a bad aftertaste. He looked at the girls who behaved too frivolously. And then he looked at one man. It was as if he saw through everyone. He immediately realized that the fat man is just a dirty man, despite the fact that it is necessary to satisfy this brutal hunger. He does not want to stuff himself with everything, because these people would never choose for dinner. He became very frustrated, realizing that he wouldn't find anything at all this way. It was a large, muscular man, with a hood covering his face, but the scar across his cheek was still noticeable. Suddenly a bright red eye appeared from under the darkness that was caused by the shape of his jacket. It looked like the man smelled something. His victim had left such a trail. That's why he thought he would be easy to find. Turns out not so easy. He just avoided them. But there was another assumption that he just wasn't awake yet. Most likely, it was about a guy who was just returning to his native slums, to a house where he didn't feel the way he should feel in such an important place for every person. It was very hard for him to cross the threshold, both morally because he realized that he would be reprimanded, scandalized, hurt, both morally and physically, because he had had a very hard day, as in principle all days at such a hard job. The fact that nothing happened to him in the first second was already a real miracle. The guy easily exhaled. Perhaps, finally he would be able to rest a little, sleep a little, and then again go to earn pennies. A bottle flew into his face. It looked like it was going to be a busy evening too. All the guy noticed was that some liquid spilled on his face, so the bottle wasn't empty. It rattled on the floor, shattered, small shards now floating in the liquid in foam. Judging by the smell, it wasn't exactly a noble drink. The guy looked at the floor. He had a look of surprise. He didn't look away from what had just flown into his face. It was as if he was trying to count all the shards that might hit his eye. And suddenly, the familiar voice that made him feel guilty then as soon as it started to sound, became indignant, and menacingly asked if Shahan Sun was mocking him, and the guy was trying to figure out what he was guilty of again. The man shouted, asking if he was demanding $1 million from the guy. If the guy really thinks he's going to ask him for money all his life. Alcohol was spreading across Shahan Sun's face, and there was a hole behind his back that he didn't even look at. He looked at his uncle with horror. It was true that he couldn't send him the money. He wanted to give a reason, but just didn't have time. Immediately the guy received a very powerful slap, which only better dispersed on his wet cheek. He did not expect to be hit at this point, not even letting him finish. It seemed that his his teeth were about to break out of place. The man shouted fiercely, complaining that 500,000 was just a pittance. Was it really so hard for the guy to send that 500,000? Asking him, though it was more like an interrogation, why he should freak out over such a pittance, though the money wasn't very small. The boy was covering himself, trying to do everything not to get another portion of physical violence, and his uncle asked him if he wanted to run away from home. He already suspected that his nephew's home was like a doghouse, and asked if he was really uncomfortable. But the question was not to think what could be improved, but to give him another reprimand. And he did, his disfigured and angry face shouting for Shahan Sun to get the hell out of this house. He called him a bastard, and since he didn't respect such a gesture when he was sheltered, let him live alone. He ordered him to find his pathetic dad and live with him. The shards on the floor were very apropos to the situation, showing how the guy's life was crumbling with every second, even though he had done nothing to make it so insignificant. He remembered Son Ka Yeon's words asking if the guy would be able to protect his family, and now he was sitting against the wall, bleeding, beaten physically and weakened mentally. He didn't understand what it meant to protect. Why would he protect someone who had just abused him, made him a victim, and insulted his father? The guy was already sitting on the street, thinking that he wanted everyone to die. We understand that words can very often turn into truth. It seemed to him that he would not regret what he had just said. He wanted to take revenge on the one who had brought him so much pain. Night came again, but I had already been put to bed. Very few who were still in bed. A man began to emerge from the darkness, unhurriedly, as if he were sneaking about, as a cat goes out to hunt for mice. So he moved out to the wall. He listened to a conversation about some man making excuses over the phone, claiming he would send everything at the end of next week. The man didn't dare come out any further, choosing to remain unrecognizable for now. It was clear that this stranger who was talking on the phone didn't have a penny right now. He was nervously smoking a cigarette and trying to negotiate everything, not even noticing the fact that someone was approaching him. It was Shahan Sun's uncle. He even spoke rudely to those who demanded money for him, promising that next week the money would be ready. He would take it and give it all right away. The one who stood in the shadows noticed the blood on the knuckles of the man's hands, and the blood it smelled very familiar. And the fat man kept on solving questions, asking the one on the tube when it was he who did not keep his word. Not worth much talking will make everything right. But then his conversation was interrupted. The phone fell to the floor, the display was broken, and the handset was heard only incomprehensible mooing. Someone continued to talk, not realizing that on this wire no one is already listening. Suddenly the uncle of the guy he had kicked out saw the one who had been eavesdropping on him all this time. There was consternation in his eyes. It was too sudden to be approached, but what made him even more tense was the fact that this stranger abruptly grabbed his arm. The man had a natural question. What the hell was this? He didn't understand how this man dared to do such a thing. He demanded that the guy let him go, because for now he was being spoken to nicely, but it wouldn't be for long, and in addition called him a bastard. But the man who held his forearm tightly, this only irritated him, showed sharp and thick teeth. His face was still hidden as well, and on his hands long sharp claws. Darkness enveloped the whole place. For some reason the street lamps did not work at all, and it made it hard to move through the streets for those who went out at night, though there were not many such people. Shahan Sun was going through all the incoming calls on his phone. Most often I called him Leun Bai. Basically the call history was pretty poor. It was obvious his whole life was on that list. His face was swollen from the recent fight with his uncle. Although you can't call it a fight, he didn't participate in it. He only got hit in the face. Looking through his inbox, he realized that the only who were interested in him were Leun Bai and his boss. But the second address was washed away no longer by himself, but by his workforce. Sadness gripped his heart, and he became more and more certain that his life was just worthless. Began to realize it so well as he had never realized it before. Knew it even before this moment, but concentrated so much. He let go of his phone. It rolled down, closer to the pavement, far behind the handrail. The guy's hand was completely relaxed. He seemed to have gotten a far better idea in his head and had completely given up. He thought about the fact that wherever he entered, everywhere he was beaten up. He had nowhere to go, no one to ask for help. Besides, the beasts were hunting him and wanted him dead. He understood perfectly well that his end had come. He didn't even understand what had brought him to this dead end, whether it was himself or just circumstances. Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. They were very fast, turning into a run. It was strange to hear such activity at such a dark time of day. Somehow there was almost no one on the streets. Shahan Sun having heard this stranger cursing, turned to face him. His eyes became round. One wouldn't expect to see another person near him at this hour, especially considering the last one. One couldn't trust anyone, especially random passers-by. There was a man in front of him. He was trying to catch his breath while holding his stomach. His silhouette seemed all too familiar. Even in the dark he would recognize this man even though he was already soaked in hatred towards him. Shahan Sun turned to him completely. There was confusion on his face. If this was the moment when his uncle realized all his mistakes and came to apologize, he didn't believe it himself. Something was wrong, but there was still hope for this option. Maybe something in his life would improve. He did not understand why the uncle came here. Is he really chasing him? Well, then he was wondering why the man was all bent out of shape. Trying to take a break from this run, he kept swearing, remembering the one he met in the alley. Then the man held something in his hands, and not at once Cha Hyun-sung's uncle did not understand what it was. But then, looking closer and more clearly, he realized that it was a syringe, with a huge needle. That dude injected him, releasing whatever was in the syringe. He held his hand so tightly that it was simply impossible to pull it out, so he had to take what was forcibly injected into his body. Then the guy just thought that his uncle was drunk. It seems that it wasn't enough for him to beat him up at home, so he came here to finish him off. But why he was being so cruel to him was still unclear to Cha Hyun-sung. He decided that this was the perfect moment to teach his uncle to have a conscience. It's about time he recognized it. He was absolutely sick of everything, but when he opened his eyes, wanted to turn to his uncle, he did not recognize his relative at all. He was seized with horror. His legs began to shake. It became incredibly creepy from what he saw. It was the same monster as the ones he had already met. He was already fat, and now he looked even fatter. He looked up, starting to scream. His eyes were red, looking in different directions. The mouth was disfigured, as well as in principle the whole case. Such a monster could be seen only in nightmares, and then in the most terrible. This monster screamed. Its upper part looked like a huge tumor. It was covered in inflated bubbles and blood, and the bottom were legs. It was amazing how these two sticks, compared to the rest of the body, could support such a weight. Cha Hyun-sung couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though he had met and fought with such monsters before. But seeing something like this again was like seeing it for the first time, especially realizing that it was a person who had lived with him for so long, his relative. As it turned out, this pile of veins had not yet fully transformed into its final form. Soon it was filled with smoke, and a hand came down from above, with huge claws on its fingers, something dripping from it. It was sticky, as if it were made of pure flesh and blood, with no skin at all. Pretty soon it was as it should be in this form. It was just a huge creature. To look at its what should be a face you would have to raise your head very high. Its eyes were red, seemingly without pupils. Its teeth were very sharp, and its body was even more hideous. He immediately clacked his teeth. There were more of them than there should be. You could see it. His saliva spurted forward. Looking at those sharp and mere unbearably scary, much less imagining them sinking into your flesh. The guy's uncle was as ugly as it could be. One eye had 3 pupils in it. His nose was like a pig's nose, and he was bleeding blood, his own blood, and it was unclear why he was bleeding. Cha Hyun-sung looked on, his face filled with horror and fear. He didn't want to believe that it was his relative, but even more he didn't know what to do in this situation, how he could avoid being killed by this monster. It was too late to think about that. The monster that looked more like a boar from horror movies swung his powerful arm. He had an angry grimace on his face. He growled, breathing heavily. Immediately his fist came down to the ground, destroying everything that was in front of him. He didn't hit the guy directly, so the brunette was just thrown back, though the fact that he could have been hurt was even more horrible. But since he did not die from the fact that his own uncle in the form of a monster attacked him, the chance was increased by the fact that he could land badly falling from a height. He screamed, did not know what to do, how to save himself. It seemed to be his exact end. Pretty soon the monster himself came down to finish everything and deal with his victim. His test hands couldn't wait to cripple this guy. The guy managed to get up, leaning on his hands. It was good that he didn't break anything, but he still got up with great effort, and so the previously beaten guy felt how his past abrasions hurt, and how new ones were appearing. In a trembling voice he asked his uncle why he was doing this, asking for him to finish, realizing that his uncle was a beast now too, and he probably didn't understand anything at all. The pile of muscle was closing in on the guy. He was summoning a beam that could kill the guy. He wanted to play with his completely mangled body already. The beam was coming out of his stomach. He couldn't see anything, because of his height and the peculiarity of his shape. He was looking only forward. Hopefully he could see the guy completely mutilated. That's about what happened. There were cracks in the wall. It had turned into separate stones. There was a huge bloodstain in the middle, which diverged from the body, which was completely out of shut, in an unnatural angle. The guy was completely disfigured. His face had turned into a complete meat mush. You couldn't tell what was where. The streams of blood had completely washed away any silhouette at all. His limbs were fractured, as if the bones had not only broken, but torn away from each other. Suddenly a huge hand with clawed fingers went straight to the breathless body, trying to pull it from the wall. The monster lifted the body. The legs were torn off at the knee. The arms were bent in the other direction. The fingers were broken and twisted not naturally, and the head was not held. It seems that the neck was also broken. But that wasn't enough for the monster. His hand was already rushing towards this poor guy to finally turn him together, though even in this state it would be impossible to bring him back to life. He wrapped his two hands around him, clasping him between his palms. He was starting to put pressure on his body. He wanted to make him explode like a squeezed pimple, out of his last strength. Even though he was already semi-conscious, the guy screamed from what felt like instant pain, and then his eyes went dark. His upper body exploded, blood coming out from everywhere from his head. His teeth crumbled before his eyes. And then the monster spoke. His voice changed, of course. It wasn't like Shahan Sun's uncle's voice. He wished his nephew dead, to die because all of this, all the troubles, all because of him. And then he started saying that even the boy's mother died because of him. The boy was asking himself through the pain if it was really all because of him, if he was really to blame for everything. He was screaming so exhaustedly as if he was about to tear his throat out. He didn't have the strength to take it anymore, and the compatibility of physical pain such a crush on the moral. Shahan Sun wanted to end it all as soon as possible. He didn't want to believe what his uncle was telling him, that everything that had happened to him, all this suffering and agony, was because of him. His eyes couldn't see anything anymore. Blood was flowing from wherever possible. He thought about the fact that even if it was true, was there a way out of this situation? He supposed if he disappeared, everything would stop. He remembered the way he had been humiliated, how he had to endure and be beaten up by everything, come home with a swollen face and bruises. Most importantly, no one could stand up for him. He remembered the guys who had beaten him up and then taken absolutely all his money and informed him that they would demand more. He remembered the girl who had asked him for help, and then turned out to be a monster who had tried to kill him, and not only that, but had trapped him so that all the monsters could eat the meat. And it was now that he remembered the pain of all those beasts who'd rubbed him to pieces, who hadn't given him a chance to escape. That had hurt as much as it did now, much more now. Then he remembered the way he had covered himself, from the same uncle who had thrown the bottle at him and then slapped him for nothing, just for his existence, for not doing something he basically didn't have to. He remembered his uncle's face, and it was as ugly as the monsters he had now turned into. In fact, they were no different. In their gut they were the same beasts. This night that started with him being kicked out of his home had been the worst of his life. He couldn't think that he would end up so unwanted by anyone. So much so now he would find out that he himself was to blame for all the trouble. His blood was filling his mouth. It was flowing from his nose, jinx, ears. His mouth was already full of it, and the level of it only increased. He had to either spit it out or swallow it with his last strength. Shahan Sun looked straight into the eyes of what used to be his uncle. The beast was smiling evilly. It knew that the guy's life was over. The monsters had been played with. Now it was okay to completely dead this guy. Suddenly something began to happen that the monster didn't expect at all. The Gaian in his hands began to get bigger, while saying that no matter how much he thought about it, he still didn't understand what was wrong with his life. His hands became more powerful. He shook his fists, but blood kept flowing through them. The guy was asking why he had to do all this, why everyone wanted him dead, why he deserved it. And now the guy was already unlike himself again. It was the same beast that had awakened in him. The uncle holding his hands was dumbfounded as his nephew asked to explain himself about it. He looked at him with an exasperated look, teeth gritted, red aggressive eyes bulging. He wanted to hear what he had done so wrong that he hated him. He stared into several of the monster's eyes, demanding an answer from him, and his uncle still couldn't get away from his amazement that this frail little boy had turned into something like this. He took his hand, squeezing it hard, and demanded that his uncle answer immediately. Since he said what he said, that the kid was no good to anyone, you should explain why exactly. Shahan Sun broke free from the monster's clutches, ripped out a part of its flesh, and demanded that brute to answer when asked. The beast even seemed to be frightened by such a set, not expecting such a transformation to basically happen. The guy started to attack, swinging hard, and speeding up his blow each time. He was screaming, trying to take out all the pain in his voice. His eyes poured red, blood smeared all over his body. He wanted to beat his ex-uncle until there was nothing left of him alive, until he was completely dead, until he couldn't stand on his corpse. His hand crashed into the flesh, prying it up. The moment left for his fist to cause blood to flow and tear the tissue. Shahan Sun was smiling like a true devil. He had finally gotten his hands on the sweet together. Now his uncle too. For what he had done to him, he would finally be able to defend his life. Suddenly the monster opened its mouth, near which stood the guy who was beating so furiously. It was not surprising that the teeth would slam shut as soon as his nephew was inside the mouth. And so it happened. His lower jaw, completely closed, leaving a bloody trail on his teeth. The guy was inside like a cage. It was not even clear if he was still intact. The monster with half of his face left was pondering over Shahan Sun's words about what he had done wrong, and he answered him that as soon as he was born, he was already a burden. Suddenly he heard a question from inside him, developed like that. His eyes darted from side to side as if he didn't understand where the sound was coming from, but he recognized the voice. The guy was talking. He was talking his way out. From the first day of his life, his uncle no longer considered him a member of the family. This was great news to him. Now he might not feel guilty in front of you. The beast looked at his belly, where all that sound was coming from. He couldn't believe that the guy wasn't chewed to pieces. And suddenly the monster realized what he had done. He had angered the guy, made him his main enemy, and now this enemy in his belly. And it turns out that he is nowhere to go. He tried to get through to the guy, asking him to listen to his uncle. Well, the guy didn't want to hear from you, from where he was imprisoned. That is behind the fangs. He told the man to shut up, because Shahan Sun came out all he needed to clear his conscience. With a shout that he was completely fed up, he made the monster's head completely disappear. He immediately jumped out, making a new hole in the enemy's body, and slid down his body straight down, happy that he was able to get rid of listening to the man's chatter. Suddenly he started calling out to someone, yelling for them to open their eyes. He tried to do it full force to be heard. He was shouting to those who were standing on the roof, or rather only one was standing and the other was squatting. He was trying to convey the information that he was here. The guy was well aware that they were not people, that they were beasts, and he himself had come into their hands. He was provoking them by saying that they were looking for him. Shahan Sun was able to defeat the giant, and since he was being chased, he promised that from now on he wouldn't hide and he wouldn't run away. He shouted that he didn't care who the beasts were or who he was, and if they wanted anything from him, they should just kill him and take what they needed. It was just fine for the beasts, and their eyes began to glow red. Their evil smirks could be seen even from a far distance. But the guy who was already battle-hardened and held the arm that had been torn off from his uncle had one thing in mind. However, if they failed to kill him, he would finish them off on the spot, just like the beasts that had just gotten the drop on him had done. He stood below. Behind him was a pool of blood that rather already resembled a small pond. The guy was screaming, urging everyone to go to him immediately. He wanted to fight, trust fate, let it be what it would be. His gaze was ferocious. The blood on his face was like a battle coloring. His eyes were also poured with blood. He wanted to finish off absolutely everyone. The beasts stood on the roof. They were puzzled. They didn't understand what they should do, especially since he was asking them to do it. They assumed that they should meet their rival after all, and then asked each other if it was really worth it. But the guy who took a jab at Shahan Sun's uncle only firmly smiled evilly, explaining that this guy wanted to kill even his own kin. He found it very amusing, and said that he liked it. The man with a scar on his face started to contradict him, saying that this beast was not one of them, just a defective mutant. He was more strict on him. He stepped forward, about to jump, saying it was dangerous to leave him alive. So he decided to actually get rid of this guy. The man landed on the ground and the asphalt beneath his feet sagged, disintegrating into chunks of rock. He landed well on his feet, completely dispensed with the injury of pain. He stood in front of the muscular guy, shaking his fist, and decided that he would ask just one question that he cared a lot about, since he knew that this guy was not an unusual mutant. The man wondered where this guy's strength came from, and Shahan Sun replied that he didn't know about it himself. He thought it was simple, but when he opened his eyes he became like this, and then asked how fucked up that was, because he thought that's what it was. The monster, who wondered how the person he was talking to could awaken without the help of others, assumed the guy just didn't want to tell the truth. His muscles began to burst through his jacket. A conflict seemed to be brewing. His other arm began to boo as well. Veins on his biceps were showing. Bridge decided that since that was the case, fine, let it be housebroken as his opponent wanted it to be. Then in that case right at the same place. The man decided that he would strangle this mutant with his own hands. He turned into a real killing machine, and stood in front of this guy as well. Shahan Sun looked up. In front of him stood not just a mutant, but a man who had acquired a perfect form. His head was like the head of a bird, most likely a fury. Only in the beak were teeth. There were a lot of them. They were sharp in appearance. They stood opposite each other, knowing that the battle would not be to the death. Each was confident in his strength. Each wanted to win. Each had his own goal. Shahan Sun did not even think to doubt his victory, and this despite the fact that in front of him stood a monster larger than him in 2.5 times. He was not afraid of it. After all, he had just defeated a mutant who was 10 times his size. They did not wait for a special moment, also came together to spend. The brunette was pounced on by a huge mutant bird, and he only tried to restrain his hands, so that he did not crush the guy. A pile of dust gathered around, rising into the air, forming a standing cloud, the mist getting in his eyes, filling his lungs. The beast ran so fast towards the guy that it was almost impossible to dodge. From how huge his body was, the ground began to shake. During the attack, he put his knee forward to hit his opponent. Shahan Sun flew away with great speed. He was hit in the stomach. It looked like there might be a hole. Soon enough he hit the wall with his back, hitting it with his head. It was a blow from the enemy. His arm was covered with blood. He had no time to change his position after the fight, and the guy was almost impaled on the wall. The wall sprinkled. Dust blocked the whole site. The stones flew down with a huge crack. Somewhere there, among them and here should have been the brunette. Raven tried to see him out among the pile of stones, realizing that his opponent might be hit and maimed, but not dead. But he couldn't do it himself, raising such dust and dirt in the air that nothing could be seen. He spent so long trying to see where his enemy had betrayed himself that he broke free and swooped down on him. His fist hit him right in the head. His teeth splattered his head, and Shahan Sun himself was bleeding from his stomach. He knocked his head off. His body was still functioning. It tried to slow down. The guy who had become a beast unwillingly seemed to become even stronger, and moved towards his enemy, ready to hit him again, only stronger now. The beast's body tried to stop itself at least somehow before it swept across the entire battlefield. The excess skin had come off of it, and now its blood was splattered all over the place. Shahan Sun's enemy was heading towards him, bringing his arm behind his back, trying to tense every muscle he had to give so that his opponent would no longer recover. But his plans could easily be disrupted, because Shahan Sun was also flying towards him. He was also going to hit his enemy, and he had already broken his plan, because the fist of the strange beast passed him without hitting him, which made the guy very happy, and immediately got a response. The guy hit him so hard that the mutant began to scream in pain. It seemed that he had not yet found himself such a worthy opponent, and Shahan Sun tilted his head so as to invest in the blow completely. It was hard to see, but there it was, his evil grin. The two beasts jumped away from each other, realizing that they were worthy opponents of each other, except that someone still got the better of this fight, and unfortunately for him, it was the one who wanted to kill Shahan Sun. The smoke slowly cleared, the dust settled back to the ground, and the surroundings became more visible, so it was safe to open his eyes. The beast in the guise of a raven opened his eyelids. Looking in front of him, he saw 2 clawed hands, his own, and the blood he had vomited out. He was surprised. It was simply unbelievable. He couldn't believe that this little guy could have so much strength, even more than him, especially it was evident from the wounds on his body, and the blood that flowed from his mouth. Shahan Sun also received quite a few blows in this bayou, but he made do with the abrasions, and the streams of blood on his face and body that were already slowly starting to dry up. Suddenly his enemy's body began to deform. Inflated bubbles began to appear from their place on his shoulders, and they burst through flesh, muscles through veins. It was becoming clear that he was calling for backup from his own body. He now had another pair of arms. All 4 limbs he raised upwards, showing his superiority, and began to scream. But not only that, but because it was a rather painful transformation, he hoped that the extra arms would help him. Shahan Sun didn't even hide the fact that he was amazed by such a track. He realized that it would indeed be a problem for him. He thought it was something unthinkable. So far he hadn't met any mutants with such an ability. And his opponent didn't want to give up. He looked straight into Shahan Sun's eyes, and admitted out loud that he didn't expect this from the guy. He was stronger than he thought he would be. It was a small praise before he was about to destroy him. Raven threw himself on top of the guy, yelling at him to get ready, only not leaving any time at all to prepare. He looked intimidating, and added that he was going to fight at full strength now, as if he had been giving indulgences before. All 4 hands were used. He took turns hitting the guy with his fists, 4 fists, while his opponent was very skillful at dodging. He was already closer to Hen Son. He got so close to the muzzle that he could have hit him, but he could not, because all his strength went to dodge the punches. The bird once developed its beak, from which looked sharp teeth. The mutant's fist collided with Hen Son's abs, and he felt the pain immediately. It wasn't sharp, but rather a buzzing sensation. But that didn't cancel out the fact that it spread through his body very quickly. The guy flew forward better. The dust raised itself again. You there, battle. He tried in flight to gather you mentally and physically in order to fight back his opponent. He was blood-brained. For the first time in this battle he didn't know how to counter it. He knew for a fact he was no match for this guy. But the anger wouldn't leave him because there was already something else at stake here. If he didn't figure out how to fight back, how to win, he would just die. If before he wanted to just disappear, now he was determined to fight. He didn't want to disgrace himself after he called for a fight. He decided not to run away, but to recognize his opponent's weakness right along with him. He was getting more and more blows. On his face, on his back, on his torso, even on his groin. The pain had already become so familiar. The blows hit so many points that the guy almost felt nothing. He had landed so many times at different points in their makeshift battle arena that the blood marks looked like there was a minefield there, and a lot of military men had died in it. Stepping in the wrong place, dust had become a faithful guide to these two. She helped cover in those moments when you needed to rest a bit, take a breather, and she also helped disorient the enemy. Only she was a neutral player, helping one side as well as the other. Shahan Sun was lying in a pool of his own blood. Right, she stoned, scratched his back, arms, legs. The guy lowered his head. He couldn't realize what he was doing wrong. That fighting strength was no longer there. The guy spat out the blood that had already accumulated his lungs. His stomach stood in his throat. It seems he had already lost this fight, but did not stop. All affirmed the tray, like an obsession, that it is necessary to fight back, that it is all just nonsense, because he cannot even dodge the blows. He could not decide to do anything, blamed everything on the rotten monsters. This bastard uses sneaky tactics, but in war all methods are good. The guy remembered that, by the way, that day, also modified their hands, which means that beasts can modify not use their body instead of weapons. It was quite an interesting fact that could still be used. An idea came to him. He didn't know yet if it was brilliant or just a stupid and risky one that would only bring him closer to death, but it was worth a try. There was darkness in front of him, only dust that gobbled and danced in the air. From the darkness came a voice that ordered to come out because its owner knew that the enemy would not die so easily. He appeared beside the guy, hovered over him with a real rock, and in the most ionized voice asked what happened. Is there no longer that courage? And then said to Shahan Sun not even dare to run away, because this mutant smells the guy's blood from everywhere. He had a great island with his teeth. Blood splattered around his mouth. A nasty smile appeared on his face, the smile of a killer. It was a reaction to what the enemy was trying to use against him. The guy eyed on him from the back, put his legs out, tried to attack the air, and the raven responded that this is what he does in vain. He had already seen him. His only hesitation was the game of hide and seek. The raven rose into the air, pushed off the ground with his feet, and jumped up. He spoke of honesty, that it was not at all nice to attack from the rear. He was very angry, enraged at the fact that his opponent had tried to be so sneaky, even though he was doing illusia, and now he promised the guy that now he wouldn't be able to dodge. He was using his fists, already starting to hit with them even though they hadn't even made contact with his opponent yet. He was shouting that it was over, but it seemed Shahan Sun also had a secret he wanted to try out. Now it was the guy's turn to smirk slyly. He warned the enemy that he would quickly regret. The guy can't escape, can't resist either. After all, fighting a beast. At first it looked like he was giving up. But suddenly, he uttered the very but that could change everything. His hands started to bubble. Veins appeared, right on the balls of flesh that deformed his body. Shahan Sun now came in a new form. Sharp spikes appeared on his arms, which were arranged in order, from smaller to larger. He said with incredible pleasure that his past had deserted the most important thing. He is also a beast after all. No matter what kind of beast he is, but still a beast. Immediately the raven began to swear. He did not understand what had happened, but he understood what was waiting for him, except that he could not undo his last action, and it would not be possible to just run away. Shahan Sun laughed at him, saying that the enemy was also in the air now, and called him a real jerk, because now he would not be able to return, no matter how powerful and agile he was. The guy stretched out his arm, and with the help of his spikes began to cut the body of the crow. The first thing he did was to get rid of the extra limbs. Of course the extra drained absolutely everything, not just the 2 extra. The guy began to gut the body into small pieces, as if he was enjoying what he was doing, as if he was enjoying all this violence he had just produced. Shahan Sun was laughing loudly. He was happy that he was able to chop his opponent's head into 2 pieces, cut him off his body altogether. He got rid of his legs, his arms flying in the air, approaching the floor. The guy landed, leaving himself 1 more point of support, his arm, and the other one up to keep his balance. Body parts of the man he had just fought were falling behind him. Sweat and blood dripped from his face, and a smug grin began to break through his lips. And then he was so happy that he couldn't contain his scream. He couldn't believe that he was able to defeat this guy, and now he was filled with an arrogant feeling, as if he had become the strongest. Suddenly, his joy was suddenly replaced by a strange feeling. It felt like all his bones were broken. The pain was thudding through his body. He didn't even notice it at first. Shahan Sun assumed that it was because of the bruises he had received during the battle. It was not good. He asked the higher powers why this was happening to him now. There was no telling what might become of him next, especially when you consider the fact that he hadn't yet dealt with that cad who was still standing on the roof, watching it all from above. That man looked at Shahan Sun, calling him the little guy, and recognized that he was quite brave, except that he looked exhausted. He knew that the probability of the guy being able to defeat him was too low. But the beast didn't want to show that he was embarrassed by anything. With the same smug grin, he ordered the creature to close his mouth. He could have killed him with 1 finger. Suddenly they fell silent, as if they were each waiting for their opponent to ask to meet him, and when they realized that while Boney was starting, they decided to shorten the distance. Unfamiliar to Shahan Sun, the man decided that the time was right and they should start. At first his face wasn't visible until he got to a distance from which his facial features could be seen. He said he just wanted to talk. He wanted to know more about the appearance, that he considered all of his own as enemies, and said he even understood why the guy was angry with all of them, and then decided to offer a compromise. Since Shahan Sun has a lot of potential, he could work with them. He could get recognition among the beasts. The guy didn't seem to be interested in this at all. He had his own goals that he was pursuing. He only mocked the offer of cooperation, asking why he needed it. Did this stranger really think that he would work in the Beast Collective, since he had nowhere else to go? It was just nonsense, he reasoned, his laughter getting louder by the second. Then Shahan Sun simply sent the one in front of him away, saying that he would rather die than cooperate with such freaks. The man took it calmly at first, realizing that it was a rejection, and acknowledged that it was completely impossible to negotiate with this guy, and immediately turned into a beast. He didn't want to back down either. For that matter, he ordered Shahan Sun to at least try to entertain him. Of course he thought that this time this guy wouldn't be able to last long in a fight. He began to approach the brunette, saying that he had waited too long for this moment. Ordinary people were no match for him. It had taken him forever to show his true self. At the same moment a huge beam began to hit him, turning him into a bloody stain, grafting him to the rocks. Shahan Sun covered his face so that the shards wouldn't hit him. When he opened his eyes and saw that his opponent had been destroyed without even trying to fight, he was surprised. But he was even more surprised to see that there was another person standing in front of him. He had something like a bat in his hands. It was covered in blood at the end and the remnants of skin were sliding off. This man, who was calmly blowing up a cigarette as if nothing had just happened, was saying that only they, the creatures, could bluff like that they could only beat the weak to make themselves look strong. And then he quoted Shahan Sun, saying his words that from now on he won't hide, run away too, and he absolutely doesn't care who those beasts are. If they want something from him, just let them try to kill and take what they need. And then also reminded, the guys promised that he would kill everyone, until that stranger turned to face the guy. After asking if it was true what Shahan Sun said, the guy told him that, yes, not him, only he didn't understand what the big deal was. The man turned to face him, saw that the guy was still tense as if he was expecting a setup, but all he said was that he had a predator's look. It was a kind-in-face guy, only muttered through his teeth that in person Shahan Sun is so bold and courageous. After all, the mustachioed man didn't just trust this man to keep an eye on the guy. He touched Shahan Sun's shoulders for support, saying that he did his best and the adults would take care of it from there, asking the guy to rest for a while. And then he added that from tomorrow Shahan Sun was his student. He was shocked. He didn't understand what was going on. His mind was empty. He guessed something, but he couldn't quite put the picture together. He had the impression that he was being pranked without explaining what had happened and what awaited him. In one unremarkable high-story building, there were different offices, but not residential apartments. No one would think that a secret organization could live here. Their chief stood in front of the window. He was thinking about something, and looking at everything that was going on around him on the street. Their company was not so little lately. This is the Office of State Security, a secret government organization, and now there was a gathering. In front of his subordinates stood the head of the special organization, the same man who came to Shahan Sun in the hospital. A girl with a cute face but a very pumped-up body that didn't match her looks at all. It was the department head Han Young-ji, and she couldn't believe that Jang Woo wasn't hurt in any way. Of course she was happy for her colleague, but it was surprising. And then she remembered about that small man. They say he is quite strong. She wondered if he was hurt badly. To which Commander Yoon Chang-woo replied that he wasn't, and it would be surprising if he was hurt because he didn't even have time to engage in combat, and the kid was just really tired. That's why he felt bad. There was a man sitting next to him. He was covered in scars. It was the senior, Han Chun-ho. He was voicing his skepticism. He didn't think the chief would handle it, finding an explanation for it because he knows more than anyone what the consequences could be. The chief sat down at the table and explained that this operation was approved by his superiors, and all responsibility rested on him. So he asked that his employees report on the progress of the investigation. And now Mr. Yoon had the news. The man stood up, took another look at his sheet, and said that they were starting. He started his speech by saying that everyone already knew what it would be about, so he would try to keep it brief. Beasts, they are monsters that have metamorphosis due to an unknown infection. They have unique high physical abilities. Beasts hide in society and eat people. Until this time, to fight the beasts were involved in many means. The present-time special agents who have undergone body enhancement oppose the beasts, and in this case, the most important organization is their secret government organization, which shows the best results so far. A week ago, they found a boy through their information network who can turn into a human and beasts at the same time, and his name is Hen Son. Judging from yesterday's fight, the boy seems to be hostile to beasts. Yoon Chang-woo tried to approach this carefully as it was an unprecedented situation, considering the strategic value. They want to make a better agent out of the boy to be on the staff of the organization. That's what this operation is for. Hong Young-ji thought for a moment, then said that he had heard that he didn't have a guardian, so he wondered if it would be better to transfer him to the headquarters and take care of him here, to which he received an instant reply that no, the beasts can tell where they are by the smell of each other's blood. If he was left here, the beasts would easily find the location of their organization. The scarred man said that even if his mind is human, his instincts are still beastly. They should keep in mind contingencies first. In that case, there is no telling how to deal with him when he gets out of control. Shahan Sun's temporary bodyguard was calm, looked at his colleague with the same benevolent look, and said that there was no need to worry about it, and there was no need to be anxious because he had the best agent with him. They all knew who they were talking about, the fearful one who was able to defeat a single beast already. Meanwhile, the guy they were discussing was at school. He had a strange feeling because he hadn't been there for a long time, except he didn't care about his studies. While he was putting away his notebooks and textbooks, someone approached him, and was surprised that the guy was here now. Hen Son was slapped pretty hard. His cheek started to burn from it. He didn't even have time to undress whoever did it at first. His glasses fell to the floor, landing quite successfully. The glasses were unharmed. It was his abusers. After the trademark greeting, with a note of violence, their ringleader said he was very glad to meet them. But of course he wasn't glad about that, and the brunette was very scared. He didn't want to be hurt again. At the fence of the school, where few people go, the guy was being abused again. It was the worst place for him, where he was bullied and humiliated. The guy was getting hit after hit for not picking up the phone. He didn't come to school either, the guys said, with a sneer in their voice, that they already thought he had taken your life and were very worried about it. The guy who was beating him up asked why he was making them worry so much about him, while the rest of the group stood back and minded their own business, one smoking, the other flipping through pages on his phone. Shahan Sun had forgotten that every day, every ordinary morning started like this. Maybe he didn't go to school to avoid such meetings, but inside he now had a completely different feeling. Very strange. I was interested in the moment that this guy always looked too weak. Smart saw the very enemy he had recently defeated. What there inside him burst. It was patience, because the hand that flew in his face for the second time, he intercepted, strongly squeezing the fingers on the hand. At that moment a silence formed. He didn't understand what was wrong. He had never seen this guy put up any resistance. Well, in a moment he was even scared. He didn't realize what was going on. It seemed like this weakling had lost his mind. And Shahan Sun already looked somehow different, but his body rose from the vein. His eyes reddened. He asked the guy in a surrounding voice if this is what amuses him. The minions of the offending guy broke away from their business and looked in that direction. Especially their commander caught their attention. It was surprising. The brunette, who was always a twirler for out singing and a target for profit, squeezed his hand so hard that it started to swell, and its owner screamed in pain. But Shahan Sun was not to be stopped. Since the guy didn't respond, he ordered him to give the same response. Is it really so funny to humiliate the glory? It seemed like he was about to either twist his arm or break the inner bone. What he cared about was that this kid always seemed happy when he was being bullied, but his victim never knew what it was like. The one who was caught in the mistakes was screaming. He was in a pain that he never seemed to feel before. And the guy who the recent victim was totally furious, said he now wanted to know how it felt too. Suddenly, a woman's fingers landed on his hand, and the girl who came up to him wanted to calm him down with her touch. When Shahan Sun looked in her direction, she immediately recognized the girl, and she said that at first she didn't understand why those old men made her look after the guy, and now she saw why. Son Ka Yeon was standing in front of him. I was still smoking a cigarette in my teeth as if she never even let it out. The girl was trying to bring the guy to her senses, asking if he was crazy to do such a thing. The girl was pressing him with her gaze, heavy, as if threatening. When he looked at her, he wanted to finish what he had started. All the more he realized who she had been sent by and for what purpose. In a split second the guy had already let go of his assailant's hand, but his fingers still weren't relaxed. The tension was added by the fact that Son Ka Yeon was pressing on his wrist. The one who was himself guilty of going for Shahan Sun fell to the floor holding his hand, and his friends were horrified. They didn't realize what was wrong with Lee Dong. They thought he was messing around. But Lee Dong was not joking now. He was shaking, and his arm was not natural shape, and twisted. The pain was unbearable, but thought about how he will be corrected. Only now did the two guys see that his arm was completely bad. It was completely hard for them to realize that it was done by that brat they had been hurting all along. Son Ka Yeon turned her head to them and in a threatening and angry voice, asked them what they were looking at and they better get out of there as soon as possible without getting another mangled limb. The guys didn't disagree, taking their comrade under their arms and leaving the girl and the guy alone, not even trying to threaten, promising to punish them for it. The girl looked at Shahan Sun, asking once again if he had already learned how to fight back. At that moment something happened that she didn't like at all, causing her to start boiling. The guy looked at her. The anger he had just felt was still there. The veins near his eyeball were bursting out, and his eyeball was filled with blood. Son Ka Yeon asked him why he had raised his hand at her, and the brunette didn't even notice at first that his fist was pointing upwards and tightly clenched. And all of this was after his assailants had left. It was already quiet around them. No offenders were around. All that was left was to settle the matter that had just come up. Lee Eun-bai was walking quietly after class, staring at her phone. She didn't notice anything, but as soon as she saw familiar faces, she was immediately distracted. Even from a distance, she recognized the three guys who were bullying Hyo-sung, and they didn't look like the best. Their preteen was barely moving at all. She was starting to worry about why they were running away. With the fact that she hadn't seen Hyun Sung again after the meeting, it only made her more curious as to what was basically going on around them. Lee Eun-bai headed towards where the guys were running away from, hoping to see the guy they used to bully there. Step and shoot and be more confident. But right before the corner she slowed down. She decided to look out first to see if everything was okay. She already guessed that those scumbags were bullying him. Well, even if she told the teachers, they wouldn't help Hyun Sung. Already thinking about how those guys were being mean, because they were bullying others. Her thoughts went out of her head, because Lee Eun-bai saw Hyun Sung there. He looked different and there was a girl in front of him who was holding his hand. The presence of that girl surprised her a lot, as if everything else bothered her much less. Why is the guy still standing unharmed? Did he beat up those bullies with his body? The guy looked at Son Ka Yeon in a way that made her realize what had thwarted his plans, that he wanted to finally punish his enemies, anger pulsing in his blood, giving away his temples. But the girl was amused by this, as if teasing the guy, asking if he couldn't control his strength, if he wanted to tear and throw like that. A smirk stretched across her face, revealing her sharp teeth. Suddenly, she ran her hand over his chest, slowly, gently, showing warmth, began to sing in a sweet voice that he shouldn't cage himself. After all, he's an unusual man, and advised Shahan Sun to follow his instinct. But the madness with which she said it couldn't be removed from her face. Now it was as if she was ordering the guy to show his claws, show his teeth, and then try to kill, because that was his nature, and asked if he agreed. The guy stood in confusion. He had so much anger inside him that he could not refuse such a proposal, but something inside made him stand still, and did not move. Although in his gaze and read all the hatred for the world around him, he was tense. The corners of his lips crept downward. An emotion of nastiness appeared on his face, as if he was fighting with himself, and yet he was disgusted with his own personality. Because of that, all he did was yank his hand away, releasing it from the girl's fingers. His wrist immediately began to return to normal. His hands didn't look so changed anymore. Shahan Sun explained that he didn't want to hurt anyone, he just wanted to be left alone. He'd had enough of this life and didn't want to be hurt again. He lifted his glasses and checked the lenses on them. He put his glasses back on his nose and said he wouldn't fight Son Ka Yeon. She didn't do anything to him. He apologized for that moment of weakness. The blonde girl only said that she was bored with the guy, but there was no frustration on her face, but even a slight smile on her face. She was able to prevent a beast that could still be controlled from killing a normal person. She didn't need to be bothered either. The girl went here on an errand and informed Shahan Sun that Mr. Yoon was calling him. The man wanted to talk to a guy who had only recently discovered such abilities. The guy was already familiar with Mr. Yoon, but he couldn't understand in what sense he was being summoned. Where exactly? He could guess what the conversation would be about, but he couldn't know for sure if it was true. Son Ka Yeon told Shahan Sun that they were waiting for him at the place where they first met, and asked him not to forget about it and to be there on time. The girl left, leaving the guy alone. She had no idea that their conversation had been overheard, and he was definitely not alone with her in that alley. Leunbai was shocked. She was confused. She couldn't understand what 12 o'clock at night meant, and the fact that they were going to meet where they did for the first time. The girl could not believe that this unremarkable-looking fellow, who had so aroused her suspicion, was really hiding something, and judging from the place in which they were discussing it all, it was a very important matter. Evening came almost imperceptibly, filling the streets, penetrating through the windows into the apartments of houses. But someone was not even going to go home, even though he didn't really have a home anymore. He stepped onto the ground where he had been, not the most pleasant of memories, but at least it was a victory. He didn't know what to expect from this conversation, but he was mentally ready for anything. Shahan Sun looked up, straight at the people who had brought him here. His face was serious, even though he should have realized that these people didn't want anything bad for him, and the couple had only noticed how punctual the brunette was. In front of him sat a man who finally introduced himself, saying his name was Yoon Chang-woo, and standing beside him was Son Ka Yeon. Her face was serious, only calmed by Yoon's face, who was as if he had never been discouraged. The man jumped down and started to approach the guy, and Shahan Sun asked why they called him. If they wanted to know anything about him, they could have just sent their agents to scout for information. If they were such a big organization, it wouldn't have been hard for them to do so. From these words, it was clear that the guy didn't come to this meeting in a good mood. Yoon Chang-woo noticed that the kid had learned to be rude after all, and then asked him if it was true what they said about him breaking a student's arm today, and then asked him what the kid would do if the classmate died. He expressed understanding, saying that he could imagine why he was angry at him, but you can't use force like that. At first the guy seemed to know the answer. He looked straight into his eyes, wanted to express, wanted to get his point across, but then he realized that he was wrong, that whatever this man did to him, he used even his fake force. He could have killed him for hooliganism, so he lowered his eyes, sighed heavily, as if by this he said that it was really his fault, but he couldn't remain unanswered, so he asked Mr. Yoon what he should have done. If anything, standing there and keeping silent, enduring it once more, was no longer an option. Shahan Sun had already reported it to teachers and adults, even called the police, but it was always him, so he felt a sense of justice and resentment that even adults couldn't help him solve this problem, and he was left alone with it. Even now remembering it, he was losing his temper. His fist was tightly clenched, his veins popping with anger. He remembered the words he was told that if he beat this guy, he would become like him. To endure is to win. Just don't pay attention to them. That's what he was told. But it didn't work. Everyone thought that Shahan Sun would be comforted by such meaningless words, but in reality, they just didn't care about him, and it was an excuse. Only now he began to realize it, and he was very sorry that he didn't realize it earlier, and even if he knew about it, he didn't do anything about it. Then Yun Changwoo lowered his eyes. He knew exactly what the guy was talking about, but he explained that it was not what he wanted to say. He was trying to make a different point. We interrupted him. Shahan Sun. He switched to yelling, asking that what everyone wants from him. He said stress. He had been through too much in the past few days and now his eyes were brimming with tears from all the stress. But suddenly he heard some completely unexpected words. Mr. Yoon said that the kid, as he called the guy, could have just beaten them up quietly without causing too much fuss, because that way he might be exposed. Shahan Sun was shocked, and Son Ka Yeon was surprised by the words and dropped her cigarette. They couldn't understand how such a high-ranking person could say something like that, but the guy thought so, and the girl was surprised that it wasn't like Yoon's character. Then the man approached Shahan Sun, grabbed his hand, and said that, of course, any self-respecting man can not just stand there when he is stabbed, but still need to be careful. If the guy fights with them in full force, he may kill them, and this will not lead to a better fate. And then gave the advice that you should just beat the opponent's face when no one sees. That's what he's talking about. And asked Shahan Sun if he understands, to strike both in the stomach and thighs, so then we'll not see bruises. No one will not even recognize. And the guy was in shock. He did not understand at all, but not what he was told, but the man who was his bodyguard in secret. But he couldn't do anything about such a topic of conversation, so he just said that he would remember it for the future, and then decided to cut to the chase, asking if he had been invited here to discuss it. Yun Changwoo myself had forgotten that he had important business of the guy. He wanted to give him something, and Son Ka Yeon was trying to look behind his back to see what it was. Shahan Sun had a smartphone in his hands, a new one, whole and unharmed. The man said that the guy had broken his own and he couldn't get through. Now he would call on this phone. It was very thoughtful of him. The guy didn't know how to react to such gifts, so he just coldly but politely said thank you, not because he was unpleasant, but because he didn't fully understand why they were spending so much on him. The man said that he would understand Shahan Sun even if he didn't believe him. The guy had a lot of problems before. Even the ones that call you adults didn't help him properly. But he was making his promise that as long as he was his mentor, he would never do the same. Yun Changwoo claimed that he wouldn't treat his student the way other adults did, and the boy looked at the phone and realized that this was the beginning of caring from a man. No other adult had ever done such a thing for him. And then Mr. Yoon turned to Son Ka Yeon, asking her why she was so cruel to the guy. He asked her to call Shahan Sun, not to break all his bones, and ended the interrogation with a question about whether she wanted to finish him off, which caught the girl off guard, because she was already going somewhere. She didn't want to stand there and continue listening to all these tenderness. But Son Ka Yeon did not react to this provocation, asking the man, what is he talking about? Because Shahan Sun himself started everything. Anyway, she called him, so the task was done. The girl thought that Yun Chan-woo overprotective of the guy, but if he wants so much, then let him continue in the same spirit. Finally, the man decided to get to the main point and talk about why he gathered the two young men here, saying that as they already know since yesterday, he's in charge of Shahan Sun, and Son Ka Yeon is the first agent to make contact with Hen Son. The girl has skills, but she doesn't know how to work with the other agents on the team. Both Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon listened attentively as soon as they heard their names and could have guessed the catch, but for some reason they didn't think about it. And now Yun Changwoo replied with his usual smile that was why he, as Hen Son's mentor, had made a special decision. Namely, that from today, Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon would be working together, pointed a finger at them, and once again reminded them that they were now a team. The new partners were, to say the least, surprised by such a decision, and at first even remained silent. They stood in silence, as if waiting for all the words to fully reach their brains, and he had already digested everything, and then they looked at each other, as if they had never seen each other, as if they had never met, as if they were not acquainted at all. Each of them was surprised to the core. And now they realized everything. There was not just surprise in their eyes, but real shock. They had not expected this to happen. And immediately they went to shouting. The girl was very angry and the guy was just scared. Of course, the next thing they would do was to argue with the commander. At least Yoon himself believed it. But still they had to put up with this decision of the senior officer. And Shahan Sun was sterner that he still didn't know where the girl was taking him. That's why he asked that she tell him about it after all. Son Ka Yeon, I wasn't happy that the guy was so impatient. She reprimanded and said that the bespectacled guy will know when they get there. The guy took those words to mean that he should just follow her and watch. They were approaching some building, moving along a street brightly lit with streetlights and signs. The girl said that it was really all the guy's job, saying that he couldn't help her in any way. Son Ka Yeon felt that she didn't need anything from Shahan Sun, so let him just observe and interfere. The guy on the other hand couldn't wait for the moment when all this would be over. Tomorrow he has to go to school. He doesn't want to waste his time. To which the girl only prostrated herself. About what school can erase? He didn't study hard anyway. And suddenly she took out a piece of paper and started to read what was written on it. Shahan Sun's school document said that he has a strong tendency to be passive and pessimistic. No motivation to study. No good communication with peers. No control at home. Hearing this, the guy immediately blushed. He felt embarrassed. The guy immediately started shouting, demanding that the girl not read it, immediately took the papers away from her, asking why she was carrying it around, and then started throwing arrows, shouting with embarrassment that Son Ka Yeon was better than him. He asked her if she had any family or friends, and she looked at him with a cold, penetrating gaze, silent, as if thinking about what to say, and then just turned around, and calmly asked that if she didn't want to talk about it. It was clear that something wasn't clear here. Shahan Sun was annoyed, very annoyed. He didn't like the fact that no one was answering his questions, that so much was known about him while others had so little. He was thinking about how Son Ka Yeon pissed him off. Another problem on top of a mountain of other problems. Why did he have to work with her at all? He thought, because she had a nasty temper and that awful cigarette smell would drive him crazy. Son Ka Yeon thought about Yoon Chang-woo, thinking that he was a fucking bastard, saying that he was the mentor, but he was making the girl do heresy, which she thought was bullshit. She didn't understand why the hell she had to deal with this young man. They walked the rest of the way, trying not to look at each other, ignoring the presence of their partner, each of them wanting to turn into one of the alleys to get lost. But it wasn't long before they found themselves in a dark residential bank, where there were no lantern signs, having to view everything with the help of not the brightest rays of the moon this evening. There was a guard standing at the entrance, a woman and a masked man. They looked stern. It was becoming clear that something had happened. The man, who was most likely a police officer, couldn't understand at all why he was allowing outsiders to watch the scene. I mean those whose people were now standing at the entrance. His colleague then replied that it was better for him not to know that. He doesn't know anything about the incident, does he? So it's better for those who know something about it to sort it out. This breed of murder disappearance has been happening a lot lately, plus the media is controlled to prevent press coverage. Reportedly it's all the work of some organization. For example, the body of a young girl was found dead in a public toilet. No one knew what kind of jerks are in charge, but just have to follow orders from above if life is really precious. Suddenly, the masked man who was standing at the entrance was approached by someone, attracting his attention. A voice full of orders began to speak as if it was an older man by name. It was Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon. The girl said that they were sent here by the commander of the secret government organization, Yoon Chan-woo. She wanted to be reported on the situation. They were escorted down the corridor, saying that the incident was believed to have happened about 3 hours ago, their shoes echoing off the floor, following the walls, bumping into the ceiling, coming back up. The corpses were the first to be discovered by a guard at this hospital and reported to the police. The girl became concerned if there were any survivors, to which she received an instant reply. There were no survivors, all dead, before the guy and the girl revealed a terrible picture. The entire floor and walls were in blood stains, and around lying objects and bodies. It looked horrible, as if it could not happen in reality. Looking at the torn bodies was very hard morally, from so much blood, and the sight of all the entrails wanted to vomit and his guts. What could have happened that led me to the fact that there was no one left alive? Shahan Sun was truly shocked. He had seen a mountain of animal troops, but he did not expect to see so many human corpses, especially in a hospital. He could not believe that this was really happening in this world. Only now he realized the scale of the disaster he had gotten into and what he would have to deal with. Son Ka Yeon was amused by everything she saw. She wondered about these beasts in a completely different way. These bastards stack the mountains of corpses so neatly. Do they really want to brag about doing such a thing? It seems this is not the first horror she has seen in her life. That's why she is reacting so steadfastly. She took a closer look at the cases. Her eyes were bloodshot and her tongue was strangled. There was a theory that they were in a lot of pain until they died. No one would wish for an agonizing death. It would be better to have a quick death. Son Ka Yeon could see that they didn't kill them immediately. At first they mocked and tortured them, and with a smile on her lips she said that this way they were getting high from the process. It looked like it was unpleasant to watch, but the guy next to her, felt his stomach twist, and then after that there was a characteristic sound. The girl seemed to be more furious than what was lying in front of her. She couldn't believe that a person who agreed to work for an organization like this would react so sensitively to the sight of dead, mangled bodies, viscera and blood. But Shahan Sun couldn't help it. The guy felt like he was going to vomit, so he covered his face with his hand. It was hard for him to look at all this. He was far from being used to this kind of thing. Just a couple of days ago he was living his former quiet life, in which at most he saw nosebleeds, which were regularly left to him by school bullies. He bent down to catch his breath. There were corpses everywhere. The smell of blood crashed into his nose. It was impossible to breathe. He hadn't been warned that it would be like this, though he should have known. He moved forward, because standing still in this atmosphere was simply unbearable. He needed fresh air, and then to his regret, and looked to the side. There was a room. It was covered in blood. A bunch of limbs were scattered over what used to be a ward. Corpses were lying in different corners. All the furniture was out of place. Some even turned over. The worst thing he saw was a woman sitting against the wall. Her blood was smeared all over the place and her hands were tightly clenched around a child, a boy, presumably her child. It was a horrible scene, heartbreaking, hard to watch. Shahan Sun was like being submerged in cold water. He couldn't hear anything, even though there was silence around him. It was just a hum. His heart was pounding very fast. His memories were coming to him. He remembered his mother, who was lying in a hospital bed. She was not like herself at all. She turned to her son, "Leave him to live happily, even if I don't become her. This woman doesn't need anything else from the boy, just that he should be fine." And little Shahan Sun was looking at her with big round eyes, not understanding what was going on. He thought that mom was just sick. Then his mom asked her son to come over to her and take her hand. It was very important to her. Her gaunt body needed one last show of warmth. The boy had tears in his eyes. His cheeks and nose were red. He said he didn't want to, just because he didn't understand why his mother was saying that. If she was dying, he couldn't understand it until the end, and he was very afraid that it would be true. Then the woman herself stretched out a skinny bony hand with long fingers. She turned to Hen Son. She wanted to talk about his dad, but she couldn't do it. The boy rushed towards the exit. He seemed to be frightened. The child couldn't bear such a sight. He now realized that this seemed to be his mom's last days. His experience was still in his own mind for a long time. He just ran away. He did nothing. Everything was like a blur. He didn't realize what was going on around him at all. It was like a nightmare that he could only wake up from if he ran away. Shahan Sun was sure that his mom would leave him forever if he kept listening to her, and he didn't want that. Now he was an adult standing on all fours in the hospital room. He realized that this was how he had been running away from his problems since he was a child, and it was still going on. He couldn't overcome it. He lacked strength. He blamed himself for being a weakling and still was. But the worst part was that he thought he had forgotten everything. He thought it was all in the past, but now it all came back to his mind again, and now he was sobbing in the present. Only he didn't understand why. Suddenly Son Ka Yeon came up to him. The girl asked him not to snot, or rather ordered him to. They were not here to feel sorry for the victims, but to figure out who did it and punish him. Even in the hospital room she was smoking cigarettes. "Why? There is no one alive here anymore." The girl informed him that they were done here, but they would have to stay here and wait for orders. Now she warned the guy that they would have to stay among the corpses for a while. She couldn't accept that this was happening in reality either. She called the monsters just creatures. They killed so many people, but they didn't eat them. They just hunted for fun. They didn't even try to clean up the evidence. That was the worst part. In fact, they targeted them with the hope that they would fall into their trap when they started to hunt them down. They had thought of everything beforehand. Those jerks thought that they could catch them by killing a few pathetic people. And that's where the girl made the biggest mistake. Being by her partner's side, Shahan Sun paid special attention to the words about pitiful people. He calmed down for a second. The tears had stopped flowing, but what was left on his cheeks still continued. He shifted his gaze to the girl, as if asking her what she meant. But Son Ka Yeon repeated what she had said so that the guy could understand that she was not saying anything. There was not a single person among those corpses who had tried to fight the beast. The reason for their deaths was inaction. That was why she thought they were pathetic. But the last straw for the guy was the words of his imposed partner that these people are just complete bastards. Shahan Sun's pupils narrowed, his eyes widened, his capillaries became even redder and his veins began to swell. He abruptly stood up, straightened up, looked straight into Son Ka Yeon's eyes. His face was so grim that the girl was even frightened for a second, and that was with her brazenness and courage. She realized herself that she had pushed in the wrong place. Shahan Sun, who had already started to turn, his hair ruffled, his eyes changed color, veins popped up on his forehead, along with incredible anger and bitterness with sadness. He asked the girl what she could possibly know about people. Who was she to even say such a thing? Son Ka Yeon realized what was the reason for her partner's reaction like this. She seemed to have completely forgotten that before the ability appeared, he was just as pathetic. She didn't seem to have any self-preservation instinct. The girl only continued to provoke. Seeing that the guy was already on the verge and he was no longer in control of himself, he was already quite bad and ready to tear apart anyone who got under his arm. She still said that she would not take back her words and, if necessary, she would repeat them again. That those who don't fight for their life don't deserve it. Shahan Sun clenched his fist. He didn't feel this movement anymore. It was automatic. Even the realization that he was about to kill the girl in front of him didn't appear. He was pissed off by such words. Those who stayed on the street could see how a part of the wall on one of the upper floors flew out. Pieces of concrete and dust fell to the floor, staying for a while in the air. When the dust cleared, it was clear that Son Ka Yeon wasn't hurt. In fact, Shahan Sun had hit the wall behind her and that's why it crumbled. The girl didn't even think to move as if she knew beforehand that she would get away with it. Shahan Sun asked Son Ka Yeon if she wanted bloodshed. If she did, then he would do as she said. He was already out of his mind. The tears were no longer small streams, but a sea of tears on his cheeks. But he also had a condition. He would do it without the girl, and passed by her. He demonstrated with all his appearance that he could repeat the trick with the wall. Only this time he would not specifically aim at something to avoid hitting his partner. Tears were still flowing from his eyes, and he said openly that he didn't like Son Ka Yeon, and if she wanted to stop Shahan Sun, then let her do it. If she wanted to kill him, then let her kill him. Then let her do whatever she wanted to do. But he wouldn't work with someone who said that about everything that was going on around them. The girl also started to get angry, only she didn't say anything. Once again this guy raises his hand on her. Once again he does nothing and only tries to intimidate her. And now she thought that it was undeserved. She just expressed her sincere opinion, no matter how rude it was. Shahan Sun stood on the edge of that hole he made in the hospital wall. He could directly smell blood. It wasn't just blood. That smell was coming from those scum, from the beasts. He kicked off the edge and jumped up. His strength allowed him to make a very high and long jump. He had made up his mind. Since he had met such an attitude, it was just disgusting to work with him, because Shahan Sun would finish them off himself, no matter what. He could avenge everything those beasts had done. He didn't know where to look for them yet, but his suspicions fell on a quiet, secluded place, where they could hide from the eyes of others and they wouldn't be declassified. And the place should be such that decent people wouldn't go there. That was the home of these beasts. And right now they were sitting in ambush. But not all of them were waiting for the enemy. Some of them preferred to eat. Only the peculiarity of local meals is that they love human meat. So one man was ordered to stop eating and was called a pig. They were pissed off that he always chews when they have important business. They don't even know when these hunting dogs will invade them. To which the hungry man replied that one should always be grateful for food. They were not a couple or 3 people here, but a whole settlement. At a glance they looked like ordinary people, except that their eyes were red, scars on the body and sometimes met sharp claws. The fat man contemplated, licking his fingers. That as much fun as it was. They had trashed the whole hospital there. But what the ringleader was going to do, summoning those damn dogs. To which his interlocutor answered him that they could not ferret out rats like them, so the beasts were making them come to them themselves. And so far there was a lull, but they believed that sooner or later their guests would come to them. But there was still some doubt as to whether it would do any good if they caught the man and killed him, whether it would make much difference, or whether it would still be just a miserable attempt. Suddenly there was a sound outside the door. Everyone inside the building fell silent. Silence was created and only lone whispers were heard somewhere behind them. Some couldn't believe that their plan, which was so simple, had worked. Just then one of the men turned to the fat man, saying that it was not worth the piss, as he could see these dogs even coming through the front door. He laughed at them, thinking this organization was quite stupid. He himself walked over to open the door as if it were an ordinary house, assuming it was probably the same girl. At least that's who he was expecting. The man showed his face in the doorway, grinning nastily, continued to mutter to himself where this man got his power from. The last thing he had time to say was that he too was a beast, but his speech was interrupted by a strong fist punch that dented his cheek, his eyes almost popping out of his eye sockets. Shahan Sun didn't stop punching. He punched again, and he did it so hard that he blew his enemy's head off. He didn't seem to be expecting such a guest, but the fact that someone from the special agency fell for it couldn't help but be happy. but for now everyone stood in shock. They had not thought that the one who would come would be one of them, and secondly, that someone would come here with such force and try to build his own order from the very beginning. The man in front of them, or rather the monster, was baring his teeth. He was almost hissing, asking if these scum had killed all the people in the hospital. That was what he was worried about. From that event he had become involved in an unpleasant conversation about humanity. He had to remember the past. And suddenly one of those who expected to see ordinary people said something inaudible. He was surprised to meet this man, because he recognized him. It was clear from the round eyes from surprise. He immediately turned into an ugly, creepy beast with his eyes bulging. His nose turned down and his teeth now looked like fangs. The same thing started to happen to the other monsters because they had already recognized that he was the kid who had killed his own kin in the area. Shahan Sun took a firm grip on his shirt. The fabric easily obeyed his strong hands, and the kid confessed that it was really him. He had killed all of them without regretting it. He wanted to. And then he tore off his outer clothes and with an ugly look, because the wrinkles on his forehead were already overlapping each other, gritting his teeth, began to shout that now he would destroy them all. The monsters were expecting this, so they immediately started to attack. A huge pile of muscles rushing towards him, opening their mouths and shouting to scare the enemy away and warn him that they would not let him live. But Shahan Sun dealt with it very quickly. He was able to rip off a limb from the beast that was moving towards him with a single movement of his hand. At the tremendous speed he had accelerated to almost from the first step. He was very happy about it and was not going to stop. The next thing he did was to run at the other, bigger monster. He started pounding it with his fists right in the stomach. He couldn't even take a breath. He didn't think he would be taken so fast and pounded so hard. His one huge eye was bulging, his capillaries were bursting, and his mouth was in the shape of a tube. Saliva was coming out of his mouth as he screamed. He let the air out of his lungs, but he couldn't get it back in. And Shahan Sun punched without reducing speed, without reducing strength. He was until he saw that his hands, knuckles covered in blood, until the opponent froze, which meant that he was dead. He would beat his opponents so that the ground under his opponents would squeeze through. He would make sure that the heads of the beasts were smashed into small pieces of bones. He was no longer afraid of blood in this state like back then in the hospital. He liked it because this blood of monsters that kill others, particularly bad death. Shahan Sun prepared for those who tried to attack him. So one monster tried to bite off the guy's arm, grabbing him with his teeth, not even realizing that he did it for nothing. Then the guy turned into a monster, grabbed the monster by the head, started to pull hard, and the guy, as if the stupidest creature, did not even think to let go of his hand. He really wanted to show that this guy is nobody here. Except now, it seems, there is a new owner. All this happened until Shahan Sun put his foot on the beast's body and pulled the head with full force. He finally ripped it off. The monster's teeth also stayed on his hand to bite it off. Only now he wouldn't be able to. The brunette felt every movement around him. He could prevent any attack. It was as if he had an aura around him that helped him understand what his opponent's next move would be. This was what made him invincible. And of course his fighting skill. In human form he would never be able to do something like this. But now he was tearing monsters apart. And sometimes he did tricks that made the bloody mess even worth watching. Shahan Sun didn't even think about slowing down. He was trying to make himself angrier with each passing second, remembering everything he had been through, everything the monsters had done, all the pain that was inside of him, inside of the people who had been hurt by the beasts. He had absorbed it into himself to avenge it all, and to do so in hand-to-hand combat. His blows were crisp, confident, without error, as if he had rehearsed it so many times, as if he knew the peculiarity of every beast that was here. Blood flew in different directions, falling in drops on his face, hope, on the walls and floor. One man had not yet managed to turn into a mutant, only had time to look around. How many of his kind had died, pouring blood, and emptily recovered terribly. He knew perfectly well that he himself could not go against this guy. It seemed that he was about to decide to run away. He thought for too long, standing in one place. When he looked up he saw Shahan Sun already approaching him, who had grouped himself into something like a bomb. His feet were turned flat, a little too much to the side of his heels. It hit him right in the face with its soles. The guy had already straightened his legs, thus crushing the head of the enemy completely. The blood now also painted his pants and feet. But another monster was defeated. Shahan Sun crouched down, putting his hands behind his back. He was so angry that he was now trying to use it as a means of power in modifying his body. He didn't care that he was standing right in the skull of his enemy. From his hands, bone spikes began to appear on his forearms. Just like the time he realized he could control his own body, he was taking on the heavy artillery. Now he would proceed to those who posed a greater danger to him. In a circle he flew around one of the beasts, he flew over its head, he slid under its legs, right between them, thus running his blades in a circle around its case. The monster split in half before Shahan Sun lowered his arms, which was a good thing because he didn't have time to do so. The blood wouldn't get on his face. When he lowered his hands, his face was unrecognizable. Only two red glowing eyes could be seen. He was screaming. The ground shook. It was terrifying. It was clear that no one would come out of this house alive except for him. Such rage seemed to be something that the guy had never felt before. And then the silence began to reign. The last opponent remained in front of the guy. His hands with long bony fingers and sharp claws held the cigarette butt. There was a lot of it in the ashtray. Judging from the wrinkles hanging from his skin, this man was not young, and was expressing his amazement at what Shahan Sun was able to arrange here. He was even more amazed at how rude he was. He was sitting in front of a huge panoramic window, looking out over the city, with one-story houses in the distance and multi-story houses in the distance. He didn't turn to face the guy yet. Shahan Sun stood motionless, but a shadow fell across his face. He remained silent without saying anything. He knew himself that he would kill everyone here today, so this old man would die too, but he wanted to hear what he would say to his only question. Then the old man got up from his chair, saying that he was expecting a hunting dog and a stray dog came to him. His voice was so disrespectful. As many monsters as the guy in the building had drunk too much. In front of Shahan Sun stood an old wiry man. He had no hair on the top of his head, only on the back. He was wearing shorts and a stretchy t-shirt, standing completely barefoot. Then the guy in a cold voice, as if absolutely everything that would happen next depended on it, asked why the beasts had killed these people. That was what he was worried about. That was why so many beasts had just gotten hurt. The man was surprised that this stranger was asking about such a thing. It only showed that he was definitely not a hunting dog. He just happened to wander in here and got information about all this. And then he confessed that the reason they kill people is to survive, because of their own beliefs. There are many reasons. The old man came closer and closer to the guy, as if he wasn't afraid that at any moment he might kill him too. Well, in the end his face came right up to the guy. His eyes were not visible, as if they were not sealed with skin, and his lips stretched in a smile. He confessed that after he became like that, the old man started killing people only because it is very fun. He said it so casually, as if he was talking about good weather and birds singing, and then asked the guy, since he also bought many people, isn't he having fun? I had a worried opinion about this guy, but Shahan Sun stood there completely unaware of what was going on. How can you talk such nonsense? He shook his hand harder, preparing to hit the old man. He even swung, realizing that he would kill him as quickly as all those he had dealt with a little earlier. The man in front of him swung his leg so fast that it was almost impossible to notice it. The same blow hit the guy in the face. Everything happened at the speed of light. Shahan Sun was shocked. The sharp pain only added to the certainty that he was no longer in control of the situation. Blood was gushing from his mouth, which he tried to hold back with his lips, but he was not very good at it. Suddenly he noticed that the hand that was heading towards the old man was also restrained by his own hand, which was much thinner, just wiry and weak, but he managed to defend himself with a simple arm stop. He grabbed onto Shahan Sun harder, and managed to flip him over so that he flew off and fell. But he didn't just twist him once, he swung him around in a circle until the guy started throwing up. And while this was happening, he was trying to put together in his mind how this was happening, why this old man was so strong, why the guy couldn't strike. But the biggest thing was to figure out how to process this situation. And then the old man raised his hand. His face was as emotionless as usual. He was not going to spare his opponent. For him it was moment X. And immediately he struck the strongest part of his palm on Shahan Sun's face. His blood had already spread on the ground below him. The guy felt his nose breaking, the front of his skull being squeezed through. It was a terrible pain. There was almost nothing left of his face. You could see the outline of his eyebrows, his lower lip and the teeth that peeked out. But in the center it was all bloody, as if turned into mincemeat. The old man stood over him and only scoffed at how young Shahan Sun was. Inattentive, not too inexperienced. Because of that he was defeated. He ironically said that he was sorry. Too bad. If the guy had met a good mentor he could have become much stronger. And suddenly he saw a movement as the guy tried to spit out the blood that had accumulated in his mouth. A nasty smirk appeared on his face. He asked him if he was still alive, which said that the opponent was tough after all, and suddenly said so be it. and that he ordered him to get up, because it was still bright. He bent the fingers on his hand, and raised it higher, as if showing off his claws. Something strange was happening. His head started to spin on its axis, but he hadn't done that in a long time. He was asking the guy if he wanted the old man to teach him a couple tricks. It looked creepy. The guy had already recovered. He was up and you didn't care about blood. He was gaining the swing to hit this old man, and the guy was defending himself in return, literally with one hand, claiming that this youngster couldn't even hit him. And so he managed to hit the guy in the face with his elbow, causing him to bleed new blood. He started making strange movements in the air, as if he was summoning a whirlwind, and spoke of fighting stronger monsters. Soon he directed all the power he had just gathered around him directly at Shahan Sun. He was spinning his arms so fast that he didn't give the guy any chance at all, which made him conclude that he was no match for him. Then Shahan Sun tried to gather all his strength, his muscles trying to fill with energy, to finally fight back this beast who had brought him into these games unfairly. And finally he was able to retaliate. Swinging his arm hard, he thought he hit the old man, but in fact he only painted the concrete under his feet. Here he came to shock at what he saw in front of him. He thought he was finally able to equal this man in damage done, but it turned out not to be the case at all. The old man was right next to him. In his hands almost he was taunting the guy, say he had very sharp fangs. Asked if he wanted to tear this old body. Only question is whether he could handle it. Suddenly he touched his head with his own hands. Shahan Sun was shocked. He couldn't control his body. What the hell is this? He had never seen anything like this before. At the same moment he felt a terrible pain in his head. He tried to stop it, to take control of his body, but he couldn't do anything while the old man stood over him and laughed. Something was happening to his body. The old man kicked him in the knee a couple more times, broke his leg altogether. The guy couldn't take the pain anymore, tried to get better with it somehow. His face was disfigured. One eye was closed because it was completely swollen. The other one was out. He was in so much pain that he just wanted to kill himself. Muscles were torn and bones all broken. He can't fight, and he can't escape. He only had to watch his opponent as he completely crippled him. He could already see the final blow coming towards him that would finish him off. Shahan Sun couldn't believe that he was going to die right there, but there was nothing he could do but accept his fate. While suddenly something else swept across the guy's floor, blocking the blow from crushing his head and killing him completely. The blow came just in time. It split instead of where they were standing. There were only broken pebbles around. There was nothing left of the whole floor. Shahan Sun was conventionally in a dream. He couldn't believe that he would still live for a while, but what was more surprising was who he saw in front of him. And the old man who was doing the punching wasn't happy about it. He couldn't check that there was someone who was able to repel his punch. It was Son Ka Yeon. In one hand she was holding her sweater and in the other her weapon. From under her feet was rising, and she said that the night today really sucked. She started blaming everything on the guy, looking at him with contempt, saying that he was a pathetic brat, because he ran away with such eagerness that now, let him better get away before it gets worse. Shahan Sun couldn't admit it, but it was still worth it. He couldn't fully handle this task he had set for himself. No matter how many ordinary beasts he defeated, he would die here against one. And so the girl threw off her sweater completely. She turned to the old man, saying that she was now his opponent. There was a lot of confidence in her too, but could she do any better? Then the old man laughed, started to make some movements with his hands, and said that another new toy had arrived. He would certainly not be bored today. The girl got into a fighting stance and pointed her blade straight at the enemy, saying that he could laugh as much as he wanted, because he would die today. It would be the last laugh he could give out. She grasped the hilt very tightly, and at first she made not very fast but very powerful movement, and then she began to disperse the blows. The girl tried to hit the opponent, but he was not very easy. He jumped, did a twist in the air, bent so that the blade could not hit him. Son Ka Yeon tried to move just as fast, just as agilely. She even succeeded, her feet moving so fast that it was almost imperceptible. She didn't lag behind her opponent by a single step. The only thing was that she couldn't fly, but she tried to cut him off with her ball, but he kept dodging. Whatever pirouettes she did with the ball, the old man managed to get out of the way and add his own. The fight was difficult. It was hard to understand who was leading. The girl was already confused about what was going on. She couldn't distinguish between the blows she was making alone and the ones the opponent was setting. Which ones she shouldn't fall into. They acted so fast that they did not notice the movement of their hands. The old man looked at the girl and thought she was a well-trained girl. But there was one thing. At this moment he was able to grasp Son Ka Yeon's blade. He held it so tightly that the blonde couldn't move it, and his hand had nothing. At the same moment he was able to turn her over. He began to twirl her the same way he had just twirled her predecessor. No matter how hard he tried, he still thought she was just a beginner who couldn't compare to him. And then with a blank smile he extended his arm, preparing to nail the girl. But as soon as he moved his arm, though its speed was instantaneous, it rested against her leg and did nothing to her. The limb was solid and firm. He was surprised that the girl was able to resist it. She was on the floor. She was lying on her side and only the second girl was leaning. He seemed to have underestimated her too much the first time. She managed to wrap her leg around her enemy's arm to make a tight hold. He didn't even notice this move because it was quick and well thought out. No mistakes. Son Ka Yeon was able to do it so much that the old man just had to bend over. And at the same moment the girl hit with her second foot very hard. His face was turned into a bloody mess. The girl didn't even have to use a weapon. This monster's face was already completely covered in blood. Bones were broken, but he didn't pay attention to the pain, as the blonde flew at him from a height, swinging the ball. The man could not understand how this brat was able to bypass his Aiki, a principle and tactic in Japanese martial arts, according to which the defender merges with the attacker without colliding and mastering him, using internal force or ki energy to perform counter techniques. Son Ka Yeon was able to pick the right moment to strike with her blade. She made such wide and fast strikes that she had to bend over. She wanted to bring the attack all the way to the ground to definitely defeat her opponent. And the same old man's body was crushed into two pieces, not detached, releasing blood, and very soon were about to fall to the ground. Son Ka Yeon squatted down, a bloody blade in her hands, and then looked in the direction of the enemy to see if it was finally over. But it wasn't, except that the girl didn't lose heart, because she still found the strength to fight on. The old man recognized that this was simply amazing and asked the girl, calling her baby, who her mentor was. The girl realized that the wound was healing, which meant it wasn't deep enough. She asked what the fuck the man was talking about. What mentor was he talking about? Only to be told that his mama was her mentor. The old man pulled himself together. It seemed almost impossible to defeat him and kill him completely, and said that in any case, this girl was an unusual person, and then laughed, because he himself did not believe that there was a worthy opponent for him. He crouched down and put his arms out, twisting them. He said that there was nothing left for him to do but show his grin to further frighten and confuse his new opponent. He summoned his fangs. His eyes were black. Blood ran down his face. His hair began to rise up. He clenched his fists harder, which he placed different sides in front of his body, gathering the strength to do the right thing as he used very complicated tactics. But it wasn't just fangs, it was demon fangs. He was better off being swallowed up by a huge whirlwind like tornado appeared in front of Son Ka Yeon. It was red, incredibly tall. The girl was at a loss at first, but then she was happy as if it would not interfere with her. She was even happy that her opponent had a special technique, so he had not wasted years. And at that moment this tornado broke off from the place, as if a huge worm began to move directly towards the girl, wriggling, rising up and falling down. The girl also went into a rage, even catching a high from it, raising her weapon. She said that she would really appreciate it if the old man would attack head-on instead of like a rat from the back, so that it would split his head in two. Son Ka Yeon swung her blade, going straight at that huge worm. She was not afraid of what might happen to her. She had already made a point that everyone should fight for their life. Also, she was doing the same. The old man was shouting. He was confident that he would win with the here and now, like she was doing forever. His eyes were burning red. He was spinning right in this huge world, ready to tear apart the girl in front of him. Son Ka Yeon on the other hand was not lagging behind in her self-confidence either. Now she became more beast-like. Wrinkles and veins appeared on her forehead. Her eyes began to glow a bright yellow. Her teeth became fangs. And so they came together in such a battle that only rocks and dust flew off, which blocked out whatever was there. They fought so diligently that all they could do was concentrate on destroying the enemy. From such hellish fighting, the entire building that served as the venue for the battle began to crumble and fall down. Dust flew from it and pieces of the slabs from which it was built. Of course, such an event was felt in the other part of the city as well. Boulders were falling down, covering everything underneath them. Dust and earth were rising into the air and blocking the view of everything that was happening there. So one could only hope that everything would end well for those fighting the evil. Now Shahan Sun finally realized that this girl was too strong. The guy tried to get out from under the rubble that covered him and crushed him. He was covered in blood and was actually glad that he had gotten some time to rest. The guy all bloody looked forward and through the itching and pain in all his muscles after being maimed several times. He hoped that it was over and everything was okay now. Not far away from him he noticed two bodies, Son Ka Yeon and the old man who had organized the whole thing. It took him a while to look because everything was scattering in front of his eyes. Now he saw something that made him go fucking nuts. The girl was able to cut off the beast's arm and stab it in the throat with her katana. She only had a few drops of blood on her. Unlike her opponent who was covered in it, she pressed her hands even harder on the hilt of her weapon to finally finish off her opponent who was still somehow conscious. The old man had no regrets about this fight. He had found a very fascinating specimen. From the ones he had fought, he himself had become somewhat respectful of the girl who was able to defeat him. Son Ka Yeon swung once more, viciously and powerfully. By doing so she managed to chop off the head of the old man who had nightmarished them for so long. It was a hard battle for her too, but the blood that gushed from the man's neck was a true sublime experience. Shahan Sun looked at the girl and couldn't believe that she had managed to defeat the enemy that he couldn't handle. Even though he was able to defeat so many beasts that he thought he was invincible. Now he realized that he shouldn't underestimate the one who had done such a feat. Realizing that Son Ka Yeon also had a very deep wound, it was not clear how she was still alive and standing so courageously. It was both frightening and admirable, because the guy could not last in such a state. Then Shahan Sun paid attention to the girl's stomach, which was too bruised, but it seems that Son Ka Yeon was able to keep her face even in this situation. There was not a single hint that she was in incredible pain, only a slight discomfort. Even after the comment about her condition, the blonde only sat down. It was obvious that it would be even easier for her to bear the pain, and asked her to ignore it. She knew that she wouldn't just die like that. She had different thoughts about leaving her life and fighting for it. Son Ka Yeon only took out a pack of cigarettes, looking at what she had left and acknowledged the fact that she hadn't had one of those in a long time. Despite all her pride and how eccentric she might have seemed, she recognized that that old man wasn't a bad opponent at all and made her sweat. And at that moment she only noticed how her hand started to spurt out blood, which splashed like a fountain. The girl's eyes widened. The pain did not come at once and signaled her brain, but it was enough to realize that something was definitely wrong. The hand was severed, and the same clutched pack of cigarettes remained among the fingers, as if nothing had happened, as if it had been originally intended. They looked to the side, and there was the body of an old man without arms and legs still stood up, and he took the position from which he was likely to attack. He said that such moments are the most fun. He could not calm down. It was foolish to assume that he would give up so quickly. He looked at those who were already completely exhausted from the fight, saying that it was nice to be stomped to death while looking down from above, but to dramatically change everything at a critical moment, it was so fun in its own way. He was surprised that the girl didn't know about it. Son Ka Yeon was already very surprised, but the enemy had also made her realize that he knew that the girl was also made for fighting. She didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, especially in a state where she couldn't put up a decent resistance. The monster realized this by looking into her eyes. In order to fight against them, humans created imitations that mimicked the body of the beast in order to somehow resist them. Realizing that they could not deal with stronger beasts on their own, they needed a new species that could deal with their enemies. However, the old man had heard that the experiment had failed and all the scum had been disposed of, except for one person, which was Son Ka Yeon. She could do things that ordinary people couldn't and was certainly stronger than some of the agents who were of the same suit. Shahan Sun was surprised at the information he heard. He had no idea that this wench was artificially created for battles, although this fact was not hard to assume. Maybe he didn't find the clue simply because he didn't question or think about Son Ka Yeon's essence. Then the old man moved forward, shifting his skinny, wiry legs, saying that despite what he said, the girl was only on the level of a child, at least to him. The monster was surprised that the opponent thought that cutting off his head would end him. The body began to twist into knots, and unfortunately for these guys, this side was originally not the head, only he wasn't going to give away where his weak point actually was. Of course, because of that, the fight continued. Son Ka Yeon, disregarding all the pain in her body, she grabbed her weapon and was going to continue her battle, even though she realized that she wouldn't be able to give out the same result that she was able to show not too long ago. It was hard for the blonde to move in such a state, but she was able to dodge the attacks, but it was still hard to hit on her own. But for the opponent, it was an entertainment worth looking for, and he was moving very actively, even though he was missing some of his limbs. Son Ka Yeon was already at her limit. Her body was exhausted, but she was trying to squeeze out all the strength she needed to survive. She was gritting her teeth, clenching them very hard to hold back the pain and not lose consciousness. And the old man only poked her, provoked her, asking what was the matter, because before the girl was stronger. Whether the blonde was weakened because of the fact that her hand was cut off and her stomach was pierced. It turns out, the old man concluded, even if she imitated their bodies, she was still a human being. He was telling her already to her face that the severity of the pain was simply unbearable for her. He was able to hit at the same moment hit her in the stomach so hard that there was no longer just a hole, but a through hole. Blood hit a geyser from her back, right into the holes. Son Ka Yeon's body bent. This extra pain made all the other deafness become as sharp as possible. The girl couldn't take it anymore. She was now allowing herself to let out a moan of pain, loud and nasty. Her eyes were wide open. Her capillaries were starting to burst. It seemed like this was her end. One more pain as severe as this and she would pass out altogether. While the enemy was in a lost state, retreating from the fight, the old man applied the Fong ability again. His hand began to transform into something that was simply elusive, like a ribbon that continued the limb, but it was far more dangerous. It was the demon's destructive strike Fong. It was now a completely similar form, a swirling red tornado that would crush anyone, and given that his opponent was already almost without any strength at all, it seemed that she only had enough of it to contain the pain inside her. But the fact that her insides were being torn apart and she was going through hell. Son Ka Yeon realized that she would definitely not survive such an attack. A technique from such a distance. There was no turning back. She had to at least take a defensive stance. Otherwise she would have to leave this world at this place. Suddenly a guy appeared in front of her. He covered Son Ka Yeon with his body, taking the blow on himself, and the whirlwind began to spin as fast as a drill, intending to drill a hole in the guy. He could feel his bones and muscles turning into one. The pain was unbearable. Shahan Sun knew what could be waiting for him when he decided to cover his partner with his body, but he couldn't really imagine that this was the pain he would start to feel. It was maddening. Anyone would have died of pain shock by now. It felt like his body was disintegrating into shards. The power of the demon's fawn was making rips on every area of his body. The wounds were very deep, but as if out of spite he didn't cut the bones completely, as if he wanted to bring as much pain, agony as possible, and death would be expected further down the line. Very soon, this phase stopped. Smoke and dust rose around. Stone shards were still falling. It spoke of how fast this attack was, but for those who didn't participate, it was truly an eternity. Son Ka Yeon sat leaning on her weapon. She tried to catch her breath, and then she finally realized what had happened. She looked towards the guy, and even though he had protected her, she started to get angry at him. But of course she wasn't devaluing what her partner had done. She just couldn't understand why he sacrificed himself to protect her when she had a lot more injuries. And Shahan Sun was completely too bad to react in any way to those words, especially to her calling him a stupid brat. And his muscles and some of his bones were cut. The tears on his body were like he was all made of paper. Son Ka Yeon was already screaming. Rage was raging inside her. She didn't think that someone could go for such a reckless act. She asked, aggressively, "Who asked in guy for help? He can't even stand. Is he crazy? Does he want to die so badly?" But in response she didn't hear an answer to her question, only a quiet, through gritted teeth, suggestion that Shahan Sun already hated her. He didn't know what to feel at this moment when he had tried to do everything to save another and he wasn't grateful, but he didn't have the energy for a personal conflict. He had to somehow defend himself against the pain that was starting to break through. He leaned on his bloody fist, gathering all his strength in one place. Even more he hated not the girl, but her habit of ignoring weak people and thinking that the battle was her everything. Shahan Sun was not in agreement with this thought, and expressed it directly. The guy was able to get up. He was angry, showed his teeth, and said that he was motivated by a great reluctance to see Son Ka Yeon die, so he decided that it was better to sacrifice himself, and that's what it led to. The right sleeve did not hold up at all. All it was forced to be a part of the body was a couple of tissues. The left shoulder, as if it was about to fall off too. He yelled at the girl as if she was a little kid being told off. The guy asked her to stop doing that. He didn't want to see anyone die in front of him anymore. And this time the girl didn't resist. She listened to the end, trying to understand everything her partner was telling her and what he was feeling. Shahan Sun looked her straight in the eyes and told her that he would never let that happen again. He clearly remembered how Son Ka Yeon came to his aid when he was almost dying here, and he was ready to do the same for her. But he didn't owe it to the girl. He would do that to every person who was here, trying to protect him too. He stood beside her, and their bloody and mangled bodies were one team again. They were ready to fight together, to get out of here alive. On whatever note they came together, no warm phrases to each other, no speeches of motivation, but they felt the gut of their partner, felt that together they could succeed. After a not long pause in which they were waiting for the opponent to show himself, Son Ka Yeon decided to take the first word, asking the guy if he wanted to win. This surprised Shahan Sun a bit. He looked in her direction, not understanding what other option they had but to fight only to win, and then he realized the point. The girl was saying that if he wanted to win, he should listen to her if he had the strength, by all means, and further the girl was saying that she would take everything on herself. The guy realized that her partner had a clear plan in her head, but he was also amazed that just now they had talked about the fact that fighting alone, exposing themselves to blows, is not a solution at all, and now their new plan is based on this. But he did not object, he had no other ideas. Suddenly, in the puffs of smoke mixed with small pieces of concrete remnants, a silhouette appeared. No doubt it was their enemy, who ordered the couple to end it. The fact that they were stalling wouldn't do them any good. They would be dead anyway. While even more he was annoyed that these two were talking so much. They would be better off showing their potential. Immediately the man rushed towards his opponents, issuing punches one after another, trying to crush his opponents, teach them a lesson that would be the last in their lives. Shahan Sun was taking all these blows, putting his hands into a block to prevent the attacks from going further, and the old man was already at his limit, asking where that girl was hiding, switching to the guy's identity, asking him how he, a pathetic boy, dared to still stand against him if it was already clear that he had lost long ago. But the guy was not going to give up. After waiting for a certain moment, he swung his arms to the side so hard that he was able to throw the enemy away, gaining at least a couple of seconds for a breather and to think about what could be next. The old man's decapitated body began to transform as he flew, summoning the power that he had tried to fight his opponents with before. He couldn't believe that this guy was such a fool to still brag about his power, but as long as he decided to, it was worth it to see if he could withstand the next attack. The man summoned the demonic serpent's fong. Now those spirals that had caused so much damage to the bodies of those opposing him were even bigger, even longer, and it looked like there were 3 of them, and somewhere in there they were intertwined into something whole. They were moving right on Shahan Sun. Against them the guy seemed like a real ant, just as small and helpless. The brunette was frightened. It was a real terror in his heart, seeing how huge the beast had become. Shahan Sun finally doubted whether he could resist, and very soon the conclusion came to himself that he could not resist. Will only have to dodge. But how only to dodge such a huge scarecrow? But suddenly he had a strange feeling. When he thought about his next thought of evasion, immediately Shahan Sun was transported back to his own space, where he tried to deal with his personality and feelings with beliefs. The guy couldn't believe that he was thinking about running away again. If he was still the coward he had been since the beginning of his life, and his pathetic attempts to show himself strong and brave ended with Shahan Sun once again deciding that running away was the best option. He hated everything, the reality. Since his birth, it is a series of suffering and pain, and at some point he has a power that he cannot cope with, find the right use for it, because he got it after so many years of weakness. He clenched his fist hard, drops of blood falling from his fist to the floor as Shahan Sun seemed to be making a decision that would change his behavior and outlook. There was still pain in him as well, the pain he had inflicted not too long ago on someone who did it all the time to himself, completely out of control of the force. Anger was also his personality, but as it turns out, quite a while ago, it was just that he had been holding it back all this time and then couldn't hold it back anymore, thinking that his power would allow him to say everything without repercussions, everything that had boiled up over the years. But even more, he was driven to rash actions by grief, like when he saw the horror of what the beasts were doing in the hospital. If he hadn't freaked out then and thought about what he was doing, all this might not have happened. He thinks he's fighting it, but no, really, he was just running away, and nothing has changed since then, as ridiculous as it sounds. But he was running away even from this feeling he's trying to hide from, blazing with anger, soaked in grief, intoxicated by this power. Shahan Sun was running away, under the pretext of fighting. Now he realized that what he hated most was not everything around him, but himself, who was always only running away. And now he was angry, but now he would not do rash actions. He would calculate everything. The guy came to one thought: he must fight. That's why he began to call out to his bones, muscles, and basically the whole body, so that they formed to the limit, and his body really began to transform, as if to gather again in a new pile of muscles. His anger was uncontainable. The guy shouted with all his might. He tried to drown out the pain that had already settled in his muscles, and now it was added by the transformation of the limb, which he could not lift up so easily now, because it began to look like a large sharp weapon, except that there was no iron, no metal, just muscle, veins, tendons, all of it to now come to his goal. Now all he needed was the strength to fight, to not run away again, and to stand proudly. The old man, seeing this, was shocked. He had not seen such a thing yet and wondered how is it possible that a Fong erupted in such a short time? It takes too much time, which Shahan Sun did not have. But there was too little time to deal with this topic, because the guy was already heading towards the enemy. Now he was confident that he could give their duo time to get their act together and weaken the enemy enough. He would want the old man to get his portion of everything he had given to Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon as well. The brunette burst into all that hurricane of Fong that the enemy had created, and it made the mutation become so soft, as if made of plasticine, succumbed to his hands, which were no longer like normal hands, and there was already much more strength in them. The old man panicked at what was happening now, but still thought that nevertheless, it was just a newly erupted tooth. All he needed to do was to hold on for a few more seconds, so he tried to invest enough strength to not give the victory to these children. And Shahan Sun tried to put in enough effort to break through the hurricane that threatened their lives. It was hard for him, but clenching his teeth he tried to endure it all anyway. He had a task and to set himself up. To set Son Ka Yeon up he just couldn't. He couldn't afford it. Soon enough, he was able to get in and let Son Ka Yeon in as well. She praised the guy, saying that he had held up just fine. Now she could start her party too. The girl talked about how the kid had risked his life to earn those few seconds, and it was enough to slit the enemy's throat. Her speech was not clear because she had a blade in her teeth. She clasped her hand to now help the newcomer in the battle. The old man finally realized the fact that he was able to be bypassed. He shouted, not understanding how it was possible for the children who couldn't defeat him in a moment, suffering as if they couldn't do anything at all, and then suddenly put up such resistance. Son Ka Yeon used her blood sword ability. She swung her sword and accelerated to the point where the blades turned into traces, sparks raining from her eye, as if the fire that was always burning inside her was showing its full glory at this moment. She used a slashing blow, heading into the very center of the chaos. It came together with the old man's strength in an equal fight. One could only hope that he was weakened enough that she could do her best to kill him once and for all. And the beast was tearing himself apart, and he was cursing these little creatures that were preventing him from ending this whole thing properly. Just like a pain in the ass. Now he was getting anxious about the fact that he might lose to the two kids who couldn't put him down until now. Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon were at the stage where they were taking out all their rage and putting it into attacks. They were now in their brutal form and were not going to stop until their opponent was completely breathless. The forces in Son Ka Yeon and the old man converged into one vortex. They were trying to eliminate each other and were fighting on equal terms for now. But the girl couldn't weaken her strength, therefore only continued to put her full strength out. And now the red ribbons began to dissolve. Realizing that this stage was complete and the duo of those who until recently hated each other landed on the ground together, they were already quite weak, but realized that if it was necessary, they would try to find the strength to already finish everything to the end. The man remembered wishing for limitless strength, an indestructible body, and a fist that would never weaken. He was in great physical shape himself, but still wished for more like most people. But as time passes the body fades and the fists grow weak. The man wanted to be more than just a man. This desire was eating him from the inside out. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he decided to just follow it. And at some point a stranger came to him, a man. He was immediately suspicious but still had to be listened to. He didn't ask to be given his word. He spoke it. He quite suddenly said that the body that the one who would end up being a real monster wanted, and the power that he desired so much, all this man could give him. It sounded even stranger. And then said that the man should only drink his blood, and then he would get everything he wanted, an immortal body, and limitless power. The stranger held out his hand, showing visually what to do. The man understood perfectly well that this power would not be given for nothing, so he immediately proceeded to the main thing in this conversation. What was the price of all that he would get? What he would have to give for it? And suddenly the man changed his face and voice. He said that he would have to give up everything that he had lived and everything that he would still live. To give up everything human. This is a deal that not everyone would dare to make when they heard what they would have to pay for it. As you can see from what was happening now, the man was not afraid of such a risky deal. He drank the blood, became what he wanted, gave it all up. But did it bring him such power? Now he realized, through the pain, through the buzzing in his head, that this was the price. He had given up everything for this power, and following the power, had reached the true end. He hadn't thought it would lead him to this, but even more he regretted what he had lost in the process. Namely that he had given up all people, his friends, his wife and children. Such was the price for the power he had received. He was brave enough to graduate from it, but not strong enough to use it properly. But, lying completely torn, he was still laughing, even though it upset him. He knew perfectly well that something like this was going to happen someday. That's why he was preparing for it, and took everything that was happening for granted. After all, he clearly understood that power wouldn't last for 10 years, and a flower can't bloom for 10 days. At some point it must fade, just like power. Now all he had to do was watch his parts fly through the air, falling to the ground. Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon were lying on the ground. They were already in their usual form, all torn up, covered in blood, limbless, trying to breathe in as much air as they could so it wouldn't end like this. All that warmed them was the blood splattered around them. They couldn't believe it was finally over. The guy couldn't speak properly, he couldn't feel his body, and he couldn't even believe that it was over. He asked his partner, did they really win? Did they really manage to live to the end? To survive it all? Son Ka Yeon was in the same state of mind. She only said that if that old man didn't resurrect after they had wiped him out, then yes, they had won. But if he got up now, they would definitely be finished. Shahan Sun was looking up at the sky. He was analyzing everything that had happened to him, what he had come to during the battle. It was about morals. He wished he hadn't. But if this battle hadn't happened, he wouldn't have learned such an important lesson for himself. And then he turned to the girl. He said thank you sincerely for helping him. If it wasn't for Son Ka Yeon, he would have been dead long ago. The girl looked at him, not expecting to hear that, although he could have guessed it after what they had been through together. And then she looked away. It was hard for her to say what she intended to say, right to his face, clearing her throat. She still let out that it was mutual. She wouldn't have been among the living long ago either, if the guy hadn't helped, but that was out of the question. Pride was still in her heart. She thought about the fact that she couldn't feel her hand, that they basically couldn't feel the limbs we had torn off, but the pain was already starting to fade, turning into something to ignore. Suddenly, she turned to Shahan Sun, drawing his attention, and he slowly turned around, not because he didn't want to look at her faster, but because he was physically and mentally exhausted. And then she saw a lighter in her hands. Click! The wheel hit the flint, and a tongue of flame came out of it, with a cigarette already approaching it. It was Son Ka Yeon who was trying to dull the physical pain and depression. She couldn't do it on her own. That's why she asked the guy. Her limbs couldn't afford to hold anything at the moment. And Shahan Sun asked her if she had to smoke in this situation, to which she received a surprised intonation that after a fight like this she should definitely smoke a cigarette, because it was pretty obvious. And then she asked if she should give the guy one too, but he said he didn't want to. He didn't smoke, and he didn't want to start trying. He knew it could lead to addiction. The blonde looked away, thinking that since this old man had blabbed everything, there was no point in hiding anything. The guy had already asked the girl once about her family. It was a strange moment for revelation, but Son Ka Yeon thought it was the best for confession. She really doesn't know much. All she remembers is that she was created to fight beasts, and Son Ka Yeon has never thought of any other life but this one. That's why she continues to do it. That's why she hasn't said anything about herself. Shahan Sun kept the conversation going by saying that his strength is similar to the girl's. Does that mean she was given to him to fight? And then admitted that he just hates fighting, and will never love it. He couldn't inflict physical pain because he knew firsthand what it was like to be a victim. Hurting himself, and hurting someone else. He would never get used to it, and he didn't want to do it. Seeing someone die. The picture he saw in the hospital where a mother clutched her son, coming face to face with monsters, appeared in front of his eyes. Shahan Sun clenched his fist, talking about the fact that for him, there was still something that could make him change his mind. It was that even now somewhere out there, monsters like him were killing people, and if his strength could stop them, he would fight. In this battle, he made a decision that he would no longer run away or regret anything. He would only fight for humanity, for all the sacrifices that the non-humans made, for all the blood that was spilled. Son Ka Yeon said that it was worth a try, and then added that she didn't know if it would be okay, but it was worth a try, since the guy was so serious. She was glad inside her heart that this brat was turning into something serious. Suddenly the girl's phone rang. A caller popped up on the screen. It was Commander Yoon Chang-woo. They would probably be in trouble for such a sudden decision to get into a fight, especially since they had a completely different mission. But knowing this man, it could have been fine. As they fought, morning came. There were very different events going on in another neighborhood, but they were all united by the crimes of the beasts. A girl in a business suit was communicating with the chief, reporting that the situation had been resolved. A total of 37 beasts had been destroyed. None of the hunters were killed. This girl was doing her job much better in terms of discipline, did not climb where she was not ordered by her superiors. And at the moment the squad was clearing the area. She said that further they would treat it as an explosion caused by a gas leak, as they had agreed with the chief. It was not worth it to make a fuss for ordinary people. It would cause such a panic, which would not lead to anything good, and she promised to contact him soon, when they were done with everything. And at that moment Commander Yoon Chang-woo suddenly appeared behind her back. He could have been frightening, but this employee wasn't frightened as usual. The man was in a good mood and had a cigarette pressed in his lips. He tried to find out about everything, asking Jean how it was, if there were any traces. Perhaps something had been discovered. He harbored hopes for that. It was more of a priority for him. To which the girl replied with a cold look that there were CCTV cameras installed in the building where the fight took place. That would be good news. But there was a point that kept them on their toes and that broke such a marvelous coincidence. It seems that whoever they were chasing was more prudent than expected. There was no data inside the cameras. It seems that right before the building collapsed, someone had stolen the videos, so they didn't have any evidence that could be direct. They would have to make do with guesswork and ignorance. Yoon Chang-woo walked a little further thinking about the fact that someone had stolen the video of the battle scene, trying to speculate something. The beasts had taken it to get information about Hen Son. That was the main speculation. That was most likely what it was. The information about Hen Son is the most to the point of being classified, but as long as he is a beast-like person, it is impossible to completely hide Shahan Sun. It's only a matter of time before the beasts decide and target the guy. The girl then asked if she could ask the commander a question. Why didn't he immediately infiltrate Shahan Sun into the case? This kid has great strength, but it's dangerous. Wasn't it better to leave him under their control for a while longer for the sake of safety? The man thought about it, especially the word control, and after a short pause, he replied that Hyo-jin was right. Persuasion, enticement, guidance. The right place to start would be there. They really made the mistake of not doing any work with the kid they had plans for. But except that all of this would have been necessary if he was just an ordinary kid. Then the girl squinted her eyes as if trying to understand what the commander was even talking about. Yoon Chang-woo had seen the information about Cha Hyun-song. His mother was dead, his father was gone, and his dead uncle was a deadbeat, and the teachers didn't care. There was no adult in this kid's life to guide him. The man felt it when he first saw him. His deep wound on his soul. A child who grew up without anyone's help. Everything spoke about it instead. All his reactions, beliefs, emotions. It seemed that the distrust and anger of his heart wouldn't go away if the adults he was seeing for the first time tried to control him again. That's why Yoon Chang-woo let him do whatever he wanted. To be sad, to be angry, to fight when his whole body is tormented to the point where it hurts to even move. Only then does the man realize what he really wants. And then he said with a foolish tone that, to be truthful, he did not expect this to happen on the first day. The commander really only knew half the night that the hospital was trashed, and Hyo-jin asked him to make more judicious decisions from now on, but she could not help it. The man was older than her in rank. After all, besides Cha Hyun-sung, why exactly Son Ka Yeon? Of course her fighting power is great, but honestly, to be seen from the looks of someone who will forget about someone, she doesn't know how to cooperate, so putting them in a team was quite strange to put them in the same team. To which the man replied that the reason he chose Ka Young is because although she has incredible abilities, they are too similar, and asked the woman if she thought the same. Hyo-jin shrank back. She didn't think they had anything in common. The guy was shy and reserved, and the girl was extremely cheeky. Then Yoon Chang-woo said that they were about the same age, ignored everything that was said to them. Their social skills were nil. If you looked at them from the outside, didn't you feel like you had to make a move? That's what he didn't think they were alike. They were two extremes. That's what they had in common, but in different corners. And the most important thing is that they have nothing but the ability to fight, and that unites well, especially in life-threatening situations. if they have to fight for their lives anyway? Isn't it better to have a friend who also shares the same goals? That's what happened. The man didn't miss a beat. The two of them did just that recently. The woman agreed with that. But there was another question. Could these two get along? The commander turned to the two that had been pulled from hell for them and said that by fighting they grow. And wouldn't it be better for them to grow side by side? And looking at the way they sleep, recovering their strength, almost completely bandaged, with a bunch of injuries, but side by side, almost in each other's arms, that's for sure. They are just still kids after all. If they can find a friend in their partner's personality, it will be even more powerful. Meanwhile, the other party was already also aware of the fact that someone had chopped Grandpa in half, which was pretty incredible, and amazing even for the beasts. The one who found out about it was sitting in the bathroom. He had drawings on his arms that looked like tattoos. They looked even bulkier on his swollen muscles. He was thinking about the old man. He had finally met the right opponent, looking down on him as he himself gathered scum and played the role of a leader. It was becoming clear that this beast didn't really respect him. There was a girl next to him who thought about it, saying that still, wasn't that grandfather very strong? The people who killed him must have had a hard time, but was more interested in whether the three of them would be in danger. Then that pumped-up beast with the pierced ears questioned her. What did he mean? What did he mean in danger? A wicked grin appeared on his face, skewed to one side. He was tired from his bath. What had filled the tub poured out from over the edges. His entire body was in water sweat and his back and arms were decorated with a tattoo that looked like a snake. It spoke of a ceremonial greeting. He stepped over the edge, standing on the floor. He continued his speech about how even if you gathered 100 or 1,000 scum, it would all be useless and they wouldn't compare to them. His conceit was very big, but it was justified. In front of him stood a guy. He had a pretty cute face, blonde hair and red eyes. You couldn't tell he could be dangerous. Next to him stood a girl. Her smile was simply charming, except that her beauty was as big as her horrible gut, because she was not just a person. The man in glasses had the opposite impression of appearance. It was immediately obvious that it was better not to get involved. All his cruelty and anger was reflected in his facial expressions. He said that in this world there is no such person who could stop them, and then ordered the couple in front of him, at least out of the skin, but to tear the throats of these hunting dogs. The guy took off the bandages from his arms and tensed the muscles to test them to see if they were working. It was good to be able to feel and work them again. Finally, nothing would be pressing on his arms so hard. Son Ka Yeon was kneading her leg, which was also already settled. It was a good feeling to be able to control his limbs again properly and control the tension of the muscles properly. Yoon Chang-woo was happy to see them healthy too. He congratulated his wards that their wounds seemed to have healed and they were feeling just fine and their physical condition was very good. Then the man said that the two of them must know the reason why he had called them today. Namely, the commander would give the boys a special training session to prepare them for future fights with beasts. It was simply necessary in their situation. He assumed that Hen Son and Ka Yeon must have felt something during the last fight. The power of a beast is not only about a strong body. In fact, and today they would learn a little more about their opponents. The physical strength that can be used to tear people apart and the reflexes to dodge bullets. The ability to regenerate without dying if the heart and brain are not damaged. But the most dangerous thing is the ability to deform and apply their body in battle. Beasts call this power fangs. Hen Son already knows about it since he had encountered this before. How terrifying is the power of those who possess such skill. A picture of that memory appeared in front of the guy's eyes. How the old man, with an almost imperceptible kick of his foot, he was able to deliver a very wide and powerful blow that couldn't be avoided due to the fact that he had an elusive vision. And that moment when with an ordinary kick the man was able to shatter his leg altogether, causing such pain that it was impossible to endure it. He had absolutely everything inside of him paled. Those blows were unbelievable. Jang Hyun's son realized very soon that he couldn't resist them. That's why he thought his life would end around that time. He was crippled and couldn't resist properly. The brunette agreed with Yoon Chang-woo's words, saying that he had definitely felt it when he fought him, how weak he really was now, and the fact that he couldn't do anything alone. The commander said that was really true. So if Jang Hyun-song didn't like something, he shouldn't run away, and asked if he agreed with that. Then added that the guy had no idea how many pages of explanatory notes he'd written because of him, so he shouldn't do it again or the man would kill him. He threatened, but he did it with such a tone that it wasn't scary at all. all. The brunette was only uncomfortable that Yoon Chang-woo clasped his hand and tried to fondle him. He promised he wouldn't do it again. But then he shifted his gaze to Son Ka Yeon and said that it was her concern too. There are beasts in the world whose abilities they don't know about yet, and to pry into them with such confidence is very presumptuous and foolish. He assured the guy and girl that they needed allies to fight the beasts. It was very important that they put their strength together to fight stronger enemies in the future. Jang Hyun-sun looked at Son Ka Yeon. The blonde girl looked at him in return. They weren't particularly enthusiastic about continuing to work together. Just because they survived one episode doesn't mean that they want to do further things together and fight together too. But there was nothing they could object to him. That's why the girl said that she understood everything, and now that they had it all figured out, she asked them to stop grumbling and start training already. The man immediately let go of Jang Hyun-sung, and the man tried to move away from that tight clamp. It seemed like he almost choked. Yoon Chang-woo, despite agreeing, even here managed to start stalling, saying that before they started training, today the commander would teach the guys how to work as a team, and in the future they would fight beasts with all sorts of abilities. Therefore, Jang Hyun-sung and Son Ka Yeon should become one and be able to react to any situation. The man advised them to train themselves to fight together, to feel each other's breath, gaze, footsteps, even heartbeat. Only in this way will be able to reach the full reunion and win the fight. After these words, the commander took off his shirt, said that they would not engage in meaningless training, because the bodies of the two new fighters were already perfectly prepared for the fight. He only wanted to open the eyes of the young men to the fact that it was only left to feel in mind and body. And after ordering Jang Hyun-sung and Son Ka Yeon to start their duties, the girl and the guy started to knead their muscles, their arms. They were approaching their teacher. It looks like this would be a training session that would abruptly turn into practice, with a live target and targets. Yoon Chang-woo, like a madman, began to say that his students should get rid of useless thoughts, and only then attack, and only after that, and with all their might. It sounded very easy, but looking at his body, which was a real mountain, but instead of rock, it had muscles, it was clear that it could not be overcome quickly for sure. In her hands was her pink phone with a large display. She kept trying to call the right person, but once again she received only empty rings. Her calls were not responded to at the other end. It was getting annoying. Lee Eun-bai couldn't understand what the hell Cha Hyun-sun was doing that he wasn't picking up the phone. The brunette started to worry about it, but inside her soul something calmed her down. It wasn't the first time it happened, and in the end it turned out that everything was fine with the guy, but it was still not pleasant. If he was only reacting to her calls, the girl instantly assumed that maybe it had something to do with the girl who was standing opposite the guy and holding his hand. The atmosphere was unusual at the time. She couldn't tell which one, but something was pushing the fact that there was something between the two of them. It could be that she was the reason he had been skipping school a lot lately. If you think about it that way, he had been a bit strange the last time she had seen him. It was obvious that he was hiding something from Lee Eun-bai. Except for the speculation that was not confirmed at all, she had no proof of it. But the speculation was already starting to nag at her head like a nagging song. The girl was in a bad mood, which was especially noticeable when she opened the door to the classroom. Her face was offended, and she was angry that a good acquaintance does not say anything, does not get in touch. Already thought that if she saw Cha Hyun-sung today at school, she would definitely ask about everything and would not leave the guy until a clear and truthful answer, like last time. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, she immediately heard her name spoken by a familiar voice. Lee Eun-bai opened her eyes wide in surprise, wondering if what she thought was happening was coming true so quickly. In front of her stood Cha Hyun-sung, only he looked different. His face was swollen, especially his face. There were patches on some parts. And the guy, as if nothing had happened and he did not look like he was involved in underground fights, said that he was very happy to see Lee Eun-bai. They had not talked for a long time. The girl even got scared. Her eyes widened. Sweat was coming off her forehead. She screamed in surprise. Firstly, she didn't think she would see Cha Hyun-sung, and secondly, that he would be in such a state that it was almost impossible to recognize him. Pretty soon they were already outside in the schoolyard. They were on their way to class, which should take place outdoors, at least with the weather being so nice. Cha Hyun-sung was making excuses to the girl, trying to tell her that he was telling the truth. All his scratches and abrasions on his face were just because he was exercising and overdoing it a bit, which led to what happened. He can't say that it happened during the monster fighting training. Lee Eun-bai was very amazed at those words. She didn't believe it only because she thought it was just a joke. The fact that this guy was exercising is ridiculous. He's a jerky loser and there's no need to ask. It's obvious that he got kicked by those bullies again. Her surprise was replaced by anger because to her it was the more true version and it's too much. While Shahan Sun was thinking about why she told him about his faults to his face, the girl was shaking him by his shoulders, urging him to go to the police right now. She wasn't going to let the guy put up with this for a while longer. She didn't even notice that someone approached them. Lee Dong-woo was standing in front of them. It seems that after seeing Shahan Sun, his face changed and his arm and a cast started to itch, as if he had met the person who was the reason for the cast in the first place. Lee Eun-bai noticed him and started to get indignant, claiming that this was the guy who had done it, and the brunette she was demanding to go to the police moved forward, straight towards the one who had been his victim not too long ago. He didn't go far, stopping just enough to keep some distance between himself and this guy. He didn't seem happy to see this man, but he didn't feel afraid anymore either. Shahan Sun had stood up for himself last time. There was no doubt that this guy would come at him again. He even felt a little regret that he couldn't hold back then and his anger had taken over, so much so that he almost showed his beastly face, grabbing Lee Dong's hand and completely crippling it. If there was a chance to change it, he would have done it, but he didn't want to be seen as a weakling who was bullied. Lee Dong's eyes were filled with horror. He wouldn't want to cross paths with this guy at all after the past event. His body was like a reminder of the pain he had felt not too long ago. Of course he didn't want to repeat it at all. When he got over the stupor of fear, he turned around and was about to leave the place as quickly as possible before he got another beating from the bespectacled guy who had learned how to fight. And Lee Eun-bai thought it was strange that this jerk looked at Shahan Sun, who he bullied every day. He just turned around and walked away. The terror in his eyes she didn't have time to see. And Shahan Sun himself convinced the girl that he was fine because these guys wouldn't bother him anymore. But anyway, even so, he felt he should thank his classmate for offering to help and worrying about him. The guy was very happy that this girl was always worried about him. He even felt guilty that he had done this to her in the past by just hurting her with his indifference. And Lee Eun-bai was very happy to hear that she was finally noticed and even thanked for her time and emotions. After such a cute and stretching moment, the guys were already at the soccer field behind the school. There weren't many people there. Some were playing on the field. Some were sitting on the benches and supporting their friends. On the field, of course, there were arguments between the players because initially they hadn't talked through the strategy and anticipated all the events, and now it was starting to turn into charges by the defender who couldn't keep the opponent out. The soccer ball was going from foot to foot until it went to someone who was never taken seriously in classes like this. He was led by Shahan Sun, from which everyone was surprised. They did not expect that the guy beat them all, and even recently he could not play normally. Every time he spoiled everything and he was not even trusted with the ball. And for the guy himself it was a huge surprise. He didn't expect to be able to play even like that, but even more he was distracted by the fact that he noticed that his legs were light as a feather. He began to assume that it was because it was no longer a human body. He apologized to the guys, but mentally, he might be about to disrupt their plans, but he couldn't help it because his body was guiding him. Sweat was pouring down in streams and he didn't have enough air at all. But what was strange was that Shahan Sun didn't even feel bad. This feeling was different from when he was working or fighting. It was also incredibly amazing to him. He had no idea that sweat drops that were not from fighting could be so refreshing. Shahan Sun jumped so high that his opponent's mouths dropped open in surprise, but the guy didn't care. He was in flight and the ball with him. The brunette didn't even think about what he should forget. All he wanted was to feel the full satisfaction of what he was doing and feeling, and so the ball was in the goal, pulling the net taut. If it wasn't for it, it would have traveled a very long distance still. It was simply incredible. One team on the field began to shout for joy that 1 point had already been earned from them. Shahan Sun slowed down and looked at the goal for a long time. He couldn't believe that he was able to score a goal. It was a new feeling and event that made him feel fresh and want to enjoy the moment. It was the first time in his life that he had succeeded in a game that was very difficult for him. The guys from the field immediately came running to him. There was a complaint in their voices, but they were actually pleasantly surprised by it. They called him petty. They did not understand how he played better than the seniors in the soccer club. He was always sitting on the bench. How did he do it now? And immediately wanted Shahan Sun to teach them. Jae Jun-gung was immediately told that there was an outstanding athlete who was superior to him, and Shahan Sun was embarrassed. He laughed nervously, saying that he didn't know how he did it, which finally amazed the guys. If he just ran and didn't think about anything, and they thought it was all bullshit. Lee Eun-bai was sitting near the girls, but she didn't talk to them. She was looking towards the field, carefully watching what was going on there. Everything around became just noise, muffled and indistinct, because her thoughts became louder. She was thinking about what she had just seen, that Shahan Sun had become somehow different. First the bully who had become afraid of him, now the success in the sport he was always in last place in. It all raised too many questions. The guy was already dressed up. The girl moved towards him and said that it was as if he had become a different person. Shahan Sun didn't understand what she was talking about at first, so he just watched what his friend was going to say next. Lee Eun-bai was determined and asked if it was true. These juvenile hooligans cannot even look him in the eye. The guy was so flying around the stadium that it is difficult to assume that he is a weakling. In any case was always like that. The girl always thought it would be good if it was like this. She hoped that Shahan Sun would someday stop suffering and crying. Except that wasn't what she really wanted to see. It seems that now it happened, but the girl had already resigned herself to the fact that the guy would never tell her that he had changed so drastically. She walked through him as if she didn't notice. She wanted to show all her resentment. Then she confused her classmate. Shahan Sun immediately felt guilty. He knew he couldn't tell everything, no matter how much he wanted to, no matter how much he didn't trust this girl. That's why he just apologized to her. It was so touching that it would make anyone stop. Lee Eun-bai still rebuked her friend for being a bit strange lately, not answering his phone or saying anything. The brunette talked about how something really happened to him. It was hard, but he slowly got over it. Lee Eun-bai stood still trying to listen to the guy to the end, and he kept saying that if the girl found out, she would definitely be worried about him. That's why he couldn't say anything to her, because he didn't want to upset her, and he was truly sorry for that. Shahan Sun lowered his eyes. He was ready for their friendship to end. It was hard to say goodbye on such a note, but at least he admitted that he was sorry for what he had done. And at the same moment, Lee Eun-bai asked him if he was really sorry. This caught the guy's attention. He didn't expect that their conversation wouldn't end there. It seems that not all is lost for him yet. The girl couldn't wait in this silence. That's why she repeated once again that she was asking him if he was really sorry. Her voice became sterner. She wanted to get from that answer to which the guy himself brought this conversation to. The guy wasn't hiding. He said that he was serious about saying that he was very sorry. Now the girl was already silent. She was thinking over what she had just heard. It hit her in the heart. She finally heard the repentance from her friend that she had been waiting for so long. Lee Eun-bai turned to him. She finally had the usual emotion on her face, sincerity and joy. She said that if he was really trying to apologize to her, he should make a day for her this weekend. She wasn't ordering, she was just asking. She wanted to spend time together, maybe even learn something for herself. The guy was already there. He kept thinking about the fact that the girl had asked to meet this weekend. He was in an alley with a huge amount of stores, signs, and different establishments. He was checking his phone to see if Lee Eun-bai had texted him something, but he couldn't guess why they had agreed to meet in the city center. Shahan Sun was thinking that they could meet at the computer club as usual. What she needed. Maybe she needed to do something here. That's why she asked for an unusual place for them to meet. And then the guy heard a familiar voice, at which he looked back. Of course, he immediately realized who it was, but his friend appeared very unexpectedly. Lee Eun-bai was wearing a t-shirt, a short pink skirt, and was quite surprised that Shahan Sun came so early. She thought that she would have to wait. The girl immediately started to voice her grievances about the fact that the guy was able to meet with her after all, which means he was only pretending to be busy lately, and then said that she hoped he didn't have other plans for today secretly from her. Shahan Sun laughed nervously, and just apologized for the past for doing that to her. Lee Eun-bai calmed down her fervor and asked what they were going to eat since she was very hungry. The guy was surprised that she hadn't eaten lunch. It seemed like she had originally planned to go to a place and fill her stomach. Shahan Sun was also surprised that the girl wanted him to be the one to choose what to eat, trusting him to choose, and he didn't know what to get. The guy hardly ever ate out, so he started to list in his head to choose something tasty, and it seems like the thought of the girl being very hungry gave him a good idea. Just then he pointed his finger at one establishment and asked if Lee Yun-bai would like to eat some delicious and hearty sundeek. The rather dubious establishment had an advertisement hanging on it saying that they were looking for a cook, and standing next to it was a man who only aroused more suspicion with his appearance. Well, as soon as he looked at the girl's face, which was completely frightened, she was disgusted to even think about what the guy proposed. He immediately realized that she did not like the idea. And the whole thing is that sundeek is a soup with blood sausage. Shahan Sun couldn't think that she didn't like this dish, so he quickly found a substitute. He asked about fried pork, but even here the face of his girlfriend didn't change. Then he suggested soy paste soup, even though he knew that it smells like dirty socks, or pudechage, which was more like an army chowder, made of different kinds of meat and sausages. But even here he didn't satisfy Lee Yun-bai's desire, so in the end he suggested to eat just spaghetti. The girl finally approved the offer, saying that it sounded good, and then said that she knew a cafe nearby. The guy just needed to follow her, and Shahan Sun sighed with relief. Finally he was able to offer something that both of them would like. It wasn't long before they were sitting in a 5-star restaurant that looked quite prestigious, and its sign was so big that it seemed to be hard to miss. Shahan Sun scrutinized the menu that was recently brought to him. He had the impression that he was reading some words written in an unfamiliar language. He even ducked his head trying to figure out what it was. They came to the cafe Yun-bai was talking about, but the names of the dishes were unfamiliar to him. He had seen it for the first time. He didn't understand what lasagna was, what eggs benedict was. He even thought it was about an actor. Lee Yun-bai was genuinely surprised that the guy didn't know what it was, and since that was the case, she asked him to give her the choice. But Shahan Sun was embarrassed that he might not understand what it was. The girl called the waiter over, politely apologized, and said she wanted to place an order. She asked for 1 plate of brunch, and then asked the guy if he wanted to try something new, like eggs benedict, even though he still didn't understand what it was. The waitress was also surprised that someone didn't know that, but didn't give any sign of it, only smiled politely. She had an impression of these two, that's why she said the following. She notified the customers that free drinks were included with their order, and then asked if they should bring a pairing set. There was an awkward silence. The guys at the table were digesting the information they had just heard. Lee Yun-bai's words about the paired set really hurt her ears, but she didn't care that it was a paired set. But wasn't it too early a wake-up call for Shahan Sun? She herself replied that no, and what was the big deal? She couldn't get her heart to beat normally. She convinced herself that they would just eat once and that was it. And while the girl was trying to calm down, thinking about the fact that they were just going to be given drinks so they should act natural, the guy had already replied that there was no need to give them a paired set. It was fine and they were just friends. The guy started to speculate that the paired sets are only for couples and then they should order from the regular menu. After all, the discounts are only for couples. And immediately his girlfriend's face changed. She didn't understand why he was doing this when there was an option to not pay for what they were being offered for free. She couldn't resist in the face of the benefit. So under the table she kicked Shahan Sun's leg very hard into his. He made a sound from the sudden pain, but he didn't ask any questions. Lee Yun-bai already without politeness commanded that they should bring a pair set of drinks without calories. The waitress immediately ran to take the order to the kitchen. She did not pay attention to what had just happened. Soon they had the food on the table. The presentation was incredibly beautiful. The appetite, only more appetite. I wanted to try it, especially for a guy who had never seen or eaten such a thing. Lee Yun-bai and Shahan Sun were already eating their order. The guy couldn't stop admiring how delicious it was and admitted that he was a little nervous because he didn't know any of the dishes. But for the girl it wasn't a problem. She pretended that it was normal. And of course she didn't miss a moment to reiterate her importance by saying that she knew the menu. So they ordered delicious food, and then she asked the guy if he was sure he liked it. Even though it was clear from his words and face, Shahan Sun mumbled while chewing his food that it was the most delicious thing he had eaten in a while, because usually the guy eats school lunches or ramyun at home. For him the atmosphere of the cafe was new to him at all. He thanked Yun-bai, saying that if she hadn't brought him here today, he would have never been to a place like this in his life and would have never tasted such delicious food. He was absolutely happy at this meeting. It was a pity that they hadn't gone out before. Shahan Sun's eyes lit up with joy. She was happy to hear that. She would like to spend more time with her classmate, and such words were flattery to her. so she asked if the guy was full. They could order something else. They spent still enough time there, because the guy wanted to try something else new. Talking in the cafe, they decided that it was worth to continue this pleasant note with another equally pleasant event. Then very soon they were in a movie theater. The screen was showing a movie that they chose completely spontaneously. A couple of friends certainly did not plan in advance. People were not so many, which only added to the atmosphere of watching the movie. No one interfered. You can fully concentrate on the plot of the movie. But Lee Eun-bai at one point stopped being interested in what they were shown on the screen. She thought about the fact that they went to eat a cafe, then went to the movie, and admitted to herself that she did not expect much, but it turned out to be much more interesting than she thought. From the quality of the picture and the filming, she assumed that it was a rerun of an old movie where the plot was that the main character was separated from his mother. She was very sad about the story, even felt sorry for the protagonist, and then she looked at Shahan Sun, wondering if he liked the movie, if he was feeling the same emotions she was feeling while watching it. But when she saw the guy, she was dumbfounded. She didn't expect such a reaction. Shahan Sun clung to the chair, clenched his teeth, and tears were streaming from his eyes. His body was shaking as if he was the hero of the movie, if he was really experiencing the story so much. It was just shocking. Is he crying? Already, they have not watched so much, so even right in the theater. Then I noticed that he was not just crying, he was sobbing, sad. Of course, this picture is able to touch anyone, but whether so much, he even had red eyes. The guy closed his eyes, as if he wanted to hide, but at the same time to stay in place, to show that he can withstand it. It seems to have hurt his inner gut. The girl began to analyze what they were being shown. Yes, the parting scene with her mother was a bit sad, but Lee Eun-bai didn't understand why that was the reaction it caused. And then finally memories of what she knew about Cha Hyun-son began to pop into her head. He had once gotten into a fight, after which he was standing there with his eyes swollen from a black eye, and he was already being shouted at by the mother of the recent opponent, who resented the child's upbringing. The woman became very worried and asked to look at his boy's face, although Chi Ha-young had just slapped him, which caused redness. His mom first asked to look at her and then suggested going to the hospital. Then Cha Hyun-sung himself was roughly grabbed by his hair so that he couldn't move. The one who did it apologized, saying that this boy didn't listen to him at all, and then treated him like a lousy kid, demanded that he apologize quickly to the woman. It was his uncle, and the woman demanded that the boy be transferred to another class. It's worth knowing how such ill-mannered kids affect others. No one stood up for the boy. He felt defenseless. He felt that there was no one who could defend him in such a conflict. At that moment he met a girl who asked why he didn't say anything. Because Kim Chong-young was the first to mock that Cha Hyun-sung didn't have a mom and dad. It was Lee Eun-bai. She said that this fool took the boy's pencil case and didn't return it. He hit him first. So why didn't Cha Hyun-sung say anything? She wanted everyone to get what they did, and this guy was the victim here. The guy looked her straight in the eyes, but he didn't have any confidence. He just had it in his head that a person who was taken care of by his parents doesn't realize the situation he's in. Then Cha Hyun-sung turned away, and briefly explained that he didn't do it because they wouldn't listen to him anyway. Adults don't listen to him. No matter how much the guy tried to talk, they all claimed it was his fault. Out of desperation he asked a girl, his 1-year-old, for advice, to tell him what to do. This Lee Eun-bai was surprised by. She didn't expect any advice to be asked from her. But the guy didn't know what to do. If he could be advised something, he would definitely listen to the girl, except that he still doubted that his words would know anything, and that it would change anything. But the girl found words that could change something. She said that her dad said that people should be angry when they are angry, and should cry when they are sad. The one who suffers the most is not the one who is always crying, the one who cannot even cry. So if Cha Hyun-sung wants to be angry, then he should be angry. If he wants to cry, then let him cry, regardless of what others say. And suddenly said the words that the guy didn't expect to hear at all. She promised that she would be on his side. The classmate's small hand shook off into a small fist. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. And then there was the sound of droplets falling onto the tiles and blurring. Those droplets were tears. It looked like someone was unable to contain all the things that had accumulated inside of him recently. Cha Hyun-sung was completely disintegrated. He could not hold back his sobs. He let his emotions flow. Tears ran down his swollen face. He was both pleased, but sadness was not far behind this feeling. He was able to find a classmate who thought he was right, but could not get the same from adults. Now the girl realized that it had been like this since a long time ago. It wasn't that there were no tears or he couldn't say anything. She put her hand on his, on which veins were already swelling. She wanted the guy to relax, to realize that even at this moment he had support from her side. The thing was, after all, there just wasn't a person around to look out for him. She looked him straight in the eyes when he turned around, showing calmness to instill in him and her friend. She wouldn't want to see him in this mood. The guy was surprised, seems to have slowly started to calm down, and the girl realized that for a long time she wanted to wipe Shahan Sun's tears that the guy always sheds alone, would like to share both bad and good emotions with him. And when Lee Eun-bai sees the guy's smile that no one else saw, she involuntarily starts smiling herself, and would like to admit to herself that she wants to be with him further in the future. But even more, she wanted to say it to the guy, except she didn't know how to give out those words. There was an appropriate moment with a romantic couple on the screen. The girl would like to tell the guy everything that was said on the screen, but inside she felt that the guy felt the same for her as she did for him. It was the saddest thing that she couldn't be completely truthful. They left the movie theater when the evening began to fall. The signs were already lit up with neon colors. Some places were closed. It was after hours. The movie left a very ambivalent feeling. It was able to touch her and even open her eyes to what she was feeling. Lee Eun-bai said that she was going home. The guy didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Although if you think about it, they have been walking for a long time. But it seems that he didn't want to let the girl go. He wanted to spend some more time in such a pleasant company. The girl didn't turn to face him. She seemed to be uncomfortable with how she felt at this moment. She just explained that they had been walking all day and she was tired, so she just said that they would see each other tomorrow. Lee Eun-bai already started to leave. In her wake, Shahan Sun waved at her even though she didn't turn around. He agreed for them to meet tomorrow, said goodbye, and said that today was a lot of fun. He had a strange feeling. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with his friend. The girl didn't say anything. Did she get angry because he was crying the whole movie? Didn't understand how he should be. Shahan Sun came to cheer him up, but in the end only seemed to ruin his mood. He didn't realize that it was about something else. He didn't understand why Lee Eun-bai was holding his hand. The girl was moving forward very fast. She wanted to leave quickly to avoid an awkward conversation, but her heart was pounding like crazy. But as she listened to him, she stopped, at a distance so that she would definitely not be seen. The girl seemed to realize something else that was lurking in her soul. There was a blush on her face. Her eyes shone with a new feeling. Her pupils dilated. She felt butterflies in her stomach. And the girl was both embarrassed and happy at the same time. She seemed to be truthful with herself, and at the same time called herself an idiot. She didn't understand why she did it. The girl thought about the past, suddenly took his hand. It was instinctive. Now Lee Eun-bai regretted it a little, but she was still glad she did it. The girl thought that Shahan Sun must have guessed everything by now. Judging from his facial expression, he appeared a little surprised. She didn't think that she had not been figured out yet. Lee Eun-bai sat down on the spot, covering her face with her hands. She realized that they had said goodbye so suddenly. It was even more awkward. It was also so strange. It was embarrassing. So the girl thought that she should call him right now and tell him everything. But she immediately gave up this thought. She thought that she was crazy to think of such a thing. The girl couldn't gather her thoughts. The blush on her cheeks was getting brighter. She didn't know what to say to him tomorrow at school. And the guy didn't think about anything, except that it had been a really nice day. It seemed worth it to be more polite and open with her friend in the future. As they went home and thought about each other, the one who had been around the whole time stayed in the movie room, even though it was already over. He was thinking about how sweet it was going to be. In the doorway lay a corpse. Everything was in blood. It seems that for someone this movie did not end well, and the one who had a hand in it was thinking about his main goal. He thought it was just a crazy dog. But this brat, with the strength of a beast, fighting for people, in the middle of the battle goes on a date and tries to hide his identity in front of the girl he likes. This only whetted his appetite. He thought it only added sweetness. Already anticipating his taste, the man leaned his hand with tattoos and blood. He stood up, thinking about how nice it was to watch the young couple's budding romance. He realized that these two didn't know yet that when they were young, it was the happiest time in life. And that's why he was so excited about the look on Shahan Sun's face when he ripped that girl apart right in front of the boy. The man was in his animal form. The madness was beginning to completely overwhelm him. In the morning all the classmates gathered at the school, but Lee Eun-bai was in for an unpleasant surprise. After last night she had no idea that history would repeat itself again. She had hoped that the truancy was over. The girl was surprised that Shahan Sun didn't show up again. It turned out that he said that he wouldn't come to school again today, but it seemed that everything would be fine now. He was doing well where he wasn't. He was getting closer to Lee Eun-bai. He had a real friend. A classmate only confirmed this, saying that she had just asked the teacher, and he said that this week the guy seemed to have a hard time going to class. The girl thought about it, still could not understand why he did that. Lee Eun-bai wanted to finally resolve everything with him today. When she wants to see Shahan Sun, he again, without saying a word to me, disappears. Nothing has changed, and that was the saddest thing. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a classmate who was already asking her how their date with the guy had gone yesterday. She was interested in whether Eun-bai had confessed first, what they had gotten up to, and her friend was startled, blushing, and asked her what she meant. So to avoid an awkward moment, she hurriedly left the conversation, saying that nothing had happened, and asked Harem not to say anything stupid to the guys. It was a rather disturbing topic for her, and she didn't notice how a girl with long blonde hair that was a little tangled because of the wind was approaching them. She was a very pretty-looking girl, seemingly modest and shy. She had a soft and feminine air about her. She apologized for distracting the stranger and explained that she was looking for someone. She wanted Harem to give her some help if she could. Leaning her hand to her face as if not wanting to infiltrate conversations with strangers, she still said she was looking for someone at this school. She knew what the guy she needed to find looked like but didn't know his name or phone number. Harem looked at her with interest, thinking about who this girl was. It was as if she had stepped out of a web novel. Admiring her beauty, she asked her again if she was sure. She realized it wasn't an acquaintance looking for a person, and advised that in that case, she should ask in the teacher's lounge on the second floor. The girl asked her again, and Lee Eun-bai's classmate explained that the teacher's lounge had all the students' personal information, and if the person she was talking to knew the person by sight, she would be able to find him or her by photo in the school's register. The girl's face changed. She didn't seem modest anymore. Surprisingly, she was too happy. She took hold of Harem's hands and showed her joy that it was possible to do that. She was incredibly grateful to the girl, and the girl, not understanding what was going on, said that there was nothing to thank her for. This stranger turned out to be stranger than she was at first. She said that thanks to this girl she hadn't gone crazy. She had been wandering around this school for too long, and then she said that she should tell Do Jun and Sungbin about it sooner rather than later. Harem heard those names for the first time. It all seemed crazy. She didn't understand what was going on, and after her new acquaintance said that she was very grateful to her, she added that just because of that she would end the girl quickly, so it wouldn't even hurt. At the same moment a huge monster appeared behind her back, and it was already opening its mouth wide, waiting for the moment when it could eat the schoolgirl. Meanwhile, Yoon Chang-woo was surprised to see that his subordinates had improved their skills. It seemed that they were now partially done with the entry level, and advised them to try to keep the same moves they had done before to refine them, and to avoid the moment where improvisation would be of no use at all. Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon were exhausted, bruised, and blood splattered on their bodies, and the commander declared that they were done for the day, and just in case, asked if they wanted to practice a little more today. But from their looks, one could already tell that they were running out of energy. The girl had a complaint about her partner. She asked in a commanding voice if he could move faster. The guy is clumsy, and therefore always interferes with her, when she would like to show even better results. One wonders how they had the strength to argue. But Shahan Sun wasn't going to be silent to these claims. He asked what his partner meant, asking about who suggested to put him forward instead, hinting at Son Ka Yeon. What could he do if he only had faster legs? Such an answer didn't suit the girl at all, asking about what she had just heard, resenting the fact that she had also saved that asshole from death for some other reason, and they started fighting amongst themselves. The guy asked in response how much longer the boar was going to remind him of this, and Yoon Chang-woo already realized that this was the order of the day for these two. He didn't care at all about their relationship with each other. The man just advised them to take a shower, clean the gym well, and then leave. The training area was finally cleaned up. It seemed that the routine was able to stop the quarrels between the two fighters for a while, and they were leaving in a calm atmosphere. Shahan Sun was just leaving the gym. His mind was only thinking about how tired he was. The guy just needed to do a few weeks of special training, although he was already a little used to it. Still, if he was going to be beaten like this every day, before the battle with the beasts, it is likely to be able to fall off. Suddenly in his pocket heard a vibration and a sound. It was a phone. Shahan Sun took it out, looked carefully at the screen. There was a notification of an unfamiliar number. There was no suggestion of who could be calling him. It was quite late for some advertisers. The guy put the phone to his ear, questioningly said hello, hoping to hear the answer as quickly as possible. There was no alarm inside. Unfamiliar numbers rarely reached his phone, but sometimes it still happened. Suddenly someone just made a mistake. A man's voice on the other side of the line was outraged at the calmness. He asked if this brat had lost his fear, and then added a question about since when Shahan Sun was living on such a wide leg, about the guy's decision to go against all his kin. At the same moment the guy's eyes opened very wide. He realized who was calling him. Now already the anxiety was growing at an incredible speed. There was no knowing what to expect from such a conversation. It seems the conflict with the beasts is planned much earlier than expected. But to be sure, Shahan Sun asked if the person he was talking to was a beast and how he knew his number, and then asked what he wanted. And the man asked in a sweet sadistic voice, "How dare the son of a bitch talk to adults in such a disrespectful manner?" And he could hear a nasty smirk appearing on his face. And that was the reality. Sitting in a broken building that was covered in blood. The man was also covered in blood and asked, or rather ordered, the schoolboy not to be disrespectful, given that the enemy was now in his school, and immediately offered to talk face to face. Phone conversations are too boring for this kind of situation. Shahan Sun couldn't believe it. He was dumbfounded as he continued to listen to what the opponent was telling him. The man asked if the guy knew that it wasn't fun when he was pulling his hunting dogs behind him, and then conditioned that if the schoolboy thought of pulling some stupid stunt, he would kill all those little brats on the spot. Although many people had already been slaughtered in this place, as evidenced by the dead bodies and pools of blood, there was a lot of red in the library. It wasn't about the interior. Leunbai was trembling. Cold sweat ran down her body. She sat directly on the bloodstains. She couldn't take her eyes off them. Horror was binding everything inside, made her stomach clench so hard that she started to vomit. The girl managed to hide behind one of the tables. The horror was going on around her. The monster was eating the remains of dead people, and the brunette had no idea what was going on, and what kind of monsters they were. It was incredibly scary. It was creepy to look at everything that was going on, but even more horrible was the realization that she could be next. Nerves were so much that Leunbai couldn't hold back her tears. She burst into tears. She tried to sob as quietly as possible, but the thought that everyone here was dead, both teachers and guys, only added to the stress, and didn't make her realize what to do. All she wanted now was for someone to come rescue her. Suddenly a guy walked up to her side, and his face was surprisingly calm in a situation like this. It was even more frightening, and the lips on his cute face opened up to say that there was no need to worry because Leunbai wasn't going to be killed. It looked like she had other things on her mind. He narrated that they were worms created by their sister. They were just hungry but had now calmed down after eating the girl's friends. These monsters looked incredibly creepy. It was scary to imagine what would have happened if it was this girl who was the first to be caught by them. His tone was as calm as before, as if everything that was happening around him was just a dream. He asked, making sure that the girl still had no idea who they really were, but there was no point in hiding it. It was just as Leunbai had seen. They were monsters, the guy admitted, who ate people. The girl didn't understand what was going on, if this was some kind of joke, but in this situation you could believe anything. Tears kept running down her cheeks, and from the top of her head they were followed by a trickle of blood. She didn't understand what it meant that these seemingly ordinary people were monsters, and certainly couldn't realize why they were doing it. Then the guy smiled as if everything was fine, as if they were good friends. He said they had been asked for a favor. He didn't seem like he was going to reveal absolutely everything, and certainly didn't regret what they had just done. Then he blatantly started lying that Leunbai's boyfriend was a monster like them and he was the one who asked to kill all the people in this school. The girl was starting to think she was going crazy. She couldn't put it all together in her head, but some facts she had noticed before in Shahan Sun made her start to believe those words. She had no idea that the person in question was already here. He had stepped over the threshold of his hometown school, and immediately stepped into the pools of blood that smacked unpleasantly under his soles. Before him opened a terrible picture. The walls, floor, windows, doors, everything was stained with blood, and in front of him lay many corpses, which only filled this corridor. It was scary to guess how many of them, given the scale of the school. Shahan Sun's heart froze, his pupils narrowed, his feelings inside were mixed together. The hatred for those who did this and the horror of fear he felt at the sight of such a gruesome picture. He had already seen familiar faces amongst the hodgepodge of dead bodies. He couldn't believe that everyone was dead. He had only seen the corpses of strangers in the hospital before, and here were teenagers he had spent a lot of time with, even though he hadn't interacted with them closely. The very realization that they were all familiar faces made his heart beat harder. For example, those with whom he saw the last time on the soccer field, when he showed incredible results. The guy did not understand why all this. Is it just to call him killed children who have nothing to do with it? It shows only cruelty and absolute disregard for all living things. It was with these people that his heart ached because it was the first time he was able to laugh with his friends at school. At that moment he thought things were starting to get better, and how quickly it was ruined now. Shahan Sun lowered his head. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. Everything was shaking inside. He apologized because he thought it was all because of him. Now he was getting angry at himself too, for messing with them and making them suffer. For a moment he was left with himself blaming himself. He forgot to carefully analyze who had been killed, and suddenly in that silence thoughts came into his head that only alarmed him more. He realized that these monsters were targeting all the people who were related to him. His heart began to jump out of his chest. His head began to ache because now he realized who else was in danger. The girl who had believed in him, who had been with him through the hard times. Unbai. Meanwhile she was being brainwashed. The guy who was next to her was showing a picture or video of Shahan Sun in his animal form. He asked her if she recognized the guy because he looked a little different. Lee Yunbai couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Her tears were drying up. They weren't flowing anymore. The fear of dying was replaced by the horror of enlightenment. She couldn't help but believe it. She saw the footage of a guy fighting the likes of what was tearing her friends apart at school, though his appearance was changed. But she clearly recognized the features of the man she had fallen in love with. Her mind went blank. She wished she couldn't believe what she was looking at. The evidence wasn't in her favor. Lee Yunbai would never look at such a brutal massacre, but right now she needed to make sense of what she was seeing. The girl couldn't believe that this was the Hen Son she knew, for what she saw wasn't human. It was a real monster, but it was unclear why she had never once discerned such a form in him fully. And the guy beside her kept pressing on, saying that he didn't know who Shahan Sun was pretending to be in front of her. But after all, that's his nature. He's actually a monster who enjoys people's pain more than anyone else. His motive was clear. It was necessary to destroy a loved one's faith in the person they were after. His strategy seemed to have worked. Lee Yunbai seemed to have started to believe that her friend was really like that. But she couldn't understand one thing. Even though a lot of things were adding up to one picture, those things he hadn't told her until now, the things he really wanted to share, unrealistically, was this, what their school was going through right now. Lee Yunbai thought back to Shahan Sun both now and when she was younger. How he cried, how worried he was, how he couldn't stand up for himself. Was that brat really a monster? Was he just pretending to be someone who couldn't fight back? Who had such a sensitive heart that had been torn apart by different lives, by difficult events? But it seems that the girl made a decision that was based on what she saw in reality and not on the video. Through the rivulets of tears that went down her face again, she clenched her teeth, starting to get annoyed. The face of the guy who tried to frame Shahan Sun changed. There was genuine surprise on it when the girl he was targeting told him not to make fun of her with such facts. She couldn't believe what she was given. Through the trembling and fear that was only growing in her, Lee Yunbai stammered and said that she didn't know what these people were. Her palm clenched into a fist. The girl was mentally preparing herself for something. She didn't know what happened to Shahan Sun, but this guy she's known for years, who is always by her side. It's still the same Hen Son. He couldn't do this. He would stand up for people, not harm them. Her eyes were still glowing with hope. Lee Yunbai was saying that even if he is not a real person, even if he is a monster, Shahan Sun is not like those who spread the whole school. He would never enjoy another person's pain. He would rather take it upon himself. The one who tried to break her faith fell silent. The corners of his lips turned downwards. This silence was scarier than the conversation. After which he summarized that he had heard how things were. The guy threw his head up. His face seemed to hide in the shadows of a nightmare. He reasoned that even though Shahan Sun is a beast, he suppresses his instincts, even knowing that he is a monster. This girl still trusts him. It can only mean that these two believe in each other more than anyone else. He began to reincarnate into his true form. Another mouth appeared on his palm, and the guy himself said that despite all this, he really can't stand people like them. He can't tolerate such a character trait in them. Lee Yunbai was even more shocked. The fear was back. She couldn't figure out if she should finally say goodbye to her life. And the monster standing in front of her said that his sister told him not to touch the girl, but he changed his mind. Anyway, Lee Yunbai was going to die in their plan anyway. He wanted to chop her into pieces like a cockroach and show it to Shahan Sun. After saying that, the blonde man rushed forward, putting out his hand. He was going to use the mouth on his palm to strike first to take the first bite out of the girl. For Lee Yoon by this moment lasted like an eternity. She tried to cover herself with her hands, realizing that she would not be able to escape. But she did not want to accept this ending. She mentally went through the best moments of her life before her death. She began to pray inside herself, asking that if it was a nightmare, then let her wake up, and if it was reality, then asked for someone to help her. Her prayers were heard. The wall, near which she was curled up, cracked. It was impossible not to notice this crunch. And then the monster that was attacking Lee Yoon-bai became terribly surprised. But a dopamine hit his head. It seemed that what he was looking for, or rather who he was looking for, had come to him. The fear in the face of this strong monster and the lust to deal with him himself had come together. It was Shahan Sun. He literally broke through the wall and managed to run into the beasts. He clutched at his arm with his own to protect the girl who had become really dear to him, and she was already screaming at that moment, because with her eyes closed she couldn't understand what had just happened. She only heard that the wall had been destroyed. They came together in battle, looked at each other with eyes full of rage at each other. The hatred for each other was incredibly huge. One could not forgive what the monster and his kind do to people close to him, and the second on the facial expressions of his face was more calm position. For him, first of all, it was necessary to either lure to his side of this exclusive beast, and since he did not agree to this, then kill, so that he did not interfere with them. The guy was fully on his feet and was able to throw his opponent back, thus earning himself some privilege in another fight that had already begun. Lee Yoon-bai finally opened her eyes. The shock was replaced by another shock. She looked in the direction of the battle that had broken out right in front of her, and to some extent for her, her head was completely silent. There were no thoughts, only surprise at who she saw. With his back to her stood Shahan Sun. His face was absolutely full of seriousness, and now the girl saw personally who he had turned into. His body was much bigger, all intertwined with muscles. This was certainly not how she had imagined him. His opponent laughed, but it was almost unnoticeable. He was surprised that the guy had come crawling alone to save people who had nothing to do with him. Because of that, he thought he was a real fool, even though it was a matter of honor for Shahan Sun. The monster couldn't believe that the old man was beaten by an idiot like this guy. He offered him to look at his strength one more time, thus agreeing to the fight, being absolutely sure that he could defeat Shahan Sun. And Shahan Sun himself realized that it wasn't the voice he heard on the phone. If it wasn't a single person here, and they came to catch him, that was the most logical explanation. And then he turned to Lee Yoon-bai, apologized to her for getting involved in this, and promised to explain everything to her a little later. The girl didn't understand what was going on. She just obediently stayed behind the guy who came to protect her. She couldn't wait for him to explain everything and finally shed some light on what was going on. There was another break in the wall. Dust covered everything. Debris flew into the air, approaching the ground. It was definitely the work of Shahan Sun. The guy jumped out of the hole, holding the girl in his arms. It was unusual for her to come out from such a height, so she could not hold back her scream. But she did not disturb her savior. He understood what caused this reaction. He only tightened his hands on her body to hold the innocent girl. Shahan Sun was not going to get into a fight. He realized that if he fought here alone, he would only succumb to the plan of these subhumans. First of all, the priority is to move Lee Yoon-bai to a safe place, and the girl at this time closed her eyes. The tears did not stop flowing, but the terrible thoughts in her head she shouted out with her voice. The guy who had already set his mind to tear up this traitor didn't understand if this guy was going to run away as soon as he got the girl. He had assessed the situation quite quickly. Apparently Shahan Sun wasn't the type to run into a fight without thinking. But he was well aware that the three of them would not do something like that to this guy. They had enough trump cards up their sleeves for such cases, so a smirk appeared on his face, telling him instead that the fight was not over. Very soon in the same room a girl appeared, the sister of that guy who was just a step away from getting into a fight with Shahan Sun. Around her feet were all sorts of monsters she was controlling. With a sadistic note in her voice and the same smile, she said that she wouldn't let that guy run away together after her girlfriend. Well, she was also saying her own thing. She thought Jun should learn something like that too. After all, he was suffering a lot. But she didn't care about that right now. It was just an insertion between the lines. She decided that if they cared for each other so much, she would have a special offer for them. That's why she was going to bury them together. And she immediately let her helpers go, who were already rushing towards the two fugitives. Their speed was great, so the question of whether they would catch up or not could be crossed out. Of course they would. Shahan Sun soon noticed this. He was surprised that they were being attacked from such a distance. In another situation it would have been impossible, but now he realized that their opponent was almost on par with them in speed. He soon felt a slight unease. The worms, with sharp teeth on the ends, began to dig into his leg. They weren't just wrapping their bodies around it, they were gnawing into it with their teeth, drawing blood and creating wounds. It hurt. It really hurt. Chunks of flesh were being ripped from him. They actually managed to get the guy down. The landing was not soft. He scraped his body across the concrete, leaving cracks and dents in it. His leg was covered in blood. He tried to soften the landing by getting down on one knee. He still had Lee Eun-bai in his arms. Her eyes were closed. She had already resigned herself to the fact that they were going to die. But the guy, even though he was in a hell of a lot of pain, wasn't going to leave her in danger. And the girl who had directed her worms at them was standing on the roof of the building. Her monsters had grown to an unbelievable scale. Shahan Sun thought about her. He couldn't understand. Originally Lena had been watching from above. The girl was capable of catching in motion even at a distance, and just like that, it had already become clear. She wouldn't let them go. The guy tried to shout to Eun-bai. He asked her if the girl was okay, nowhere or hurt, if she had hurt herself, but his friend seemed to be passed out. All she could give out was an unintelligible moan. She seemed to be unconscious from the stress and shock she had just experienced. Suddenly he was attacked from behind by the one who was in charge of the group, the one who called Shahan Sun. He brought his fist up, waving it around, and he naively applauded what an invariably caring guy in front of him, and then advised him that he'd better take care of himself, called the teenager a bitch. Shahan Sun didn't have time to react to this attack, so in an instant a fist flew into his face. His teeth were crushed inside. The guy spit out blood. His cheek was starting to itch and bake with pain. Realizing that he should gather his thoughts as quickly as possible, he pressed his feet harder against the floor, preparing to respond to this attack, realizing that he needed to fight back as quickly as possible, and get out of here before everything came to a point of no return. And already from the next attack Shahan Sun was able to dodge. He sagged backwards, even before the hand of the enemy could get close to his face. Only the surrounding concrete blocks were affected. Even managed to lift his foot to try to kick back, but the enemy was not easy either. He managed to grab the guy right by the foot, gripping his shoe tightly. All he said was that Shahan Sun had good reflexes. Except the guy didn't want to be interrupted by idle talk. He pressed his foot right on the man's mouth, forcing the man to sag backwards. All Shahan Sun wanted was to get free and run away quickly, and if he came back, it would only be with backup. But the opponent didn't give up. He jumped up. It looked like he was trying to use some kind of trick. Shahan Sun was annoyed by this. The enemy bit his leg and jumped up. It was so strong that it was unclear how much power he still had in him. Somehow countering it was hard. All he wanted to do was to figure out how to at least just land without consequences. He was unable to do so. The opponent was able to intercept him with his hand, and hit his head directly on the ground. A lot of blood rushed from the back of his head. A sharp pain spread all over his head. Shahan Sun did not expect to be treated like this. The monster was smiling with all his sharp teeth. He was laughing at how easy it was. This kid was nothing compared to him, and the guy he was bullying was choking on blood. He was at a loss. Through the dizziness, it was even harder to think of how to counter it. In the end, Shahan Sun was able to break free from his opponent's clutches. He slid some more distance on the concrete, braking with his shoes, hoping that he would be able to maintain this kind of distance further, pick up his girlfriend and get out of here despite the injuries he had sustained. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Remembering that he had to leave Lee Eun-bai for a while, he looked in the direction where the girl should be. He was even more worried because he knew how to behave. He was less worried about himself than about his friend. The worms were already approaching the girl who was screaming at the top of her voice. She tried to move away but she couldn't. Her bare feet were too painful because of the sharp pieces of concrete underneath them. She was too scared. Lee Eun-bai didn't know what to do. It was the end for her. Shahan Sun couldn't let this happen. He rushed towards his friend, screaming. It seemed like he had never accelerated to such a speed before, but time was short. He needed this so that the one whose wounds wouldn't be able to heal like on him wouldn't get hurt. It seemed like there was no way he could make it. The worms were already too close to Li Yunbai, but one could not lose hope that he would succeed. One could believe that he was already faster than light. And Shahan Sun succeeded. He covered the girl, and the worm's teeth slashed into his back. The pain was unbearable. It seemed that they had gotten all the way to his spine, and now they were going to bite him. He clenched his teeth and let out a silent scream, but at least he was happy that his friend did not feel the pain. They were thrown into the wall, which cracked. Dust came out of it and began to fill everything. His opponents were expecting to see only what was left of the guy, but he was still conscious, to their detriment. The dust began to dissipate slowly. There was silence all around. It was only more suspicious. It usually starts just before the peak of the battle. They had to get out of there as fast as possible, before all the dirt in the air settled down, before it could cover the casualties. But they didn't care about that. Shahan Sun was too injured. He was still holding the girl, trying to cover her from everything that was going on around them. He didn't have the strength to instantly move them out of there in any way. It was an incredibly horrible feeling. He blamed himself for not having time to do anything. It was too hard to defend Li Yunbai, let alone counterattack. He only thought that he had to hold on a little longer. A little longer. The girl had her eyes closed. She didn't have the strength to just open her eyelids. Tears were streaming from her eyes. Everything was a blur. It looked like she was about to pass out again. Shahan Sun was shocked at what he heard after that. The girl, completely without strength, opened her lips to say that he should leave her. She was asking him to do so, but it wasn't unacceptable. The guy didn't think that Li Yunbai would give up so quickly. She said she didn't know that this was what her friend had been worried about all this time. She could least believe that he kept fighting alone. It was scary and agonizing, and that was why he couldn't tell anyone. It was as if she couldn't see Shahan Sun's face, which was expressing all the surprise, all the frustration at the situation that was happening now. Li Yunbai threw her tears but still accepted what she told him. She thought she was a burden to the guy and assumed that's why he couldn't escape. The girl asked him to stop. She said it's okay, so it's okay to leave, but it's okay for the guy to leave alone. Shahan Sun was silent. He understood why his friend had made such a decision and couldn't decide to really leave her. It wasn't for him. He was ready to fight but not to leave someone in trouble, especially someone important to him. Li Yunbai was soon surprised at what the object of her affection had said. The guy said that it was incredibly delicious when they ate at the cafe. It seemed that this conversation was not appropriate for such a moment, but the voice with which Shahan Sun spoke made it clear that he would not end with that phrase. The guy couldn't remember what it was called, and then continued that it was so much fun then, but he didn't know why. It seemed to him that the girlfriend was upset then. It bothered him a lot. The guy thought then that the problem was him, because he never knew how to do all this before, and had already accepted the fact that he was acting like a fool again. There was a smile on his face, and the girl couldn't move away from the surprise in such a topic. He paused. The smile on his face didn't come off. Blood was all over his clothes, all over his body, but he was still smiling sincerely, looking at Li Yunbai as if he didn't care about anything that was going on around him. Shahan Sun began to think back on his life. He realized that as soon as he came into the world, he hated his whole life. He had gone through too many troubles. Too much of his blood was spilled and pain was received. His life was always hard and painful because he had no hope that one day things would get better, because he didn't notice the things that were very important that were constantly under his nose. At this time, Shahan Sun was dripping in his problems at once, even if it was hard and difficult. Had to step over not the easiest character in terms of openness, but Li Yunbai still always cared about him, always tried to help, defended his virtues. In a way, she told him what he didn't know, made him smile like the last time they met. She didn't think he was lost, tried to show him that the guy could do a lot. Even when Shahan Sun felt unbearably lonely in this world, Li Yunbai was the person who held his hand. Just like back then, during the movie, when the guy was plunged into emotions and memories from the past. And now he was holding the girl's hand, trying to remind her that she wasn't alone and no one would leave her, that she was dear to Shahan Sun, even though he realized it too late. But it was better this way than never admitting it. The guy said that now he knows that no matter how hard it was for him, he was able to live on. No matter how scary it was for him, Shahan Sun was able to fight on, all because Li Yunbai was by his side. The guy's eyes were shining when he looked at the girl. He spoke from the heart, and then clarified that he couldn't do it without Li Yunbai. and his girlfriend started to stutter. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her heart was bursting with sentimentality. It was definitely nice to hear, but she was worried about one more thing. Shahan Sun had always been selfish and didn't say anything to her, and even though he saw her every day but didn't react, tears came out of her eyes again. But now it was because she didn't understand why the guy was doing things his own way again at a time like this, which didn't cancel out his selfishness. He once again said that it was because of what he had just said that he couldn't leave without Lee Eun-bai. It was his duty to protect the person who was there for him in the most difficult moments. Otherwise it was impossible. He was too much into the girl. He looked in the direction where his opponents were already standing. He only realized that he should not give up on them, and do everything to get out of this place, at least to get Lee Eun-bai out. And the guy who was involved in the whole attack on the school was blurring into a nasty smirk, which itself showed all the disdain of Cha Hyun-sung. But suddenly there was a strange sound that both of them didn't expect to hear. Since it was behind the back of the beast who was involved in the killings at the school, he became more numb, and Cha Hyun-sung looked behind his back. He guessed who it could be, and if indeed it was, then that's awesome. And judging from the smile that appeared on his face that shone through the bloodstains, one could be sure that this was the work of those who were definitely familiar to him and had come to help him in this difficult battle. There stood Son Ka Yeon and Yoon Chang-woo. They had come to the aid of their partner and subordinate, even though the guy dared to tell them that they were late. But even though he said that, he was certainly happy to see them here. Son Ka Yeon, with a cigarette in her teeth and a big smile, said that this was the second time that Cha Hyun-sung owed her a favor, and from tomorrow onwards, she told him to call her sister, adding that he was just a brat and couldn't do it alone. But she said it without malice, just for the sake of a joke. Just as jokingly, Cha Hyun-sung brought up the fact that the girl was late and nagging, and again after the guy had already gotten his kicks. He admitted that it was a hell of a thing to hide the fact that the guy had called the two of them for help. Yoon Chan-woo notified that all the civilians within a 500-meter radius had been evacuated. All the remaining students who were hiding in the school had also escaped. The man also admitted that it was hard to divert their attention. The girl who was fighting with the help of her worms began to play out a skit. She asked if it was over like this, realizing that they weren't going to give up the victory either. And then she asked just as naively, "What about them? Did they have to run away from here now?" Her brother looked at the yellow-haired girl and commented that another bitch who had killed the old man had come, and the other man next to him, he meant the commander of the two teenagers, probably the leader of the hunting dogs. And here he realized that it looked like he and his sister and their boss had fallen into their hands, so he asked Do Jun how they should proceed. And the brute, as was to be expected, said that they should of course fight. He was shouting. He was motivated by the fact that they might not have the opportunity to fight such interesting opponents again. To which, he got a quick reply that they seemed to be thinking the same thing, so from now on each side would try their best to destroy the other. The battle started instantly. The girls clashed with each other. The young lads opposed each other by bumping foreheads together, and the commanders decided that they would be worthy opponents to each other. The battle began immediately with an active phase. There was no time to heat up, and no one had the desire to warm up before the main part. I would like this battle to end as quickly as possible. Of course, everyone counted only on his victory. Cha Hyun-sung both received when he missed attacks and quickly came to his senses to give a response. For his opponent it didn't seem like a very hard task, namely to fight this guy, but he was ready for that scenario if the enemy did get the upper hand. The blonde even kind of admired the fact that his opponent had a high reaction speed. He was holding back all the blows. It only gave him more interest in such an active battle. Cha Hyun-sung was furious. He was literally able to hold back the blows that were coming at him with his hand, and his opponent realized that this kid had become stronger since he fought with the old man. It was to be expected, but no one would have guessed that he would have trained so much during all this time. And while this guy was thinking about it, the protagonist had already managed to strike a blow that threw the opponent a long distance away. Cha Hyun-sung was hit right in the stomach. Everything twisted inside. The muscles tried to resist, but they failed. But the opponent didn't seem to be frightened by this. His eyes were filled with madness like thirst. He thought about the fact that it was a pretty heavy punch. It would be dangerous if he didn't block it now. It seemed like it wasn't just madness, it was real excitement. A game where the stakes are life. But Cha Hyun-sung wasn't going to stop. While his enemy was thinking about something, he didn't control his whole body, and the guy took this moment to grab his leg. There was nothing but anger and rage in his eyes. Cruelty was growing in his soul. That guy's body became like a rope for a lasso. The schoolboy, who was now in an incredibly physical and beast-like form, began to swing his body around his axis, speeding up each time. From the outside it looked as if the guy who was in his hands had already stretched the length of that circle. Shahan Sun was not easy either, making an incredible effort to get his opponent to accelerate to such a speed. The guy soon began to feel his arms begin to weaken, make a break, and thus complete this trick. The guy made to hit the ground at the last moment with the body that was in his hands. The opponent smashed the concrete he fell on. His face turned into a bloody mess. Now he realized that he was too early to be happy that he could defeat Shahan Sun, but he recovered quite quickly. He got up with the help of his hands, but still did not get far from the concrete. His face began to swell. It was clear. The blow was not easy. The blood filled the mouth cavity. It had to be spit out periodically. Judging from the strength and speed, it was becoming clear to him that Shahan Sun was on a completely different level compared to those he had fought so far. But still, he was sure that the level of the new convert was not enough to defeat the enemy. His teeth had become sharp fangs. He clenched them tightly. He finally stopped showing a sneer on his face. It seems he was becoming truly furious. The arms he was leaning on began to be covered in veins that swelled up. This was due to the anger he felt inside. He was getting ready to show what he was really capable of, so this schoolboy wouldn't even think of putting himself above in terms of strength. But they were tensed not only because the guy was angry, but also because he was leaning on them, all in order to swing his leg. Swing very hard. He succeeded. He hit right on Shahan Sun's chin. He banged his jaw and then clenched his teeth hard. It seemed to hurt even more than his punch. The unpleasant sensation began to split the brain. The punch was so strong that Shahan Sun not only felt pain but also flew to the side. His opponent did it all so powerfully that he instantly rose into the air, throwing himself up with his arms, pushing himself off the ground. But Shahan Sun managed to grab onto the concrete with his fingers and scraped his nails to slow himself down. The pain was unbearable, considering he also had a torn back, an injured leg, and his face was now humming with pain. The guy noticed it. He saw the pile of blood that Shahan Sun had left behind. He sighed as if it was really hard. He asked him not to hurry so much because it was a long night, and his next suggestion was to enjoy it slowly. Maybe for sadists like them it's really a pleasure, but for those who want to end it all, it's more like torture. Shahan Sun asked what it means to enjoy it slowly, asked that the enemy did not make him laugh. He was angry at the guy, because for him it was not a joke, but a matter of life and death. A matter of honor could not allow anyone from the light side to treat it as entertainment. Here in the first place is worth defending the lives of people to stand at least for the sake of those who have already died. After all, what the beasts had done to the people and what they had done to Li Yunbai, who was the most important person to Shahan Sun at the moment, did not deserve that the latter would ever forgive them. He would never do that. That was what he had promised the monsters to their faces, and he had threatened to make the three of them disappear from this world as soon as possible. But the guy who stood across from him was only happier. He told him to continue to be angry. It would only benefit his enemy, because when the enemy is filled to the brim with rage, in a moment of despair, his face becomes much funnier. It was definitely not a healthy feeling. Sweet, wanting blood. That was what was overwhelming the beasts at the moment. The worms rushed forward, wriggling, tangling among themselves. They were both very fast and impossibly smooth. It was hard to catch them, even harder to dodge them. They would grasp muscles and skin with their teeth and would not think of letting go until they gnawed a hole. But for every strong man or creature there would be an even stronger one, so these long monsters were eliminated very quickly. They were slashed with one swipe of a sharp blade, ending their invasion. Naturally, it was Son Ka Yeon. She was very fast to eliminate each opponent, but that was not her ultimate goal because she needed the one who controlled them, namely the girl who was too cute in appearance to be a beast. She looked with a sparkling look at her opponent. She only said that this girl was too boring. She wondered if it would be like a fight if the enemy was shooting from a distance all the time. Son Ka Yeon rushed straight at the girl, jumping over and overcoming every creature that was created by the beast. She shouted for her to not be such an arrogant egotist and just let her just come down to fight face to face. The blonde girl tucked her hair behind her ears and said that it was very ugly. She thought that people were so ignorant and their manner of speech and actions were so horrible. She added that if that girl would shut up a bit, she would be much prettier in her opponent's opinion. Suddenly, not so far away, the wall began to crack. Cracks began to appear on it, which diverged further. It would be worth paying attention to, except that no one would look that way, because everyone was busy with a completely different matter. Soon enough, a huge monster burst out of the building. Cracks began to appear all over the walls and windows of the building, and pieces began to fall on those standing below. The girl who was doing nothing while Son Ka Yeon was moving towards her asked if she could just cut off the limbs of this search dog. Naturally, she didn't need an answer. The worms that came out of there began to grab Son Ka Yeon's hand, where the katana was clutched tightly, and her legs to slow her down and disintegrate her. But the girl didn't understand where the monster had come from. If it was from the building, if they hadn't destroyed everything in it, while they were pulling her limbs in an attempt to tear off a piece of her. The one who controlled the parasites told her that she was going to leave the head and torso for later, and in the meantime, she would make a beautiful doll out of her. But Son Ka Yeon didn't even think of being afraid. She kept her face and mocked her opponent, saying that she couldn't solve everything just by force, and was also acting stupid, just like that sweaty muscular man. While her enemy hoped that the girl would start screaming for help while the monster was trying to eat her, the monster opened its mouth wider to devour the victim, and it almost succeeded. Another meter and Son Ka Yeon would have been inside its belly, chewed up and left with nothing left. But suddenly a blade slammed into his head, piercing his head all the way to his brain. It seemed like it was about to get there if there was anything there. The monster himself didn't expect this. Everything was going to end his opponent. As the monster ripped the weapon from its flesh, Son Ka Yeon slid it across its body, making a huge cut. While she herself spoke to its mistress, the girl was surprised that the latter thought she would start begging for mercy. Such a thing would never happen. Even if dying, it would be with pride. The girl suggested her opponent to try to do it. She still had to win. Whether it was 100 or 1,000 monsters, she would still chop them into pieces and shove them down the albino's throat. And while Son Ka Yeon had a crazed look and showed her sharp teeth, her enemy only licked her lips sweetly, as if she was just waiting to test her strength too. While the girls were dealing with each other, the not so far away older men were also already moving into the fray. The well-swung bat stopped abruptly, resting on the second man's hand. The latter didn't even flinch, as if he didn't feel the heavy thing hitting his fingers at all. Yun Changwoo was stopped by the head of this squad of 3 red-robed beasts. It didn't seem to do anything for the two of them, but for the surroundings it had consequences. Pieces of concrete were flying around. The stone under his feet was broken into small pieces. Everything around him was screaming destruction. The man in glasses looked at his opponent with wide-open eyes. He recognized that this guy was very strong. At first he was even surprised, and then he assumed that it was because he was the commander, and recognized that this man had trained his subordinates quite well. They continued to fight, and the enemy was already more serious than just a few minutes ago. He dared to also tweak the one he was fighting, saying that these two, Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon, were not his subordinates. They had already become like family to him, so let the enemy know that they would stand up for each other. And then he decided to find out directly what these beasts were up to. What worried Yun Changwoo was that these creatures had always moved in the dark, avoiding the employees of the secret organization, but now for some reason they were doing something so flashy. He was tormented by speculation as to why the beasts were so eager to get Hen Son, to which he received an answer. Quite calm, not like he himself. The answer was this actually a question. Why would the commander of the humans ask the beast about this? Of course the man was not going to answer this question, saying he couldn't do it, and then he clenched his hand into a fist, trying to find the strength and anger within to gain the upper hand in the battle. The veins on his wrists became even more embossed. What he said about if Yun Changwoo was really a man, he should learn everything by force. He struck straight at the man. He accelerated so much that from such a blow, the agent commander was knocked back a great distance. He didn't expect his opponent to hit so fast and so hard. But Yun Changwoo was not going to stop, to lose heart, and certainly not to give up in this situation. Of course, controlling his body during such a flight was hard. His hands were pushed behind his body and tightly clutched his weapon, the bat. The man tried, in resistance to the air, to direct the bat forward, but immediately his opponent, who was just as fast, headed towards him. He put a block with his forearm. On his face was just an incredibly terrifying smile that said that every step in this battle was already foreseen by him. Du Jun was speeding up his punches. There were many of them. They were powerful. They could crush whoever was hit by them. And a crazy laugh came out of his mouth. The man was confident that he could beat his opponent, even though he knew that the agency was very strong. But he still thought that he could take advantage of the slightest mistake of that side. Yun Changwoo realized that his enemy was very strong, that he could be attacked at any moment. But so far he had been able to put up blocks with his weapons, his face showing the tension he had inside. He had to hold on with dignity. It wasn't long before he had the upper hand on this beast. They began to move from one spot on the battlefield to another. There was more dust kicked up in the air around them than around the others, each trying to make their strongest attack and repel the others to avoid getting hurt. They had to work hard. They are worthy opponents, they shouted as they approached each other, thus only adding strength to their strike. They were trying to intimidate their opponent to some extent, to make his hand shake and pull the blanket over themselves, to start dominating the fight. And after a second, everything became clear. Yun Changwoo punched right into his opponent's face, thus turning his facial features into one solid mess. It wasn't clear if it was luck, or if it would have happened anyway, no matter how the enemy acted. The commander of the organization was very angry. He got into a frenzy. It seems that his aggression and rage were stronger. They gave him adrenaline, which went through every cell of his body, reaching the brain, pulsing there with an incredible rhythm. It seems that he could not be stopped. He kept beating his opponent and pounding him with the bat so that he would never get up and try to resist this team again. He planned to deal with the enemy and go help his students deal with the other beasts, until he threw the enemy a very decent distance away to give himself some respite from this fight. Yun Changwoo's weapon was all covered in blood. It seemed he hadn't had time to wipe the bat clean from last time, but now it was covered in fresh blood. Its sweat was already everywhere, both on the walls and the fighters, as well as in the air. The puffs of smoke, absolutely everything around began to be colored red from the biological fluid. Yun Changwoo failed to finish off his opponent once and for all, though it was rather expected. After all, they were no longer the smallest beasts to deal with. His opponent had lifted himself up with his hands, and recognized that the man fighting him was indeed worth his name as a commander. Even though there was already a lot of blood dripping off him, he was not going to stop there. Even seeing Yun Changwoo's very attitude, he continued to talk about his rather high level of combat power, and this was despite the fact that he had a human body. So it was praiseworthy, only for the commander himself. Words of praise from such vile creatures were not something to be proud of. The man stretched his neck, which was stiff after not fatal but still strong blows, and said that since he had such a difficult opponent this time, he would change his fighting strategy a little. It sounded quite threatening. He tore off his already tattered shirt. It floated pathos and epically through the air to the side. The man said that from now on he would fight a little more seriously. Now that he had decided not to hold back, he was sure that he could defeat his opponent. His eyes began to glow with rage. He demanded Yun Changwoo to show his enemy the level he had reached through countless battles. But of course, the man would not just wait for an attack from the commander of an organization that was supposed to exterminate beasts. He in turn did not hide the fact that he would show his fangs in response. Shahan Sun continued to fight the guy they had fought in the beginning. The brunette was swinging his fists faster and faster. He had no intention of stopping. Anger was already boiling in his blood. He couldn't afford to give up when everyone had an opponent and no one could help him quickly. While he was striking, he was analyzing the condition of his opponent, and at this point he realized that the blonde was already with broken bones. But more importantly, he was in no condition to fight back, so it was worth it to finish the job as soon as possible. Otherwise you could miss your chance for an advantage. So, after taking a deep breath, Shahan Sun brought his fist farther away, clenched his fingers tighter, and with a wide swing his hand went straight towards the enemy. The guy clenched his teeth to the point that they almost gritted. The guy decided to really end it. His hand crashed into the chin of the guy, who was covered in blood and, in addition to broken bones, had already ruptured organs, so he would have to be unconscious soon. I would like to believe that soon all this horror would be over. The legs of the beast left the ground. He did not control this flight, because it depended on the strength of the blow of his opponent, and it was very large. Shahan Sun froze in place. He saw everything as if in slow motion, but his heart was beating even faster. But he didn't try to stop at what he had already done, simply because he wouldn't be sure of the harmlessness of his enemy until he did everything he could to keep him completely unconscious and alive. So he began to raise his leg for the kick as well. The guy swung better and hit the guy who had been the first one to get into a fight in the face again. But he was still conscious, even though his critical thinking wasn't working. But he was aware of the fact that when the moment comes when consciousness fades, and with all of this, the boundary between the piece of flesh that made up his body and his consciousness was disappearing. At the moment of this reflection, the guy who was successfully stabbing him began to show his fang. From his hand began to pull out sharp bones, which he used last time in the fight quite successfully. Shahan Sun was heading towards the enemy, trying to do his best to finish the fight. His confidence was already growing inside him that he had already obtained the first place and could soon join his friends to help them defeat the beasts as well. At moments like this, when the beast's teeth sink into the neck of the hunting dog, something that was quite inevitable happens. The monster's limbs began to change. At first it seemed like this was what was going to mark the end of this whole fight. But nothing, fangs included, lasts forever. The beast became ugly and even smoother with the injuries that Shahan Sun had just inflicted on it. The guy screamed as much as he could, but only a slurred sound came out of his throat. Finally, the moment finally came when the beast collapsed right on the ground. A large ball of dust and earth came out from under its back, which turned into a big cloud in the air. Pieces of concrete also flew up. A thud and a big vibration went around. Shahan Sun, who was able to pierce the enemy's heart, suddenly slowed down in front of the dust mist. He was so determined to definitely finish the enemy already. He had gained so much acceleration that staying in the middle of the process could only mean defeat. But here it was necessary, because if you hit the void, it also does not give anything. And at the moment the opponent in front of Shahan Sun was not, which struck him to the goosebumps on his skin. He did not understand where went the one on whose extermination. The guy has been working so long for the past few dozen minutes. His eyes widened. The guy could not understand where his opponent had disappeared. He was controlling every step of his enemy. He was trying to do everything to definitely gain victory in this situation. But soon a voice was heard behind his back, which only confirmed to himself that the blood of the beast that flows in Shahan Sun is definitely strong. And then the guy turned around, and his opponent continued to list the brunette's strong qualities, namely strength, speed and regeneration. They really are incredible. But there was one thing, the guy has nothing else, so he tried to use only them, which leads to a similar conclusion very quickly. Therefore, the enemy simply believed that now, Shahan Sun is just a man with the body of a beast, and nothing else, while he tried to squeeze everything out of this body, but he did not understand how to use it properly. And the monster, which had already become completely similar to some vague scary creature, was saying that he finally wanted to know what Shahan Sun could turn into with the fangs of the beast that had left the man and was hungry for blood. The brunette could not look directly at him. He was inwardly constrained by fear and terror. He could not foresee such a thing in a fight in which he controlled absolutely everything, but his instincts made him turn straight to his opponent. Judging by what was going on, he already guessed that there was a real big guy who would not be so easy to defeat. And as soon as he came face to face with him, the fear only increased. But it was a feeling only for a moment, which soon disappeared, because it changed to genuine pain. Because Shahan Sun's body was pierced by huge sharp bones like pegs. Blood spurted from all the new wounds. The guy began to scream, screaming from the hot feeling that began to flow throughout his body. Son Ka Yeon was beginning to be exhausted, fighting with her opponent. She was beginning to think that it would never end. She thought her enemy was a real scum. It was getting unbearably tiring. Her muscles began to whimper and hum from such a load. But the girl was not one of those who would start to doubt and give up. Still, she was cursing the tentacles that she had to deal with. As if she cut off one of them, the others would regenerate immediately. So there were doubts about getting close to their owner. But on the plus side, the regeneration of these creatures also consumed a lot of stamina. Son Ka Yeon realized that she wouldn't get hurt if she kept her distance, but then she wouldn't be able to take her down either, where the opponent had found a spot from which she couldn't get close to her. So in that case, there was nothing left but to end it. And the one who was controlling everything here had the same snide expression on her face. The huge monster continued to swell rapidly. Its monstrous body seemed to be poured from within by some alien force. Every new moment it grew larger, more massive, and it seemed as if the very ground beneath it was trembling from this unnatural heaviness. His gaze was directed upwards, as if he was searching the sky for the source of his terrifying transformation. Bubbles were moving all over the surface of his body, rolling over as if alive, and at the same time emitting an ominous gurgling sound. This sound foreshadowed something terrible, frighteningly imminent. Soon enough it completely ruptured. Blood spurted from the places where the skin had split apart, spurting out like lava from a volcano crater. In addition to the disgusting sound of the event itself, the creature itself could be heard screaming. It did not bode well. Everyone knew that. Son Ka Yeon's breathing stopped for a second. She didn't let anything escape from her lungs to concentrate on what was happening now and what was going to happen next. It looked like the previous fatigue could be forgotten. Now she would have to make even more effort to at least endure. Not that she could win. The first thing the girl noticed was the legs of those who appeared in front of her. They looked horrible. There was blood dripping down the skin, and veins peeking out from underneath, which were covered with strange streaks, as if the skin itself was melting and deforming like a candle when it burned. and a creepy and no less creepy smile appeared in Son Ka Yeon's opponent than what appeared in front of the organization agent. It was as if she was explaining what was happening. A chrysalis had just exploded and now a butterfly was emerging that would only help end those fighting beasts. It was the blonde's fangs, her ability that was called Butterfly Swarm. In front of Ka Yeon was a crowd of people, or rather something similar to it. Their faces were just incredibly ugly, and behind all this crowd towered the mistress of this ability, held high in the air by tentacles. The beast had an indecent smile on its face as it said that it liked people, but the problem was that it only liked them because they were weak and cowardly, and they all disliked her. But it was the first time it had ever seen a person like Son Ka Yeon. Son Ka Yeon was even a little shocked by this speech. A nervous smile appeared on her face. She couldn't call her opponent anything but fucked up, because the girl was obviously not one of those, and then asked if it was better to use men for this. Her interlocutor was intoxicated with such a great desire to finally get her hands on that souvenir. Now the girl did not accept any other arrangement of events except that the agent she had met would become her property and she would never let go of her victim. And with the words that Son Ka Yeon should not worry because it would be over very soon, the beast sent its army of puppets towards the girl, which began to cover the girl from all sides and did not give her any chance to fight back. All they wanted from this girl was for her to give herself to her enemy completely. At this time, the other beast that was fighting Yun Changwoo raised his leg high up. His stretching was enviable. The limb began to gain a very decent speed. It was clear that this strike would not be weak. And, of course, he unleashed his attack on the commander of the organization. But he had time, fortunately, to put a block sword. Of course his hands felt the full force of the blow, so almost shuddered to miss this blow. Elbows gave a slight slack and a couple of centimeters hands moved. Yun Changwoo clenched his teeth harder. It was very difficult. It was hard for him because the strength of the beast had changed. It had definitely become stronger. His hands were trembling from having to try so hard to hold back the attack to prevent himself from being overpowered in an instant. He had to think of something to do about it as quickly as possible. The man who had his entire face veined and bloodstained was calmly talking about how Ah Songbin was very smart. It seems like he should have gone to college too. However, he was popular everywhere, except that the man himself did not have a single useful skill. Such talk during the heavy crush on his opponent only caused great anxiety and did not even predict what would happen next. And, having gathered his strength, he finally decided to strike again. Perhaps the reason for this delay was not so much exhaustion as a strange, almost painful desire to prolong the torment of his victim, to watch how hope was gradually fading in his eyes, how each breath was given to him harder and harder. And now, when the waiting became unbearable, his leg forcefully collapsed once again. The impact sounded deafening, but no less terrible, and the weapon that Yun Changwoo was desperately trying to defend himself, treacherously shaken in his hands, as if ready to fall out at any second. But the commander had time to react and put the weapon away. Shortening himself from the attack, he shouted to ease his tension. He swung the weapon to show that he too was a force to be reckoned with in this fight, and he wasn't going to give up, at least not without trying to defend his right to life. He swung his blade and hit right on top of his opponent, thus attempting to cut off his head. For one moment it seemed that Yun Changwoo had succeeded, so inside he had a momentary hope that it was over. But it was an adrenaline-soaked moment. But when the commander turned around and looked at the enemy, everything was still there, except that his face was completely changed. He was now much less like a human, more like a demon. And this creature continued his monologue that he only realized it after he became like this. The only thing he was best at was punching, slashing and killing, and the red eyes that expressed only rage only increased the feeling of fear from what he heard. Immediately after saying that, he kicked his opponent's stomach, causing the commander to be truly shocked. His stomach turned upside down. The pain stunned any sane consciousness. It seemed that after such a fight, Yun Changwoo was no longer the leader of the battle at all. At the same moment he activated the Fong ability called Demon Envoy, and the commander immediately flew off at high speed, slammed into the wall. His bones were able to withstand such a blow, but his opponent did not give a damn. He stood and waited for the dust to clear and he could finally finish off his opponent. And as soon as everything developed, the demon immediately stood over Yun Changwoo, looming shadow, which did not bode well, and the commander tried to collect himself both physically and mentally. He held back the blood with his hand, which burst from his stomach. In the eyes all blurred, he could only see the red shades of his own blood, which spilled over the concrete. Yun Chang was strained to at least consider everything that was going on around him. He was well aware that his ribs were broken, a technique that easily and powerfully enhanced his physical strength. Going straight fight against such a thing was incredibly difficult. The man didn't want to believe it, but inside he was already starting to accept that this was his end. It was his fangs. It would not be possible to fight against them with the same method he had used to defeat past opponents, but there was no time to think about it. His enemy had already attacked him and fisted the wall behind the commander's back, but Yun Changwu was able to dodge in time, and on his face appeared a sudden fright. A little more and he would have died on the spot. But it was too early to rejoice. The beast quickly realized that its victim had escaped injury, so it kicked him in the face. A crunch was heard, and blood came out of Yun Changwu's mouth again. He felt the pain and then the throbbing as his face swelled up. The strength he was trying to regain was gone completely, and continued to disappear. Given that his enemy began to trample him with incredible force into the concrete, he was advancing, each time increasing the force of his blow. There was blood on the floor, and the concrete under the body of Yun Changwu began to break and disintegrate into small pieces. It was surprising that the man still had the limbs of the body attached to each other, but very soon this miracle could also disappear. Yun Changwu was no longer whole or unbloodied. He was losing consciousness and regaining it again, but at some point he already thought it was better that he didn't get to wake up, and would rather endure the pain he was feeling here. Otherwise it seemed he would die much faster. The beast wasn't the kind of man who was willing to spare his victim, and he had played with him long ago. Now it was possible to come to the end of it all, by way of finishing off the enemy once and for all. So he grabbed the guy's bloody head, squeezing his fingers tighter so as to not let the man out in any way during what he intended to do. The beast raced with Yun Changwu in his arms through the remains of the city, while not missing a single piece of concrete that could be used to unnecessarily hit the commander who had fallen into his trap. At this speed it was hard to even notice what was happening. They were more like ghosts that swept over the ground. The demon didn't hold back. Besides trying to smash the man's head against the stone pieces, he was also adding blows with his fists to improve the effect of his move in the fight, so to speak. There was nothing left of the captain's face to remind him of what he looked like. His eyes glowed with the sweet sense of violence he was creating, and to top it off he only ground his teeth harder in a vicious grin at the sight of his opponent's face being disfigured, the sight of his blood splattering around, staining everything red. Eventually, the beast fell behind Yun Changwu in terms of them ceasing to be one while beating the captain. The demon grabbed its victim tighter by a limb and swung and threw Yun Changwu over himself, thus granting him more pain from falling and sliding on the concrete. When the sounds from the body falling to the ground stopped, a great deal of dust and dirt rose into the air, and with it bits of stone shards. Silence began to fill the whole place, only adding to the intrigue and making one's breath stop in anticipation of the outcome. Even the one who had orchestrated all of this brutality. The demon took a deep breath. No matter how strong he was, and what he had just done organized the fatigue in him. Though his victim didn't have much strength to resist, the beast clenched his fingers into a fist harder. He opened his eyes. Considering that nothing was heard from Yun Changwu, one could assume that the man was finally dead. The sadist couldn't believe that this was it and that was it. He was even a little disappointed, but apparently he had already done all he could. The fun was over here and the villain decided that it was worth moving on to find another victim. He looked at the smoky area in front of him and couldn't make out anything, but considering that no movement could be seen from there, it meant that it was definitely over. At least for Yun Changwu. After all, that's the human limit. That's what the beast thought. Now he moved forward, thinking that the man had expected things to be a little different, but in the end it turned out that humans were not equal to beasts. The latter constantly broadcasted it, but somewhere inside still doubted about it, even afraid, although they did not show it. But suddenly he stopped, because he heard a sound behind his back. Goosebumps tried to run along his skin, but he controlled them, not to give in to surprise. Just said that the beast had an amazing experience with the human body today, and he was preparing himself to face his past rival again. He didn't turn around, but he could sense that Yun Changwu was still alive and holding on, and certainly standing right behind his enemy's back at the ready to take revenge and win. To put a dot rather than a comma in this fight, despite all the blood and pain he had to see and endure in the past few minutes, the captain was furious, his eyes glittering, his voice trembling but even more menacing. He turned to his enemy and asked with contempt if he really dared to think that he could allow himself to mock people. The captain made it clear that he would not allow this under any circumstances, because such ridicule hurt not only ordinary people, but also himself, and all the more unacceptable it was when it came to the creature that tried to destroy them all. The demon did not accept why he was so angry. If he had escaped, he might have been able to survive, which only suggested two possibilities and thoughts. He was either fearless or just wanted to die. He continued to provoke the man in front of him to give some emotion. except Yun Changwoo didn't understand what running away could even mean, especially for him, considering he was just laughing in the guy's face, just rolling with laughter, although it certainly didn't look like it. He was warming up before entering the second round of this battle, considering his muscles were still sore. Suddenly the man ripped off his top, which was almost baked with blood to his skin, and then he also said that if he had been this smart, he wouldn't have gotten this far. But now there was nothing to change, and they had gotten into that battle from which only one would come out alive. And a man who had outlasted no beasts was not ready to walk away empty-handed, much less alive. The beast was genuinely surprised at what he saw. He has not yet recovered from the fact that his opponent is not dead, although he looked quite bad recently, and now he is already standing as good as new and says that he does not want to die at all. He has no such desire, and he also does not experience fear. For all the time he worked in the secret organization, he has seen a lot of things and experienced a lot. Yun Changwoo became alert, clutching his weapon tighter. Despite his wounds on his body, he was very angry and he was filled with rage. The man added that he not only does not want to die, he cannot die. It is not in his competence, and his original goal right now was to make the beast that almost crippled the captain repent for his sins. Shahan Sun looked at the floor in front of him. Like the guy's hands, it was covered in blood, and beads of sweat glistened in the light. But the most terrible thing was that the fighter couldn't breathe. His lungs were constricted, and he couldn't inhale or exhale. He was completely exhausted. Everything was destroyed in an instant: his heart, arteries, lungs, eyes. Shahan Sun clutched his chest, trying desperately to get his body to function normally again, but nothing worked. At that moment, he could neither attack nor fight back. This only pleased the monster. He gloated and mocked his opponent, asking through a vile laugh what was the matter. The guy had to get up as soon as possible, because he was the one who had told them that he would not forgive any of the beasts, and now he couldn't even breathe normally. It was a provocation, to which Shahan Sun reacted, trying to do something, but he couldn't. He was impaled on his opponent's sharp limbs, and they only grew, making the holes in the brunette's body wider and bigger, and the pain even sharper and more aggressive. Shahan Sun did not give up hope that he would still be able to defend himself. He tried to hold on to at least one of the stakes that they were trying to finish him off with, although he could not remove the others that were already in his body, and that was now a secondary task, because he had to do everything he could to prevent new holes from appearing in his body. But as soon as he touched his opponent's body, it immediately became something like ice cream on a hot day. The limbs simply began to melt, so it was impossible to resist them on his own. But there was something else that made Shahan Sun worry even more. What had recently been an acute threat began to burn the guy's hand, and the mixture did not stop there. It began to devour his opponent's hand, causing even more blood to flow. The limbs simply began to corrode before his eyes. This was, of course, accompanied by pain, but the shock was more serious, so the guy did not concentrate on it that much. Only when the damage had passed did Shahan Sun scream. The sharpness of the pain, which had been there for a long time, only became fully apparent now. His scream spread across the battlefield and perfectly reflected the situation that was now unfolding in the team of beast fighters. His enemy noticed that it was simply a beautiful cry. Naturally for him, he enjoyed the sound, and at that moment, the slime that dripped from the monster's former body in transformation began to swell, turning into something new. One could only guess what would come of it. And suddenly, the guy began to look the same as before. He began to gather himself into his body, in which he walked among people, saying that everyone, just like Shahan Sun, was attacking and shouting something like, "I will not forgive you." But after a while, everything changed. Their eyeballs burst, their insides torn apart. The beast saw this in his opponent, and severed limbs lay before his eyes. And where did all that determination go with which they shouted all this? And now they lie almost flattened, trembling with fear. Shahan Sun couldn't focus on his opponent's words. He couldn't even pull himself together after what had happened to him. The blonde continued to taunt him, smiling as he said that the guy would also go to the same place as them, adding that people who give their lives for such trivial things as justice and a sense of duty. The remnants of what he had just become his past version dripped from the beast's face. Shahan Sun clenched his teeth, trying not to be swayed by what his opponent was now rubbing in his face. He felt hot blood running down his face, the liquid falling directly into his mouth, making it impossible to get rid of the taste of iron. But very soon, his opponent's face changed, his eyes widened, and his body was overcome with surprise. The guy not only heard the sounds of effort, but also saw what it had led to. He hadn't expected this. Shahan Sun, despite being completely exhausted and crippled, managed to get up. Even though it was difficult and blood was flowing from him, He asked his enemy what he meant by justice and a sense of duty. Of course, there are people who are willing to give their lives for such things, but the truth was that the guy wasn't as cool as he was made out to be. A smile appeared on Cha Hyun-seon's face, a cruel smile that did not bode well. He continued to say that the guy just wanted to have fun with Lee Eun-bi this weekend, but they got in his way and didn't let him enjoy a good day. The Beast was genuinely shocked. The guy didn't understand how his opponent had stopped the bleeding, how he had managed to recover at all, because the monster had done everything in his power to prevent that from happening. He didn't believe that Cha Hyun-seon could recover so quickly because the wound was fatal. And then it dawned on him that this was most likely due to the fact that the muscles were extremely stretched, which is how Cha Hyun-seon blocked the rupture of blood vessels. It was quite clever, but unexpected for the enemy. The brunette clenched his fist, unable to come to terms with what had happened, because he had been feeling wonderful, incredibly happy, truly happy lately, but now everything had been taken away from him in an instant. The last few days had been like a dream, and he didn't want it to turn out to be just a dream, to the point that Cha Hyun-seon thought he would like to continue living like this in the future. However, this dream would never come true as long as all the beasts were alive, especially those who had helped kill everyone in this beautiful waking dream, who had destroyed Cha Hyun-seon's desires and new beginning. And now the guy understood everything clearly, namely, in order to continue living, laughing, and chatting as before, the brunette must tear all the monsters to pieces, every last one of them. He began to look like a madman who had finally gotten his hands on what he was obsessed with. This attitude did not scare the enemy, it only made him more eager to fight. He looked exactly the same, only shouting in response that the guy should do what he had planned, ordering him to kill everyone who stood in his way, if, of course, he could do it. It was gratifying that Cha Hyun-seon was guided by the instinct that united animals, and that he also had a part of that in him. So the decision was made instantly, they had to fight, and they decided to do it as who they were, as beasts, to the death, without any stops or games, only cruelty and the goal of emerging victorious from this battle. Meanwhile, as the real battle was just beginning nearby, the heads of beasts were already flying nearby, which were just puppets of one of the new enemies, which were not so easy to defeat. Son Ka Yeon was on a roll, she was doing well, but there was just one nuance. These were simply pawns controlled by the girl's main opponent, who was still difficult to reach personally, because it was necessary to get past so many of her subordinates, no matter who they were, and it was still necessary to cut off their heads, otherwise they would get in the way and prevent her from finishing her business properly. And that's why one of them suddenly grabbed Son Ka Yeon by the arm. Until that moment, she thought she could handle the beasts, because until then they had seemed completely harmless to someone who fought beasts all the time. Despite the fact that her opponents were already headless, they were still standing on their feet, and even more so, they were in high spirits. They still attacked, to which the girl reacted instantly. She did not understand what kind of creatures these were. These creatures still moved even without heads. The enemy immediately replied that no matter how much Son Ka Yeon cut them, she would not be able to stop the 6 beasts because these dolls were not living creatures. If the girl cut off their heads or pierced their hearts, even if only one finger remained, her opponent would be able to control them with her power. Son Ka Yeon was already completely in the hands of the monsters, who cared about nothing. Her mind was confused, and her enemy continued her speech, saying that if the girl had enough strength to break through, she could do something, but it seemed unlikely. The beast asked the girl to relax and not think about useless things, because in any case, there was nothing in Son Ka Yeon's life except battles. The girl looked defiantly at her opponent with particular arrogance, wanting the agent to ask herself this question. The blonde looked at her impatiently, eager to grab her enemy, and had no desire to get in touch with her true self. What scared her most was that her opponent might know her weaknesses and use them against her, and she continued to press on the fact that Son Ka Yeon had nothing but her fangs, no past, no memories, not even a reason to fight. She said that the girl was nothing more than a fist of hunting dogs. It was a real shot to the heart. The blonde's expression changed, and horror seeped into her pupils, and then everything was like a fog. The girl woke up only because cold drops were falling on her skin, and when she was able to open her eyes completely, she saw thick clouds from which rain was pouring down. There was no life or strength in her gaze to do anything. Son Ka Yeon did not know where she was, and all she could feel was the smell penetrating her nose. Streams of water were already running down her face from the sky, but this did not cause her discomfort. She was concerned about something else entirely. She was imbued with the smell of cold rain, the smell of burning smoke, and all this was interrupted by the disgusting smell of blood. Red spots flashed before her eyes on the floor, cutting into her eyes with their bright color against the monochrome landscape. But one smell bothered her. It was bitter, poisonous, and surprisingly warm. The girl didn't even notice that she wasn't touching the floor, but was hanging on the stranger. That poisonous smell was tobacco and resin, something that a girl who smokes herself should have recognized immediately. Suddenly, the man on whom the agent was hanging began to speak. He introduced himself as Son Ka Yeon, and strangest of all, the stranger called the girl by her own name. The blonde was particularly surprised by this, though not emotionally, because she simply didn't have the strength for that. Now she was concerned about who this man was, how she ended up on the stranger's back, and what was going on in general. But their thoughts were interrupted, and Son Ka Yeon advised them not to pay attention to all these words. No matter how they looked at the girl or what they said to her, she should just not focus on it. Even if Son Ka Yeon had nothing now, everything would surely appear in the future. And when the stranger turned to say that she should live the way she wanted, it was clear that the mysterious hero was too much like the girl herself. Suddenly, the monster in front of him was pierced by a sword, and a nasty scream escaped from the crippled body. It seemed that Son Ka Yeon's alter ego had taken on the entire battle so that the girl could come out of this fight alive. And very soon, the girl took off. She was a real hurricane. Her movements were instantaneous, incredibly fast. Only golden traces remained from such speed. Her ability to bite bloodily, a mountain of corpses, led to all opponents being defeated in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to regenerate. The beast was surprised. She did not expect everything to turn out this way, and then she heard a question from her opponent, which was said with such intonation that it became clear that she had begun to take extreme measures. Son Ka Yeon had no limbs. Instead of hands, she had blades, and she held a knife in her mouth, which did not prevent her from asking her enemy what she had said about the girl's past, because she was not fighting against her will or because she had been brainwashed or anything like that. She was fighting because the girl wanted to know who she really was, and then she asked who their enemies really were, and immediately replied that they were damn losers who ran away, afraid to live like humans. But this only provoked her opponent, who was amused that Son Ka Yeon was still holding on, those haughty eyes looking down from above, and that mouth spewing frivolous sounds. With every piece of Son Ka Yeon's flesh, every drop of sweat, the girl promised to make her enemy love her. The demon's tattooed back was straight, and only the blood on it showed that he had also worked hard in this battle. He mocked his opponent, wondering if he wanted to show how cool he was, even though he didn't consider his opponent at all. His grin was incredibly insane. The man said he thought all hunting dogs were loyal civil servants, but apparently, Yoon Chang-woo was having a lot of fun. The demon provoked the man, trying to do everything he could to anger his opponent and thus lower his guard, to which Yoon Chang-woo replied that he lived as he wanted, and that was why he fought, but not because he craved blood and fights so much. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, to never return to that time. What worried him more was that those children also wanted a peaceful childhood, but until the beasts killed them all, they lived fighting for their lives, striving to achieve a normal and peaceful existence, and the monsters took all that away from them. But the beast didn't care. He just snorted and said that it was just a worthless sermon, but with the same arrogance. He pretended to think that it was all because they were so bad, trying to hint that ordinary people were no better, without any gentleness. It was simply not in his nature. He opened his eyes to the truth. He opened his eyes and looked coldly at the man who knew better than anyone else what he was about to say, and since there was a break in their battle, it was worth pushing the conversation forward, or so the monster thought. Parents, brothers, or sisters, they all kill for different reasons, without even thinking about it. Even now, here, when the captain is trying hard to protect human lives, they themselves are brutally killing each other. This truth should not be hidden. It has always been on the surface. Yoon Chang-woo gritted his teeth. He couldn't deny what had been said, but it angered him that his opponent was bringing up such a heavy topic now. It only slowed down the pace of the fight, which he wanted to end as quickly as possible. But soon he resigned himself to the fact that it would always be this way, that men would always be this cruel, and that the blood he had spilled and continued to spill only confirmed this. And Yoon Chang-woo, like all other people, would continue to hate, take offense, and hurt each other. But that was their nature. They had always done so and would continue to do so because they were living beings. But even from this, there was one remedy that could, if not completely get rid of such things, at least ease the burden of such actions, all of which was accompanied by memories from the past. If there is someone in this world, even one person, who believes in you, it will give you the courage to continue living, to be kinder, and to be clearer about when to show toughness and cruelty, and when it is completely inappropriate. And that was the reason not to hide his cruelty towards animals. animals, namely that these monsters with smiles on their faces destroy the feeling that you are not alone and that you should not be so harsh towards everything around you. These creatures simply have no right to trample and take everything away, because it does not belong to them. As soon as the enemy sensed a hint of readiness to continue the fight in Yun Changwoo's actions, he joined the fight with the same cry, saying that the reality is that even this courage will be trampled by force, and the cries of such a weak creature as this guy are nothing more than death throes. The opponents clashed again, ready to tear each other apart. They had already expressed their opinions and attitudes towards the situation, so nothing could be resolved verbally, although this had been clear from the beginning. So now they would have to prove themselves right with their fists. The beast continued to pressure him mentally, shouting that Yun Changwoo should understand by now that his strength was not working against him. He tried to convince the man that he was desperate and just a mindless creature. Yun Changwoo paid no attention to this, although he restrained himself greatly so as not to say anything similar. But he just didn't want his strength to be directed in the wrong direction. It was better to spend it on fighting than on empty provocations. Instead, all the fire inside him, which was burning, burst out not in words, but in his power, which was called the bloom of a tiger. Yun Changwoo's body began to change. He became bigger, a bright blue light emanated from him, and now he looked even more threatening than before. This came as a real shock to his opponent, who was amazed that the man in front of him had become stronger, his power suddenly increasing, and a fleeting anxiety ran through his body. Retaliation was impossible. Now the demon was losing his strength. He felt himself beginning to lose to the one he had just called weak and insulted, and now the situation had changed dramatically. And now he had managed to break through the demon, who was now completely defenseless, especially considering that he had been morally crushed. Finally, Yun Changwoo had taken the first huge step towards victory, while distancing himself from his opponent. Blossom is the pinnacle of body enhancement procedures created by a special department to fight beasts. Agents who use Blossom demonstrate superhuman combat power that surpasses Fang's. However, the duration of Blossom lasts only a few minutes, and the price for using infinite power that exceeds human limits is the destruction of the body and death. But that didn't matter now, because the enemies clashed instantly, and it was impossible to see clearly what was happening there. All that could be seen at the site of their battle was that everything was turning to rubble and they were covered in blood. They fought so inconspicuously to others and very conspicuously to themselves. The demon screamed, trying not to miss a single blow. He had to keep his eyes open to resist the pain and his opponent. And even when Yun Changwoo's fist hit him, the monster did not stop, continuing to hope that the beasts would be able to win this time. It was the same with Yun Changwoo. He also tried to strike as accurately as possible and dodge as quickly as possible. The man also screamed, and his own voice began to drown out the voice of his opponent. The scream was to drown out the pain that each of the opponents was feeling, but it seemed that they were even competing in the volume of their screams. It was a battle in every sense of the word, so even such a seemingly trivial thing had a place in the battle. Yun Changwoo did not give up his position even in this fighting. The enemies approached each other. They moved from long-range combat to close combat. They were about to come face to face, and already it would be a real brutal battle between the two sides. And now they were no longer just standing opposite each other. They were nose to nose with the enemy. The captain of the men put his weapon forward, but very soon he stumbled upon the beast's arm, and surprisingly, the blade could not immediately pierce the flesh, and then everything happened quickly. Only thoughts remained at their usual pace. Yun Changwoo saw the horror in the enemy's eyes, how he was trying to resist with all his might, but already understood that it was impossible. The captain himself was surprised by this unimaginable power, and for this moment, he had hidden this ability. But there was a problem that concerned the possessor of this ability himself. The bloom would not last long, and Yun Changwoo had to finish him off quickly. At the moment, the beast's physical abilities were on par with those of a human. The captain did not have the skill to reverse this situation, but this powerful force came at a very simple price. However, the same end awaited him, and the man gripped his weapon tightly in his hands. Surprisingly, the completely different sides of this battle had the same thoughts. The beast, which looked more like a demon, screamed and rushed towards the enemy, with only one thing on his mind that he had to do right now. It was not surprising that Yun Changwoo was also going to do the same, using all his strength to the fullest, and all in order to kill his opponent. In some ways, they were similar, their sudden hatred for each other causing them to behave more aggressively with every passing second. Very soon, these two forces were bound to collide, and their weapons, for some a bat, for others their fists, were moving faster and faster towards each other, fueled by a strong desire to be the first to attack the enemy. but they were as strong as they were equal, so they struck and took the blow at the same time, and a new wave of blood spurted from their bodies and spread around the scene of the clash. Debris, dust, and blood began to rise from the place where the fight was taking place, all mixed together into one pile, getting into their eyes and lungs, interfering with the battle. But no one stopped. The opponents moved from place to place, fighting, playing a cruel game and trying to end the battle with victory on their side. It was obvious that no one wanted to give the victory to the other, and they were willing to go to any lengths, make any sacrifices, just to prevail. The traces of Son Ka Yeon's weapons also made themselves felt, remaining in the air as a bright golden glow. The three people did not meet for a very long time on such a huge battlefield, which was not originally intended for this purpose, but they knew that their allies were somewhere nearby. Suddenly, 2 feet collided with each other, and their owners immediately jumped back, surprised that they could feel the warmth of a human body so unexpectedly, as if time had slowed down. Then they looked at each other more closely to make sure that this was not another enemy, but as soon as they realized that this was their partner, they immediately hid their fangs, which were ready to be directed at each other. Naturally, these were Son Ka Yeon and Shahan Sun. The guy greeted his friend with a sneer, as if surprised that the blonde wasn't dead yet, and then admitted that he never thought he would be so happy to see her face, his lips spreading into a smile. The girl was not in the mood to keep the conversation going for long, and she was uncomfortable with the weapon in her teeth, so she just laughed at Shahan Sun's bluff to buy time, and then asked if he was really going to take it out by dirty means again. The ability to transform freely was definitely a difficult challenge for hand-to-hand combat, and finding the location of the core would be another headache. Meanwhile, their opponents were moving towards them, and it seemed that now they would have to fight together against even more enemies. But suddenly, Shahan Sun's confidence wavered. He noticed the word core that his partner had said. He didn't know what it meant, so he asked her what it meant. Son Ka Yeon was surprised that the guy didn't know about it. It was completely inappropriate to explain anything while a wave of monsters was moving towards them, so the girl asked her partner to remember the old man we didn't fight. Even though the blonde cut off the head, which was the core, he still calmly got up, but when she destroyed the whole body, he finally collapsed. If the vital organ is not the core, it does not mean that she cannot be killed, but rather that they must simply guide her so that she cannot reveal her core. Now Shahan Sun understood what Son Ka Yeon meant, and he suggested that there might be one way. The girl was surprised that her partner had come up with a plan so quickly. The brunette admitted that he didn't know if it would work, but no matter what, they had to try. They were unlikely to get another chance, and Shahan Sun refused to be buried in the same grave as the girl. They immediately took up a fighting stance, standing very close to each other, back to back. Suddenly, a cloud of dust covered them, and the monsters paused for a second, not knowing what to do next, because they couldn't see the targets they were supposed to defeat. The girl who created the dolls also couldn't see anything because of the dust that had risen and blocked her view. The dolls have no minds of their own, so she has to control them, and she couldn't determine blindly who to kill. Doubts and anxiety began to creep in. What had happened? Had her new target escaped? Then it occurred to her that her opponent was simply plotting something, but there was no time to think it through because Shahan Sun had already jumped out of the fog and was killing all the puppets, moving from one to another. It was very fast. In a matter of seconds, he could reach the puppeteer himself. This move was truly amazing. It confused the enemy. The girl did not expect the attack to be so sudden, so for a moment she froze, trying to collect her thoughts and figure out what to do next. But because of the disaster she had seen, nothing worked. Very soon, it became clear that, without a doubt, this guy had more breakthrough power than the girl, that he was going to break through the dolls and was aiming directly at their owner. It seemed that the partners had switched places, and Shahan Sun himself was having a blast breaking up crowds of dolls, tearing them to pieces. It seemed that he was even starting to enjoy himself, but despite this, the beast quickly found a way to at least even the odds, and then to regain the upper hand. She summoned more tentacles, which burst out from behind her back, and the girl deftly wielded her hands, directing her unusual weapon at her opponent. And judging by the expression on Shahan Sun's face, it really worked. He did not expect the enemy to use another ability, hoping that these few seconds would be enough for him to reach the main enemy. His pupils narrowed in fear. The tentacles descended on him. There were too many of them. First, they crushed the concrete beneath his feet, and then they began to wrap around his body to prevent him from moving. But all of this was covered by another cloud of dust that rose from the stone. For the girl who had sent this misfortune upon him, it was a real triumph, and she was immediately overcome with madness, and she began to shout that although he was strong, there was no sophistication in his movements, and so, breaking forward so unsophisticatedly, he fell right into a pile of her bugs, and now it was even more pleasant for her to watch her enemies torment. The vile creatures gripped every inch of Shahan Sun's body even tighter, squeezing his throat especially hard, causing the guy to try to catch his breath somehow. The beast said that she had used absolutely all of her tentacles, and now her victim was caught in a strong net. Suddenly, from the brunette, who was completely immobilized by the tentacles that were already beginning to dig into his skin, causing blood to flow, his own voice was heard, informing her that the girl had also fallen into his trap, and it seemed that now the situation was completely changing. Shahan Sun clenched her hand tighter, holding the tentacles in her fist, and then pulled with all her might to pull everything that was attached to her towards her. It turned out that he was supposed to be caught in the shackles created by his opponent from the beginning. Meanwhile, the girl felt something pressing against her back. It was her own creation that was releasing the tentacles. Surprise appeared on her face. She didn't understand what was happening because her weapon was pushing her forward, and no matter how hard the blonde tried to resist, nothing worked, simply because her weight was several times less than that of the doll. Now it really looked like a net. The guy was lying on the ground, pressing as many tentacles as possible against you, which clung to his body, and the girl was already in the air, pressed against her own murder weapon. Very soon she was going to fall to the floor and be crushed by this monster, and then the girl's brother noticed it. He couldn't believe that he, Shahan Sun, had lifted everything completely. He also realized that this guy had deliberately fallen into his sister's trap. Everything happened so quickly that it was difficult to interfere in any way. The girl already had fear on her face, and her opponent only clamped his teeth harder on the tentacles and shouted at her that, along with these dirty things, he would crush the blonde by driving her into the ground. This plan almost worked. There was very little left to do, but another beast rushed to his sister's aid. He moved like a comet, his body leaving the same smeared streaks even in the air. All this guy could hope for was to get his sister out of danger before she hit the ground. And at the moment when the agent of the organization managed to turn over to finish his move, the girl first hit her back. The pain ran through her entire spine, and a normal person would have already broken their back in half. Then the beast hit her head on the cold concrete. She had to clench her teeth to endure it, and the pain was not lessened in the slightest by the fact that she was dragged along the ground, so that her head was bruised in more than one place, and now the blonde hit her head many times as she landed on the floor, bouncing a decent distance, and now her body was also covered in blood, just like the victims she had mocked. Her brother caught her just in time, even though he tried to do it before she touched the ground, but better late than never, so he took her by the arms, very frightened for his sister, who did not raise her head. The guy looked up, filled with anxiety, asking the girl how she was, begging her to come to her senses, because something was moving towards them that could ruin all their plans. Shahan Sun was in the air, high above the beasts, watching what was happening and telling him straight to his face that the guy couldn't be in any form other than his true one, otherwise he wouldn't be able to save his sister. And the brunette understood perfectly well that even if he attacked with all his might, his opponent would easily dodge. But sharp bone spurs still appeared on his hand, and he was not afraid to show the enemy that he knew this too. It dawned on the guy that if the enemy's fangs had the ability to change like liquid, then Shahan Sun's fist would simply pass through them and nothing would happen, which meant that switching to the girl's brother, who was the original target, was pointless. So the decision was made. This time, he had to take another risk. Shahan Sun put his arm with the bones behind his head and, with a mad scream, began to say that this girl would turn into a bloody mess and that now people were serious. Naturally, this enraged the brother of the one who was threatened. He was already moving towards the offender, calling him a damn bastard, not noticing how he had fallen into the same situation that he and the other beasts had put ordinary people in, killing them and their loved ones, and now they themselves were suffering. The girl was finally able to stand on her feet, but she had to immediately try to resist being blown away, because a skirmish had already begun behind her, raising dust again, and this force could easily knock something the size of a person off its feet. The sister began to worry about Sunbin. She couldn't allow her brother to be lost, because she herself had gotten involved in the battle, and now he was paying for it. If it had been some other beast, she wouldn't have worried so much. Her brother couldn't leave his sister in danger, so he asked her to get away, promising that he would escape somehow, and that she should hide for now, because their victims were now getting their revenge. She didn't try to do anything else, she just ran away, listening to her closest person, trying to save at least her own life, because once she had failed, she would never be able to restore the greatness she had built up over so long. At the same time, she understood perfectly well that Sunbin was not like her brother Dojun. He would not be able to withstand such an attack without his fangs. Her brother was still fighting the leader of these hunting dogs, and that was a problem because it was now becoming clear that these guys were stronger than the beasts had thought. As soon as she thought about it, she heard a strange sound coming from the very creature she had used against the guy. It began to stretch as if its skin was about to tear, and so it happened. While the beast was thinking about where the girl she was fighting had gone, Son Ka Yeon burst out of the skin, and as soon as she said that it was very offensive, the beast froze in horror. She could not have imagined that something like this could happen. The girl laughed and shouted, asking if her opponent had already forgotten about Son Ka Yeon, and even more so, if the beast no longer had feelings for her. Finally, the blonde could now mock and ridicule her enemy to her heart's content. The girl, whose brother Shahan Sun was now trying to kill, began to panic, which was impossible to control, no matter how hard she tried to calm down, because what happened next did not fit into her head at all. Son Ka Yeon wrapped her legs around the beast to steady herself and, using the weapon in her teeth, cut her victim's throat. She did it with pleasure, finally able to prevail, and said that this time she would cherish the beast with all her heart. The guy who was fighting Shahan Sun tried to understand what was going on and why everything had turned out this way, why this freak had attacked him directly, how he had managed to fool his sister. He also didn't understand where this girl had suddenly come from, who had wounded his loved one by stabbing her in the chest and neck with a blade. The guy thought about how he had continued to suppress her since using his fangs, and this girl couldn't even get close to his sister. This did not match what they were seeing now, so why the beasts were cornered was a mystery to them, but the answer was on the surface, only because these two had joined forces and now possessed a power that seemed insurmountable. Yes, the one who controlled the tentacles, through gritted teeth and the pain of conversation, tried to continue to be rude to her opponent, telling her to get away from her, as if she were not in a trap from which there was no easy escape, and then she unleashed the tentacles on her enemy, which moved rapidly toward their mistress to save her. It was now the monster's only chance to escape the embrace of death. Son Ka Yeon. They managed to grab the girl's face, one even piercing her eye. Digging in, the blonde felt pain, but held on as best she could, because she understood that either she would show courage and not give in, or she would lose her advantage in the fight, possibly forever. The beast also tormented her mentally. She had completely lost control of herself and had nothing to lose in this situation, so she simply ordered Son Ka Yeon to die, calling her a dirty, fake doll. But her opponent did not fall for it. She already understood who she really was, and one more manipulation would not break her, but she still wanted to respond. She wanted to gain not only physical but also moral superiority over her enemy. Therefore, pressing the blade harder into her chest, Son Ka Yeon replied that she was indeed a doll, without memories or anything else. The only thing the girl knew how to do was fight, but her tone suggested that this was not the end of her retort. And all because at the end she said that today this dirty fake doll would tear the beast's pretty face to pieces. The girl was incredibly angry, and even inside she thanked her opponent for the pain she had inflicted, which could only make her angrier. The monster was frightened, horror frozen on her face, especially after her opponent's threat that after what she did to her, she would see if the blonde could continue to talk. It seemed that now she had no doubt that she had messed with the wrong person. Despite the fact that her tentacles were still digging into Son Ka Yeon's skin, she promised that now she would not let her enemy go. She would hold her until she breathed her last breath. Meanwhile, her brother tried to resist Shahan Sun as best he could, screaming and moaning because it was very difficult, and he had to make a tremendous effort just to stay in place and not give in. And then he finally realized that he could no longer hold on, that his opponent was about to destroy him, that he had much more strength, that he was so powerful that it was very difficult not to give in. Sunbin remembered the enemy's words, and he was absolutely right that if the guy used his fangs, he could miss the attack. With such a level of power it was impossible to remain without a single wound, but if he dodged his attack now, something would happen that he didn't want at all. Namely, his fangs would pierce his sister, so all the guy could hope for was that he would withstand the attack, or at least cover her with his body so that his loved one would not die. At the same time, he understood that if he held out any longer, he would simply die. And suddenly that word was imprinted in his mind with particular force, like the echo of an inner voice. He couldn't imagine dying like those pathetic scumbags they were exterminating. And memories appeared before his eyes of two bodies lying in blood in front of a little boy. Would he really become just a rotten piece of meat? He couldn't let that happen because he believed that animals were the best of the races. A light seemed to appear in his pupils, and he promised himself that this would never happen. He had already decided to run away, justifying himself by thinking that his sister would understand him, and he kept repeating this to himself several times. But these thoughts were drowned out by his sister's cries. She was calling for Sunbin, wanting him to help her as quickly as possible. The pain was already so intense that it was impossible to bear. She cried out for help, even though she had been trying all this time to be strong and not need it. The guy froze, tormented by incredible doubts, and at the moment when he should have made a quick decision, he couldn't do it. He could only think, paying no attention to the blood, the concrete debris, or the enemy. Even his sister's voice was becoming more muffled, but he was sensitive enough that the phrase about the girl not wanting to die struck Sunbin right in the heart and brought back a memory from his childhood, when he had said the same thing about not wanting to die. His sister was standing in front of him, handing him a plate of pills, a smile on her face, and the girl was asking her brother not to leave her alone, asking him because she didn't want to die then either. It was the very trigger that had just been pulled, and the sound was replaced by a shot. It was the realization that Sunbin had been so lacking at that moment, and now he had made up his mind, decided to fight, if not for his own life, then for his sister's. His legs became as hard as stone, trying to brace themselves against the concrete, but it didn't work well. Periodically he still gave way under the pressure. He tried to do everything in his power, as evidenced by the wheezing that came from his mouth. The guy tried as hard as he could, but his opponent was stronger. He managed to push the beast and draw even more blood from his body. The guy was torn apart by pain and screams, not only physically but also mentally. It was unbearable to endure. Sunbin wanted to hold out and help his sister as soon as possible. It seemed that now he had even more personal motivation to fight people. He had only one option, to call on his brother Dojun for help. But, as luck would have it, he didn't have the same desire to save his family as these two did. His heart was filled with despair, and it was terrifying that the thought that this was the end was coming to his mind more and more often. No matter how much rage and horror there was in his eyes, Sunbin still gave up the fight. He lay on the floor. The last thing he saw was his opponent's bat approaching him at incredible speed. But suddenly, he felt no pain. Everything seemed to freeze, but it was not a miracle. Dojun heard the call for help and came anyway. He held his opponent's weapon with his hand, preventing him from finishing off another beast. He held the bat with his hand, not letting it move another inch, but the captain of the organization continued to press harder and harder on his opponent to make him give in. But it seemed that this would not happen, because the man began to shout louder and more often, ordering the monster to get lost and not get in the way. Looking each other in the eyes, they tried to convey all their hatred for each other. But Yun Changwoo didn't understand and said so, asking why the beast was whining, since it had taken so many human lives, so his brother's life wasn't worth it, at least in Yun Changwoo's opinion. He continued to pressure his opponent, saying that he had chosen this path himself and now had to pay for it. This hurt the beast deeply. He thought about this word again, about choice. For him, it was a real little mechanism that made him feel hatred in his soul once again. He kept thinking about what Yun Changwoo had said to him, and soon he lost his temper and started shouting that if he had a choice, he would never have been born. He was overcome with anger. It seemed that this guy had a past with some not-so-good moments. He was so furious that he could break a bat just by clenching his fist. His anger gave him even more strength, touching that part of him that should not have been touched, and now he wanted even more revenge for the resurgence of memories he had been trying to get rid of all this time. At that moment, De-Yong Chang-woo regretted the words that had come out of his mouth. The demon was already rushing at him, pushing him away with such force that it was difficult to stay on his feet and find his balance, so the man stumbled backward. The brunette was angry, baring his teeth so that his enemy would not forget that he had not yet won the fight, while at the same time trying to think through everything that had just happened, and it seemed that something was finally coming to mind. He watched as the beast swung his arm to deliver another blow, and at that moment, the captain realized what was happening. Dojun was exactly the same, and all that remained was to figure out how to solve this problem, because the enemy would certainly not reduce his strength now. Yun Changwoo grabbed his opponent's arm, blood spurting from their limbs in different directions. The beast was trapped, and now it would be even harder for him to get out than before. He couldn't use his aggression correctly, and now he would pay for it. For the captain, it was just incredible luck. He had no pity for the beast in front of him and was not going to listen to any sad stories for any reason. His only task was to destroy the enemy, who posed a threat to people and who had already committed murder. Yoon Chang-woo did not let his opponent say a word. He declared that no matter what, the guy had to fight to the end. If he was the older brother, it was his duty to some extent. The man swung his sharp blade. Do-jun did not expect to be hit directly in the face, but the tip of the katana had already pierced his eye, and at first he did not feel any pain simply because he did not even understand what had happened in that moment. But very soon the pain spread through his head, and the man began to scream from the sensation, while his enemy continued to thrust the blade, holding his opponent's fist even tighter, thus trapping him. But it seemed that the demon was still trying to resist, which only caused more pain. They both screamed, but one did so to get an adrenaline rush to give him strength, and the other screamed from the pain he was experiencing at that moment. They were very similar, but represented completely different sides of the same situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Sun Bin and Shahan Sun continued. The latter continued to press down on his opponent with a huge sailor instead of his hand, which was now even bigger and had several more sharp edges. The guy looked at the one he was fighting. He wasn't going to finish off the beast only physically, he wanted to do it morally as well, hoping that it would work to his advantage, and he certainly felt no pity or sympathy for someone who had chosen the path of destroying another race for no reason. Therefore, he commented ironically that the beast looked very painful and asked him if he had felt everything, and Sun Bina was really hurt by this. The provocation worked, and he only squeezed harder and showed his sharp fangs, mostly to endure the pain, but also to threaten his opponent. But since the beast remained silent for too long, Cha Hyun-seon decided to ask him again, adding some details. He reminded the monster of what they had done, namely, killing everyone in the school, and then repeated the question of whether the beast felt the same way at that moment. This infuriated Sun Bina even more, and he shouted, asking why the enemy was still talking about it. He couldn't understand it because Cha Hyun-seon was the same as the monster itself, and he himself should have known that beasts kill everyone they don't like because it's their instinct. To which the brunette replied that he knew that very well himself, but he knew even better that what he disliked most now was that the beast had made Eunbi cry. Cha Hyun-soo's eyes filled with blood from anger. He didn't want to remember what had happened, but the thought that his beloved girlfriend had been hurt fueled a hatred inside him that would be very useful in battle now. In his mind, he imagined Lee Eunbi, who, unfortunately, was frightened and tearful, and promised her that he would not let her tremble with fear anymore and would not make her cry anymore, so that he could see Eunbi smile again, and now he was even more determined than before. Cha Hyun-seon promised that he would destroy everyone who stood in his way. Now his opinion on how to fight had changed. Thanks to the tragic situation, the guy opened his mouth and shouted that he intended to unleash his fangs, which had reached their limit, to show what he was capable of and to finally kill his enemy. His limb was completely different from the one he had shown when he first used his fangs. Now his limb looked even more terrifying. It had become incredibly huge, simply smashing his opponent. Everything was flooded with another portion of blood, bright and red, the same color. It seems, could be used to describe the hatred of these two sides, good and evil, towards each other. At that moment, the three beasts and the three humans, who had exactly the same abilities, although they were in different places, merged together in a cry of rage and pain that they felt during the battle, maiming their enemy while he tried to do the same. Yoon Chang-woo smashed everything with his bat, splattering blood everywhere, breaking concrete, his muscles tense as never before, seemingly turning to iron, he himself becoming a fortress that could withstand any attack. Sun Ka-yeon spun pirouettes in the air, spreading her arms to the sides, which had sharp blades. She was also impossible to stop. The girl managed to deal with her opponent, and even more so with her puppets. Cha Hyun-seon controlled his new limbs no worse than before. He squeezed so much strength out of himself that his weapon was worn down to the elbow, and dark red smoke rose from that spot. It looked incredibly poisonous, although in reality it was not. On the bloodstained wall hung a wooden cross with a figure of Jesus, which also had a couple of splashes on it. This picture spoke for itself. There was nothing sacred left in this world, and now people would have to take justice into their own hands and save their own lives. In the room with cracked walls, there was a stick, a bat, and an iron pipe standing next to the nightstands, which looked more dangerous than these objects could be in their usual place, and the furniture was covered in blood, looking even more repulsive than usual. A girl with short blonde hair looked at the scene before her with horror. Her heart sank and her hands trembled as she tried to call out to her mother, as if her voice could change anything. Then she looked at the body next to her. It seemed to be her father. They were lying dead on the floor, and someone else was standing over them, holding a bloody knife, which was obviously the murder weapon. The scene was horrifying. A boy stood in front of the girl, and she asked how it had happened. Her voice trembling, the words stuck in her throat. The daughter of the dead people began to guess that it was her brother Doo-jun who had done it, which made it even more frightening. And suddenly the boy admitted that he had indeed killed them, because such people did not deserve to live. That was his excuse. The drops of blood on his face and clothes were like marks that separated his new and old life. His sister became even more frightened by how calmly the boy spoke about it. And then she remembered another important detail, which she hastened to remind her brother of, because the police would not be lenient for such a crime. But suddenly, Doo-jun said just as calmly that she shouldn't worry about him, because he had met someone who would help them. There was hope in his voice, hope that everything would work out for them. With his bloodied hand, he stroked his sister's head and added that he had decided to follow him, that he would send money to his remaining relatives, his younger ones, to make life easier for the two of them, and he asked Hannah to take good care of Sunbin, as the girl was still in shock. And at that moment, Doo-jun walked away. His younger brother and sister could only watch him go, hoping that he would not abandon them. They glanced from their parents' corpses to their brother and could not believe what was happening. It was a particularly hard blow for Sunbin. He called out to Doo-jun, tried to stop him, begged him not to leave. His heart was breaking. The person he loved most, the person who had always protected him and his sister from harm, was leaving them. Despite his brother's heart-wrenching cries, Doo-jun did not turn around, pretending not to hear anything. He understood that this was necessary and walked with hope in his eyes, hope that his family, his real family in the form of his sister and brother, would live happily ever after. But now there was no hope in his eyes, only disappointment and the realization that he had failed, that he himself had led them to where they had ended up, that now their family could only be happy together in the next life. His body was torn in two, lying in its own blood, and all that was in the beast's head was that this was how it would all end, that he had already accepted that this was his fate. He finally acknowledged that Yoon Chang-woo had won and Doo-jun had lost. The man looked at him without any sympathy. He did not know the beast's full history, or at least pretended not to know, and therefore did not consider him capable of feeling anything. Before his death, the monster in the form of a demon only wanted to know how it happened, wanted to understand what had become of his younger siblings, for whom he had become what he was, no matter how cold they were to each other now. But he still loved them and cared for his brother and sister. Yoon Chang-woo looked at his enemy with a blank stare, not suspecting that such a monster could have feelings, especially for his loved ones, but forgiving him for all the deaths just because he cared about someone was too much. Memories of a man covered in blood appeared in his mind, watching from the shadows that covered most of his face, leaving his identity a mystery. A large, blood-covered hand enveloped a small child's hand, not yet stained with biological fluid, as if to metaphorically suggest that this innocent creature would soon have to face something terrible. But this had no effect. The captain picked up his jacket, which was lying on the floor, and waited for its owner to finally pick it up. He was not afraid of staining his clothes with blood. Yoon Chang-woo was about to leave, but the torn body still wanted to know what had happened to these little rascals, to which the man replied, stopping, saying only that losers like them had already run away, not hiding his contempt. The demon continued to stare at his opponent, waiting for something else that could heal his emotional wound, since the bodies could not be returned. But the man did not turn around, although it was clear that he wanted to take another look at the enemy he had been unable to defeat for so long, purely out of interest. It seemed that the brunette was not telling the whole story, so now Doo-jun had lost all hope, but he had to accept that these guys had left him to die, even though he had come to their aid. However, he felt no resentment in his heart, because they had been through so much together. He remembered how he looked at his younger siblings, how he wanted the best for them. Even though he had done a terrible thing, he did it so that his brother and sister could live a much better life. His eyes showed hope, love, and warmth towards his remaining relatives. The boy put his hand on his younger brother's shoulder. His brother was crying, not because he had just lost his parents, but because his older brother was leaving them, and it was unclear how long he would be gone. Doo-jun hugged his brother and sister closer to him. He couldn't hide the sadness that enveloped him, but he couldn't show it to his younger siblings. He simply asked them for forgiveness, not wanting them to blame anyone, especially since he knew he would return. Sunbin still couldn't stop crying. He was the youngest and most attached to his older brother and sister. He was afraid that he would never see his brother again. Despite all his words, Hannah didn't cry as much, even though her eyes were wet and her heart was also breaking. But her older brother assured her that he would never leave them again, so there was no need to cry, and she had to believe in that. In a happy ending for their family. Do-jun himself believed this too. He closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face that they would always be together, that he would do everything to make sure of it. And the blood on his face and clothes only confirmed this. He knelt down. These were the only people before whom he could put aside his pride and bend down to hug them tightly. He promised that no matter what happened, he would always protect them, meaning himself. But now everything was completely different. He was dying. Dust and dirt rose into the air. Pieces of concrete fell down, and his clothes, torn to shreds, flew away in the wind. Shahan Sun stood there without arms, looking up, trying to realize that their suffering had finally come to an end, that it was all over, and that they could catch their breath, looking at the destruction around them, understanding what this battle had cost them, but that it was justified, considering what these beasts had done to all the people. The guy admitted that it was a strong opponent, and if the last plan hadn't worked, it would have definitely been the end for him. So he thanked everyone who had just fought with him, as he himself would not have been able to cope, even though he had gone into danger alone, making another mistake. He spoke to his girlfriend with his eyes closed, adding that in any case, he was glad they had one, even though he had to suffer. In his mind, it was still justified. He was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of those people, the friends he had made at school. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Son Ka Yeon curled up, her legs up to her mouth, and a cigarette between her fingers. At the moment, this was the only way she could smoke, and Shahan Sun was confused, so she asked what the hell she was doing. But the girl didn't care. She reminded him once again that she had no hands and couldn't do it any other way, and then said that it would be better if the guy helped her light her cigarette instead of standing there criticizing her. The brunette immediately snapped and asked her, shouting, if she could see that his hands looked normal, and then said that it would be easier for her to just quit smoking. He added that otherwise her lungs would simply rot away and Son Ka Yeon would die before the battle with the beast, and also accused her of causing him to carry cigarettes every day because of her. It was their latest argument about personal boundaries. Son Ka Yeon became indignant, saying that the guy still dared to grumble, even though she had saved him when Shahan Sun was on the verge of death. She found it very ugly. She started waving her arms around, as if she had forgotten that there were still blades there, reminding him that it was actually the guy who had jumped out because, you see, he couldn't wait for the support group to arrive, and she had nothing else to do but end up here in a complete mess and poke out his eyes. Her partner wanted to justify himself, saying that the monsters had simply grabbed the schoolchildren, which is why he had to do it. But for Son Ka Yeon, that was no excuse. She asked if he really wanted to die, since he was arguing with her. Then she heard him ask for forgiveness and immediately calmed down, quelling her anger. She searched for the right words, wondering how to avoid falling into the usual silence and how to dispel this hostility. Looking him in the eye, she found something to hold on to, so she decided to discuss the plan they had put into action. Son Ka Yeon admitted that, despite the fact that it was Shahan Sun's idea, the plan wasn't bad, and with a smile, even though she was disheveled, her clothes torn, and blood all over her body, she admitted that she would consider it again. Shahan Sun, in turn, noted that their plan had worked because the girl had held on until the very end. He didn't want to separate himself from the group and single himself out, saying that they had done it together, so everyone who had fought deserved praise and glory. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice calling him, and immediately goosebumps ran down his body, followed by a chill. He finally remembered why he was so angry at those beasts in the first place. Standing in front of him was the very girl for whom he was ready to tear everyone apart here. Seeing her on the horizon, Shahan Sun began to get up, which was difficult because he couldn't use his hands to support himself. In front of him stood Unbai. The girl had gotten off with a slight fright. There was only a small spot of blood on her face, but she was still in shock. It was clear from her expression that she was bewildered by everything she had seen and was seeing now. Shahan Sun was surprised that the girl had been there the whole time. He asked her why she hadn't run away. He didn't want to imagine what would have happened if she had been hurt. The most rational thing to do in this situation would have been to run away and not watch the whole fight, waiting for them to come after her too. But the girl said that there was no point in that, because she wasn't hurt. The guy's girlfriend was worried about something completely different. She looked at Shahan Sun's hands with horror. She didn't know that limbs could regenerate, which is why she was so scared. It seemed that she had never seen such injuries, even in movies. Well, despite her frightened reaction, the guy said that everything was fine and that it wasn't scary at all, that they had been cut off more than once or twice, so after a while they would grow back, and so as not to explain the whole process, he simply said that, in other words, he would just grow new arms. For the girl, this explanation was not normal. Her face contorted, tears welled up in her eyes, and her lips curled in disgust at the sight of so much blood, severed limbs, and flesh. Her stomach began to churn, turning all her organs inside out. Only now did Cha Hyun-seon remember who he was talking to. Eun-bai had never been in a situation like this before and had never seen anything like it in her life, so he should have thought first about how scary it was and how long it would take to get over such a shock. That's how it was. The guy was already used to such things, so he didn't even think about it. What Eun-bai went through today was too cruel and terrible, starting from the moment when everyone at school was killed before her eyes and she had to hide from the beasts. And Cha Hyun-seon, fighting these monsters, looks like just as terrible a monster in the eyes of other people. An ordinary person who has never encountered anything like this would never be able to tell which side is good and which is evil, because both sides look simply horrible and terrifying. That's why the guy didn't want the girl to know about everything. He didn't want to tell her that he had become a monster himself. He was afraid that their relationship would end and that she would no longer see him as a human being, but only as a terrible creature, just like those who kill people. Cha Hyun-seon just wanted to ask the girl for forgiveness for dragging her into all this, for not telling her earlier. When she rushed to hug him, the guy's heart began to beat faster, and it seemed louder. He could hear it himself and count the beats. Cha Hyun-seon became very nervous, unable to say a word clearly. It was too unexpected and not at all what he had imagined. Eun-bai thought it was unbelievable. Her friend's whole body was covered in blood. She felt very sorry for him, because it was even difficult for him to stand normally. Now the girl understood why the guy hadn't said anything, but she had worked herself up into a terrible state, even though what she saw wasn't normal. Eun-bai looked up at the guy and called him a fool for not being able to open up. Now she understood how hard it was for him, and perhaps if Cha Hyun-seon had told her earlier, they could have shared this pain together. A slight blush appeared on the girl's face. It was too touching a moment. Cha Hyun-seon's heart was filled with happiness. Finally, he was understood. Finally, he could stop worrying about being rejected. Now everything was fine. He didn't have to hide or worry about the reaction of someone close to him. He promised Eun-bai that everything would be fine, and they hugged each other even tighter than before, feeling their hearts beating strongly. They felt the same thing, but couldn't say exactly what it was. One thing they knew for sure was that after this event, they would become even closer to each other. Son Ka Yeon looked at the whole scene, and unlike the others, her soul was filled with sadness and loneliness. Her partner, in whom she had begun to find a friend, had completely forgotten about the person he had just fought. But what oppressed her even more was the fact that she had never been able to find someone who could accept and love her. Suddenly, Yoon Chang-woo approached from behind, threw his jacket over her shoulder, and praised the blonde, saying it was a job well done, and then posted a notice that the support group would arrive in 15 minutes. Sun Jae-yeon turned to Commander Yoon and reproached him for not being there when they were fighting, but when they had everything sorted out, he decided to show up. The girl didn't know that he was fighting an opponent who was just as strong, if not stronger, so she asked what he was doing. Was he sitting around somewhere again? The man did not explain everything, so he replied that he had indeed been doing something like that, and then said that he did not remember anything himself. He had just collapsed and fallen asleep. There was plenty of time left for arguing, but they didn't waste their energy on it. Instead, they looked at the buildings around them. It was a real mess. Everything was broken, cracked, and pieces of buildings and whatever else had been on the street were lying on the ground. Yoon Chang-woo asked if it was worth it, and of course it was, and then expressed his opinion that now that Sun Jae-yeon had a partner, things were going well for her, and asked if he was wrong. The girl was surprised, even angry, baring her teeth. She didn't want to admit that Cha Hyun-seon was her partner yet, asked the commander not to make fun of her, and reproached him for simply pushing this guy onto her. Well, her words didn't sound very sad, but rather childish and frivolous when she started talking about how even without this guy she could easily fight on her own, and then asked if Yoon Chang-woo really thought that after fighting together a few times, they would become friends. And then moments flashed through her mind where she asked the guy what he would do if he knew how to fight even a little. If he got into trouble again, she would have to protect him, to which she received the answer that Cha Hyun-seon would be able to protect himself if the girl gradually taught him. She didn't want to admit it, but they were much more alike alike than she had initially thought, both stubborn and both doing stupid things in the hope that they could handle things themselves. Son Ka Yeon remembered how angry she was at her partner, saying that since she was teaching him, he should at least pretend to listen. She reproached him for being angry at himself and whining, saying that he was just a child. But he justified himself by saying that lately he had been humbly listening to everything the girl said and asked when he would fight and whether he would be as useful as a regular agent. She recalled how the guy had said that he didn't need Son Ka Yeon's help because he could already defend himself, but they still resorted to teamwork because they couldn't cope alone. And even after everything they had been through together, how they had fought back to back, how happy they had been to see each other in battle. Even a few minutes ago, the girl still didn't care about her partners, at least that's what she said, trying to convince herself of this idea, even though deep down she knew that this was not the case at all, and she was beginning to grow attached to her partner, but she couldn't admit it because of her own pride. Yoon Chang-woo understood this perfectly well, so he asked with a smile if it was true, and then said that he had probably placed too heavy a burden on the girl, and then asked what he should do, whether to tell the mustachioed man to bring him back again, meaning Hen Son. The sun was beginning to rise over the city. People would soon wake up, and it was necessary to clean up all the mess on the streets much faster. Then they could see that their lives were truly threatened in broad daylight. Help would arrive very soon to deal with everyone. For Shahan Sun and Eunbai, it was just a beautiful sunrise that they greeted together, even after such difficult hours of their lives. But Son Ka Yeon did not want to open her soul to the commander, so she asked him to just forget about it all, justifying her feelings for her partner by saying that she just wanted to exploit him some more. The sun's rays made their way through the streets of the city, and just as gently they slipped into the windows of the local clinic to once again delight those who found themselves there for various reasons, and each of whom lacked the support and atmosphere of fresh air on the street. Eunbai was there now, with Cha Hyun-seon sitting next to her. He had just told her the whole truth about who he really was and what sometimes happened to him, and his friend listened attentively to every detail. Eunbai was very grateful that her friend had told her everything, and she apologized, because Cha Hyun-seon had also had a hard time, and she had been so insistent that it was surprising that the guy hadn't snapped at her, to which the guy said that she shouldn't apologize, because he hadn't told her anything himself, so it was natural that she was worried. Nevertheless, Cha Hyun-seon admitted that he should have told her everything and apologized himself. They held hands, saying that everything was fine now and it was good that everything had been resolved. Now there were fewer secrets between them, which meant fewer conflicts. Suddenly, Eunbai asked Cha Hyun-sun how he had been doing lately. This was unexpected because the brunette thought the topic was already closed and was not in the mood to talk about all the horror he had gone through. Cha Hyun-seon didn't know what to say, so he looked at her with a smile. He wasn't sure if he should tell her everything he had been through in the last few days, or if it would be even more shocking than what she had seen just recently. He remembered how he had started fighting beasts, how he had experienced his first transformation, and how he had felt his first victories in battle. It was both a breath of fresh air and a new burden that he had to bear, so he simply said that he had a good time with his friends, as always, and did not go into details with the girl he liked, considering how that time had been spent. He and Son Ka Yeon fought like beasts, in a fighting spirit, with Yoon Chang-woo by their side. The order was very simple: kill only those who want to die. Judging by the speed at which their opponents were moving towards them, absolutely everyone wanted to die, so there was no choice but to grant their wish. The monsters were not doing well today. They were beaten and mocked, pinned down in concrete, not given the slightest chance to fight back. It seemed that many of them began to regret getting involved with these people. Eunbai asked Cha Hyun-seon if it was hard for him to still be fighting monsters, but she had no idea that the guy actually enjoyed destroying these bastards who did the same thing to people, just for no reason at all. A scream was heard, a human scream. The voice belonged to a girl. It seemed that she had fallen into the trap of the monsters and needed help as soon as possible from those who fought them. The scream drowned out all other sounds. It was hard not to notice it. It echoed throughout the space, bouncing off every corner, and just as her rescue was near, the monster holding the girl hostage demanded that the people not approach, and if any of them came closer, he would kill his victim. He threatened Cha Hyun-sun, saying that if he didn't want that to happen, he should get out of there immediately. A momentary thoughtfulness appeared on the guy's face, as if he doubted whether it was really worth saving this life in such a way, whether it would only make things worse, but it was all just theater for the beast. He decided to provoke the beast, telling it that if it wanted to, it could try, which shocked both the beast and its victim. Would this life really be worth nothing? Would no one make an effort to prevent death from happening right now? Shahan Sun told his opponent that he seemed to have misunderstood him, because his job was not to save people. He was going to catch all the bastard beasts and kill them, and he didn't care whether the monster ate the girl or not. The guy ran his thumb across his throat, showing what he was going to do to his enemy, and a crazy smile flashed across his face. Of course, he was working to help people survive, but there would always be one more or one less victim. The beast was even more shocked, and now his hatred for the agent grew to the heavens. He understood that this girl was not the one making the decisions, so he began to hesitate, thinking about what to do next. Meanwhile, Shahan Sun explained to his girlfriend that it wasn't that hard, just that sometimes there was a lot of work to do. While the beast cursed the hunting dogs, Son Ka Yeon broke free from behind. It was a trick. While one distracted the beast, the other tried to kill it. With a light movement, she cut off the monster's head, saving the hostage. Once again, the pair worked together as an excellent team. The girl gloated, calling the beast a young piece of shit, and finally explained to him why he died. The answer was too simple. Because the monster was so stupid. Son Ka Yeon flew some distance and stopped. She had accomplished her task perfectly, as had her partner, so they could be proud of such an unexpected but well thought out idea. Shahan Sun explained to his girlfriend that it was indeed difficult at times, but whenever that happened, he had a friend nearby to help him, so everything was fine. And this time, too, they had done a great job, despite the fact that the partners sometimes had disagreements. The guy was already tired. They barely finished at this place. He admitted that it wasn't such a difficult opponent, but he had a hostage, which added to the complexity. But, in any case, he was glad that no one was hurt. But suddenly a sharp pain tore through his cheek. Someone's fist slammed into his face, causing more blood to flow. It was the girl they had just rescued. Yoon Chang-woo was holding her back so that the heroes wouldn't get hurt again, but she didn't see it that way. She called Shahan Sun a bastard and was offended by his words that he was bluffing and didn't care whether she lived or died. She already thought that this guy was in cahoots with those monsters, and she didn't stop, wanting to add a couple more blows to the one who had actually saved her. But Son Ka Yeon was not satisfied with the fact that her partner, whom she called an idiot, calmly accepted the blow again. The girl understood that the guy should give back to those who do not know how to be grateful for saving their lives, but Shahan Sun did not think so. He reminded her that they do not kill people, and that everyone had the right to be grateful or angry. The brunette asked his girlfriend if she had been stabbed, and then asked what they would have for lunch. His stomach was already growling from emptiness, and the additional physical exertion forced him to eat something. The girl took another cigarette from her pack, without thinking twice about putting it in her mouth, and replied that she would love to eat tteokbokki. Shahan Sun immediately protested, saying that they had already eaten it yesterday and he didn't want it again, so he suggested coming up with something other than tteokbokki. But Son Ka Yeon insisted, then offered a compromise that today they would eat the same food but with spicy sauce. The click of a lighter sounded, and immediately the smells of nicotine and resin filled the air. Yunbai asked if her friend was close to the yellow-haired girl, and Shahan Sun thought about it, not knowing how to explain it. Maybe it was true, especially when they were fighting, but sometimes he didn't know what was going on in her head, and he didn't really like it. In the end, the guy simply excused himself by saying that it was difficult for him to talk about adult topics, so he didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, the boss got his hands on a report from the Special Military Operations Department for the year 2022. Shahan Sun felt that Changwoo was constantly trying to show that the guy who was taken on such a difficult job was useful in some way. It was his personal unresolved gestalt, and he defended his agents as best he could. The man had always been cheerful, and it was to be expected that he would stand up for his subordinates, and to some extent, this was recognized. However, there were people in the organization who did not trust newcomers in such matters, but the main thing was that the bosses approved. The entire department gathered around one large table to have a good meal and fill their stomachs with delicious food. Everyone was eager to try the delicacies. Soon, the owner of the establishment received another order. The company wanted more meat and 2 bottles of soju. The table was bustling with life, and the hungry workers pounced on the food as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. A man with a scar sat next to Shahan Sun, staring at him suspiciously, as if he didn't trust him. The guy was somewhat used to fighting, but dealing with adults was still a little difficult for him. Some men looked a little intimidating, and he was referring to this man in particular. Son Ka Yeon was very messy while eating, so one of the girls helped her keep her face clean, while the guy thought about how. Nevertheless, after the battle was over, they all seemed like ordinary people, even the way they looked at them. It seemed that they saw the agents as just children who could fight. Shahan Sun was satisfied that most of them treated him well, and soon the company moved to a karaoke bar to end the evening on a high note. Even the girl who was helping Son Ka Yeon happily grabbed the microphone and started singing songs. Although she wasn't very good at it, she remained confident in her abilities. While the adults were having fun in dancing, the partners sat at the table, not understanding what was going on. It seemed that this kind of recreation was not for them at all, and the guy was not afraid to admit that he did not understand adults, especially why they all loved alcohol so much, which did very strange things to them. Youngbai was happy for Shahan Sun, that he was having a good time. Lately, he had started to look happy, and when he talked about his new friends, he was always smiling. There was no denying it. The guy really liked his new friends, his new team, especially when it came to ordinary human joys rather than battles. After such an eventful evening, the group stopped on the roof to admire the night city and the starry sky. After all the entertainment that made their heads spin, this way of relaxing was even more wonderful. Yoon Changwoo stood next to his protege, and in order not to stand in complete silence, he decided to start by praising the guy, saying that Shahan Sun had done well today. The commander said that seeing how well he worked with Ka Yeon, he thought he had nothing more to teach them, and then asked when he would retire and leave the business, and whether the boy would become the commander in his place. This was quite unexpected for Shahan Sun, so he hesitated at first, but then said that he just wanted to live a normal life until he got tired of listening to his partners grumbling. The man said that he just needed to get used to it, that even his boss was tired of it, and that there was nothing more to say, to which the boy replied that he was already used to it, which meant that there was something he didn't want to say, that it was just an excuse, and suddenly he admitted that he was just afraid that it would change him. Yoon Changwoo was surprised at first, not understanding what he was talking about, then looked straight into the boy's eyes so that he would explain himself. Shahan Sun remembered what Sunbin had told him that day, namely that they kill everyone they don't like, adding that it was because it was their instinct, and then he sacrificed himself to protect his sister. The boy was concerned that if he had tried to escape, he could have easily avoided such a fate, but for some reason he did not do so. As he said, if he had acted according to his animal instincts, he would not have risked his life to protect others at the moment when he fell for the bait, at the moment when he threw himself into the trap to save his family. It was as if they had switched places. Humanity had abruptly shifted to the other side, and now Shahan Sun had a strange emotion that he experienced. It was the joy of being able to kill him. Since then, the guy has been thinking about it constantly. Maybe on that day, he was the one closest to the state of a beast, and it bothered him a lot. He didn't want to be like those bloodthirsty killers who decide the fate of innocent people. Yoon Changwoo took another deep drag on his cigarette. At first, his face was thoughtful as he tried to find the words to convey to his ward. To be honest, it was difficult for Shahan Sun to understand what Changwoo said to him in a low voice at that moment, but he did not ask again, choosing to trust what his commander said. The man had a smile on his face. He wasn't nervous. He wasn't trying to lecture aggressively. He just expressed his opinion about the whole situation, because he had been in this business for a long time. When he said this, his voice was so calm, and Shahan Sun felt that he was unshakably convinced of this, so he just had to trust someone with much more experience. And when he said that the guy would soon understand everything, Shahan Sun simply nodded his head and hoped that it would happen soon, that all the mysteries would become clear to him, that he would finally get used to what his life had become. For now, it was worth just enjoying the moment, the carefree, ordinary human life in which there was no need to fight, shed blood, or endure the pain of blows. But while some were resting, evil continued its work. It never sleeps, but it is simply impossible to kill everyone at once. Somewhere, there will always be some beast that will continue its dirty deeds, and so there were human victims that they fed on. Right now, some stranger was drowning in the flesh of a monster that was gradually devouring him. It savored the body without any remorse, as if it were ordinary fruit, not a person who had a family and a life. But it had long been clear that the monster did not care who its victims were. Suddenly, the beast was distracted from its business by a stake. It was a stranger standing in the wall, hiding his identity. He came with an unexpected announcement that there was work for this monster. It was a deal that both sides agreed to. The beast only asked who his next victim would be. The dim light made it impossible to see what the monster looked like, but his sharp fangs flashed clearly in the faint light, and the saliva dripping down added to the danger. The mysterious, not unkind person named the one who was to suffer. It was a teacher, and he burned with hatred and malice toward this man, so he had to go so far as to order this man's death. He asked again if the beast could do it, and the beast was distracted from his late human dinner, as if he had not thought about whether to take on the job. he knew the answer in advance, as did the one who had ordered the murder. As a sign of agreement, the monster opened its toothy mouth wider, and a bunch of eyes appeared on its body, glowing red, with pupils as narrow as a snake's, the number of eyes only adding to its eerie appearance. The girl stood in front of the projector, asking those present in the room what they saw on the screen. Without waiting for an answer, she immediately replied that it was the corpse of one of the beasts killed during the previous operation. This was followed by an explanation that they had been caught transporting animal blood, and the operation ended with everyone being shot after the hostages were rescued. The picture was indeed not for the faint of heart, but those who sat there were not. Yun Changwoo froze for a moment with an interested look on his face. He saw a very interesting tattoo, which meant that there was something wrong with it. It seemed that the man had seen it before, but he couldn't figure out where. Then, when his mind stopped playing riddles with him, he remembered that it was exactly the same as the one on the enemy's back that day. But what was even stranger was that it didn't seem to be the same person, and the body was in a completely different place. The girl at the screen announced that later, as a result of searching the bodies of the killed animals, a business card for a certain company had been found among their belongings, and since an entire meeting had been devoted to this, it became clear that the animal extermination organization was concerned about something similar. On the business card, they found a place that could be the lair of those who pose a danger and had the Loud Name Club bleed, and it is this place, indicated on the business card, that is currently their next operation. Shahan Sun and Son Ka Yeon did not have sufficient rank in this job to attend that meeting, so they learned everything from Yun Changwoo, and the guy was seriously surprised by the secret investigation, as no matter how you look at it, it was a completely different level of responsibility. Yun Changwoo admitted that the goal of this operation was to gather information, not to fight, as this was necessary to determine whether this club was a den of beasts or not. But these words did not make him feel any calmer, because now the option of simply breaking in and fighting was no longer viable. Shahan Sun noticed this, saying that fighting was not difficult, but secret infiltration was something else entirely. He asked a logical question: couldn't other agents handle this mission better than him and his partner? They had only just started to work well openly, and there was no time to learn to be quieter than water and lower than grass. The commander replied that they had chosen them because they believed that these guys were absolutely necessary for this operation, so there was no need to worry too much. Jang Woo assured him that they would not have taken on the mission if they were not completely confident in them. Then the man added that Song Ji-yeon and Cha Hyun-seon would not be alone. He had called in the right person for this operation, someone with enough experience to ensure an even greater chance of success, and that person's heels were already clicking down the hallways, straight towards the guys. The girl immediately thought about Yun Changwoo's words, about the so-called suitable person for the operation, and finally guessed who he was talking about. But she only wanted to ask the man again, but she didn't have time to do so. The door to the office swung open abruptly and not at all elegantly, as one might imagine a woman would do it. The lamp standing on the nightstand almost fell to the floor when the heavy door slammed into it. It was impossible not to turn around at the sound, and then a warm and very loud greeting followed. Yun Changwoo greeted his colleague with a smile, while Cha Hyun-seon was confused, as they were not yet acquainted with this person. Son Ka Yeon, however, did not like something and was beginning to get angry. Standing in front of them was a tall woman with bright pink hair, her eyes overflowing with joy. It was Hong Yun-jin, the head of the special department, and after introducing herself, she announced that she would be leading this operation. Her happiness and cheerfulness were so active and loud that at some point it was easy to mistake it for hypocrisy. It seemed that her emotions were turned up to the max, and it was hard to believe that she really wanted to work well together. Cha Hyun-seon felt very uncomfortable. Meeting new people was already a problem for him, and now he had a new partner, who was also his boss. And there was another small problem. The guy had to constantly look up, because Hong Yun-jin was incredibly tall, about 1.5 times taller than the person she was talking to now. At that moment, she saw Hen Son in person for the first time and also realized that this guy was shorter than she thought, so she logically assumed that it was because the boy had not transformed. Cha Hyun-seon told the woman that he had heard from Jang Woo-hyun that they would be working together this time, and the brunette added that this was his first time participating in such an operation, so he didn't really know what to do, so the guy could only hope that Hong Yun-jin would guide him. The woman assured him that everything would be fine, that there was no need to worry, that it was not a difficult operation at all, and the director of the special department also noted that her new protege was very polite. But there was one factor that she noticed on the side that caused a slight chill in her voice. Hong Yun-jin immediately turned to Ka-yeon. She was surprised that the girl had not yet quit smoking. The blonde stood with her back to her, as if hoping that no one would notice, but as soon as she heard her name, she immediately flinched. It was quite unexpected that something could scare her even a little. Son Ka Yeon did not turn around until the very last moment, cowering and wanting to disappear as quickly as possible unnoticed. While the woman behind her asked how many more times she had to repeat that Ka Yeon should understand that smoking indoors was not allowed, especially for minors, the girl turned around and tried to reproach her colleague, asking her to grumble less, but her voice still trembled. Even though Son Ka Yeon tried to hide it, it became clear that she did not want to show her pride in front of this woman. However, her tongue was so accustomed to this tone that she couldn't hold back the words that Ka Yeon was not Hong Yeon-jin's son and that she wouldn't listen to any of this, for which she immediately paid the price. The woman had already swung her fist at the blonde, and, judging by everything, she didn't spare any strength and wasn't bluffing with the blow. The blow was so strong that it created a gust of wind around them, and even those who were just standing nearby felt it, almost knocking them off their feet. Now it was clear why Son Ka Yeon was so tense about Hong Yeon-jin. Even though she seems nice and very kind, she has her limits and, apparently, is not averse to throwing punches. The cigarette was knocked out of Son Ka Yeon's mouth. There was no doubt that the girl would not strike back at someone senior to her in rank, and she was quite intimidated, so it was no surprise that she lost this argument. Shahan Sun was frightened. He did not expect such a sweet girl to turn out to be a real monster, ready to strike for such disobedience, which seemed insignificant. But judging by Changwoo's reaction, this happened rarely, but not for the first time, and he enjoyed the spectacle. But it was just a show. In reality, Hong Yeon-jin hadn't managed to hit the girl yet. Her fist stopped a couple of centimeters from the face of Son Ka Yeon, who stood in shock and seemed ready to lose consciousness after such a swing. Hong Yeon-jin held her fist up, asking the girl to repeat what she had just said and dare to say it again, but the chance was very unlikely, because the threat was still right in front of her face and wasn't going anywhere. After such a shock, Son Ka Yeon looked guiltily at the floor and promised to quit smoking, to which her boss reacted with great joy, saying that she knew the girl would say that, but she made it conditional on Ka Yeon being a good child who listens well, rather than simply intimidating the girl. Yoon Chang-woo repeated once again that the goal of this operation was not to fight, so he advised that if they sensed any danger, they should retreat, and reconnaissance could be done later. Shahan Sun thought about it and asked if they could then go in as ordinary people. He would never go to clubs, let alone do so secretly. Son Ka Yeon supported this initiative, because they really did look like ordinary, normal people. Lee Hong Yeon-jin did not deny this, but the guys had to look very handsome, so they needed to dress up a little. But her face was suspiciously cunning, which greatly frightened those she hugged around the shoulders. In the end, the woman said that there was no need to worry about the disguise because she would make the guys perfect undercover agents from head to toe. She had her own plan, which she did not want to reveal yet, not considering it necessary. Late evening had fallen on the streets, and many people had left their homes in search of new adventures or acquaintances, while others, already in established company, simply wanted to relax after a difficult day. Thus, a large number of different people gathered in the streets, each pursuing their own plans for the evening, and the alleys were filled with hundreds of voices and shouts, music and sounds. Shahan Sun was also heading into the crowd, with a listening device in his ear, into which Commander Yoon was speaking. He wanted to check the sound, and then asked if the communicator inserted into his ear was working properly, to which the guy replied that he could hear well and that the sound was not leaking. The next thing that interested the commander was how far they were from their destination, to which Shahan Sun replied quietly, without attracting attention, that it would take him about 3 minutes to get there, but the distance was not far at all. The guy was in a new role. It would be impossible to recognize him. His hairstyle did not give away the old Shahan Sun, and his glasses were gone from his face, which was serious and stern. But it was not clear whether this was part of the image or whether he was so tense because of the task. But it seemed that Shahan Sun himself didn't really like the clothes. They seemed uncomfortable to him, and he didn't like the hairstyle at all. The guy said that he couldn't even breathe normally, let alone fight in this outfit. Yoon Chang-woo had to remind him once again that he had already said that the guy wasn't going there to fight, and that he shouldn't think about useless things and just do what he was told. Shahan Sun was already very close to his destination when he heard from the commander that if there were people there, they would not recognize his true nature, but if there were beasts, they would approach the guy and recognize him as one of their own. So in any case, he would come out ahead. The guy in his new guise was able to get inside without any problems. The bright neon purple light hurt his eyes, which wasn't a pleasant sensation, but his vision soon adjusted to the lighting. Music was playing inside, very loudly, the walls and floor vibrating with the beats, and the people in the middle of the dance floor gathered in such a crowd that there was no room to swing a cat. It was the very atmosphere of nightlife that nightclub lovers crave. The last thing Yoon Chang-woo said was for Shahan Sun to trust his instincts and focus on tracking animals, although doing so here was not so easy. A person who does not let loose in such a place and watches everyone does not inspire much trust, but the guy had no other choice. The conversation ended there, and now the brunette was fully focused on his duties. He had to keep his eyes open and not get distracted here. There were so many people in front of him that it seemed like you wouldn't find that many on the street. A bunch of beautiful girls and guys were moving their bodies to the beat of the music, talking to each other, and it seemed like no one was paying attention to you. But for Cha Hyun-seon, it was still incomprehensible how anyone could have fun in such a stuffy place, where the music was deafening and your head started to ache from the volume. It didn't occur to him that the guy was simply not used to such an atmosphere. Yoon Chang-woo didn't leave his subordinate alone, giving him hints and asking if he had studied the club's blueprint at the meeting. Their hideout must be hidden somewhere on the map, so it was worth exploring the area and looking for suspicious places, and the brunette was just about to do that. To start with, it was worth looking around. He promised to contact Yoon Chang-woo if he found anything, but so far, apart from a bunch of people, almost all of whom looked suspicious, he hadn't seen anything. Although he was the one who raised the most questions as he scrutinized everyone, in such a crowd of people, it was inconspicuous, almost natural. So while he was just a regular visitor to others, for his organization, Cha Hyun-seon tried to find out as much information as possible. He noticed that he didn't sense any signs of beasts from the club's security guards, so the thought crept into his mind that they had hired people to disguise themselves as a normal establishment, but it was impossible to know for sure yet. Cha Hyun-seon looked around the area but didn't notice anything suspicious, since the place was located in the very center of the city, and they had probably tried to hide their true nature. Everything was so smooth that the guy began to entertain the idea that maybe this place wasn't a beast's lair at all, and that the killed beast had simply visited here a few times, which was also possible, as not all beasts hide from people, and many of them go straight to their prey. He might have thought so if he were a simple man and hadn't caught one small detail that stuck in his receptors. He could smell it even through the acrid cigarette smoke and the smell of alcohol. No other scent could overpower it. Something inside Cha Hyun-sun turned upside down. Somewhere in this club, there was a bright, indelible smell of blood. It was pointless and useless to hide it, and whoever was in charge here understood that perfectly well. Somewhere in this place there was a beast. Naturally, he would not sit openly in public, most likely somewhere in a secluded place, but from where he could watch everyone who came and went, choosing his dinner. It is possible that it is currently watching Cha Hyun-seon himself and may suspect something, so it is worth not only working on finding information, but also making sure that no one guesses who this guy really is. Cha Hyun-seon looked around for a long time but didn't see anything special, not even any animals, so he had completely lost hope and didn't know what to do in this situation. But suddenly he noticed something. He was just about to move on and discreetly investigate when something distracted him, which was not surprising, as there were too many factors in such a place that could confuse him. At that moment, it was the cry of a guy running by. It was unexpected, but the brunette managed to step back. He didn't understand why he was screaming like that, so he blamed it on alcohol. Drunk people often behave like that. Suddenly, he stumbled upon someone's body, its soft part, and as soon as he realized that he had caused someone discomfort, he immediately rushed to apologize, but did not have time to say a word. The girl, who was the victim of a slight push, didn't mince words, immediately starting to yell, asking what the hell this bastard was pushing for, asking if the stranger had eyes, since he couldn't see where he was going. Cha Hyun-seon wanted to explain everything. He began to justify himself, saying that he had simply stumbled and that there was no need to yell at him right away. And then he turned around to discuss everything and settle the conflict, not wanting to end his special assignment in such a stupid way. And then he froze, as did the woman who was yelling at him. It was Son Ka Yeon. She also had a new look. Her hair seemed shorter. She was finally wearing a dress and even shoes, looking more feminine than usual, and she was just as shocked as Cha Hyun-seon. They didn't know what looks had been prepared for them. Nevertheless, it was not worth showing any particular emotions. The operation continued, as did the party at the club. No one would notice anything. Unexpected encounters often happen in places like this, so the surprise on the faces of the clubgoers shouldn't have attracted attention. But there was a downside to this alibi. Just as agents might not be exposed, it would be possible to overlook the right individuals if it weren't for the feeling of the beasts. Shahan Sun asked the girl how long she had been coming here, and then remembered that he had never once run into Jang Woohyun and Chief Hong, so he asked Son Ka Yeon if she knew anything about their absence. He received an uninspiring answer that the two were stuck somewhere, which is why they couldn't show up on time, and then she asked if the guy had managed to find out anything to understand that the case was moving forward in some way, but as it turned out, neither agent had any information, so now the partners had to look at everything twice as closely and carefully. They began working together, but now there were two people constantly sniffing around with unrealistically serious expressions, which made them even more suspicious than when they worked alone. They quickly realized that some places were off limits because there were guards there, and it was obvious that this was not without reason. In addition, Shahan Sun sensed the presence of a beast, but there were no clear traces, which did not help. Then Son Ka Yeon suggested simply transforming, which surprised the guy very much. It seemed to him that doing so here was completely inappropriate. The girl explained that animals can sense each other's presence, and if Shahan Sun was sure he could smell the beast, then maybe he could get closer to them. Son Yeon said this quite calmly, because she wasn't the one who had to go inside in the form of a beast. But the brunette was nervous, his heart was beating faster, and his breath was quickening at the thought that they might be discovered and the guy would be in trouble. But he still thought the girl was right, so it was worth trying. He began to try it. First, the veins on his arms, which were already quite large, swelled, and now his muscles began to swell even more. His clothes became much tighter than before, so there was no point in complaining about that now. The guy felt everything changing inside him, even though outwardly he remained almost the same. His eyes glowed red, and the noise that was an integral part of the club became a distraction. He needed to concentrate better while Shahan Sun sent a related signal. The brunette tried to concentrate on the beasts that were somewhere here in order to summon them. His power was periodically interrupted, but soon he was able to completely immerse himself in this beastly state. It was like a cap over all the people around him, because Shahan Sun could no longer hear them or the music. For him, the club seemed completely empty, but there was one thing. The guy still sensed one person who was actually a beast, and how awful it was to feel him behind his back, even if he wasn't close. Finally, he could fully sense the presence. He couldn't just believe that his intuition was failing him, so now their disguise made sense and things were moving forward. It was a girl with short green hair, wearing only a bra on top and short shorts on her legs. Her painted lips stretched into a smirk. Apparently, she also wanted to find someone beast-like here, but she did not exude kindness and pleasant feelings from meeting a fellow creature. As long as it did not turn out badly, Shahan Sun quickly realized that she had recognized him too, and it wasn't hard to guess that the stranger would now approach him, which is exactly what happened. The girl began to approach, her aura beginning to weigh on the guy, who was already worried that she was going to find out who he was and fight him. This theory quickly left the guy's head. Such a thing could not happen in a place where there were so many people. The beasts were bloodthirsty, but it would be their downfall and reveal that they were disguised among humans, so her goal became unclear. Suddenly, the guy's stream of thoughts was interrupted by a touch, and the girl began to grasp his hand as tightly as she could. She didn't seem to notice the tension on Shahan Sun's face, even though he didn't hide it. The stranger immediately showed her bloodthirsty desire in her facial expressions and suggested that this guy was here for the first time, and then offered to go together to a place where only they, meaning the beasts, could have fun. She had the look of a tempting snake. This girl sang so sweetly that she could whisper sweet nothings in anyone's ear. After a long silence, she asked the newcomer what he thought of the idea and added fuel to the fire, saying that she thought the guy would definitely be satisfied and wouldn't regret it. Shahan Sun had no choice but to agree to such conditions. It was worth getting more information, and the fact that there were beasts here was already clear. This news would not help to cover the whole gang of animals, so the brunette looked at his partner to make her even more vigilant and replied to his new acquaintance that she should lead him. Son Ka Yeon didn't want to stay alone in this place, but the operation required it, so she just followed where Shahan Sun was being taken so that she could come to his aid in time if anything happened. Although it would have been better to wait for the main group. In front of the guy was a long corridor, lit only by a light at the end, which did not allow him to see in advance what was happening beyond the meters of empty concrete walls. This did not inspire confidence and certainty about where they had ended up. Shahan Sun's footsteps echoed around him. It was impossible to walk quietly in this corridor. Every step was heard too clearly, and the silence and the rhythmic thud of his own feet made him even more tense, putting incredible pressure on his morale. The girl pressed herself closer and closer to the stranger, as if they had known each other for a long time, but she needed to appease another participant. While Shahan Sun himself thought all this time that if there was such a passage in the basement of the club, then this place was indeed intended for animals, which meant he was close to his goal. The guy's face still showed disbelief, and his question about what kind of place this was didn't seem very natural, but the girl said that it was a place where you could have fun, so he hoped that it wouldn't arouse suspicion. The girl smiled and said that it was rather strange that the guy had come here without knowing what kind of place it was, but she didn't think much of it, just laughed it off and reassured the newcomer that there was no need to worry. She herself was twisted with anticipation, wanting to see again what she had already seen. She licked her fangs as if she could taste that unforgettable thrill and adrenaline rush. She expected her new acquaintance to be just as excited by what he saw. As soon as his eyes adjusted to the light, the first thing that caught his eye and nose was blood, red, which stood out against the monochrome floor. But the smell, which animals could sense much better than humans, was unbearable due to the concentration of blood on the floor. The girl assured the guy that this was the very place where Shahan Sun could enjoy everything according to his animal instincts, and the guy was in real shock. He did not expect to see what was happening in front of him. There were muffled sounds of blows. Blood was imprinted on the skin. Knuckles were red and throbbing with pain, but it didn't matter when adrenaline mixed with pleasure. It was simply impossible to stop. These were fights. Two beasts were now fighting each other. Gender and size didn't matter. Now a girl and a guy were fighting, and the girl was much bigger, but they were both getting the same amount, not lagging behind their opponent. The audience was ecstatic. They wanted only more blood and nothing else. The crowd was screaming. They had chosen who to root for, because now it was worth watching both. Even though they were not on the battlefield, they felt the energy of those who were trying to satisfy their instincts, thereby satisfying their own. And then one of the beasts delivered a decisive blow, almost knocking his opponent unconscious. Blood spurted everywhere again. Muscles were tense to the limit. It was very sharp and unexpected, but it only added a special pathos to the whole fight. At that moment, everyone in the arena fell silent. For them, it was an even greater surprise. It became clear that this silence was only temporary, and very soon the stands would be shaking with screams. As it turned out, this was not just a couple of seats near the ring, but almost the entire Colosseum, in the center of which fierce battles were taking place, and those who sat in the front rows took particular pleasure in what they saw. The guy who took the blow clenched his teeth. Something changed inside him. His aggression grew even more. They were already at their limit, but now it seemed as if they had found a second wind to completely finish off their opponent. Receiving blows and delivering them was an incredible pleasure for the beasts, so some even tried to prolong the fight. But when you feel like you are about to die, you have to fight seriously to the death, not for pleasure. Therefore, the only solution was to use their fangs, which their opponents did. Sharp bone spurs grew on them, replacing their blades, and their bodies began to change. Soon, these two no longer resembled their former forms at all. The girl, who did not have a feminine form, which was understandable, as it seemed that this was not her first time participating in such battles, realized that she should also start playing seriously. Her eyes glowed with rage, and the last blow, with which she was able to break into the lead in this fight, was an incredible pleasure for her. Her legs now resembled birds' feet, huge with sharp claws that scratched the floor disgustingly. Her legs seemed to have grown additional muscles, but they were still covered in blood, or rather a mixture of her own blood and her opponent's. Shahan Sun seemed to be just beginning to understand that these two were actually fighting. It was such a shock to him that at first he couldn't put two and two together. The sheer scale of such an underground fighting club made his head spin, not to mention the fact that you then start to pay attention to what is happening in the center of the arena. Monsters, in new terrifying forms that you wouldn't want to see in real life, with a bunch of extra limbs, disfigured faces and bodies, headed towards each other, opening their mouths wide, intending to tear their opponents apart and claim victory. The only thing that remained unknown was whether they were fighting for reward or for pleasure, but it seemed that in this situation it didn't really matter. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the club was the same, loud music and a crowd of people. The only place where it seemed possible to hide was the restroom, where the music wasn't as loud, and people didn't come very often. Son Ka Yeon was sitting there. She just locked herself in a stall, smoking a cigarette, thinking about what to do next. It seemed that Commander Yoon and Chief Hong were still gathering information, so she had to wait, although such a long absence made her nervous, and Shahan Sun had just left with the hooked beast. The girl was more than sure that the place they had gone to was a secret lair, and there was no way to get past the guards, so the blonde was at a dead end. All she could do was wait. It had already become clear that there were no beasts in the main hall, and since she couldn't go after her partner, all she could do was wait. She had to think about whether there was any other passage in this building leading there. These undercover missions were completely unsuitable for Son Ka Yeon, as she herself believed. But while she was thinking about it, she did not notice that one of the squares on the ceiling had been moved. The girl took another cigarette. She was very annoyed by the situation that had developed and her inaction. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she had to calm her nerves with nicotine. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't even notice a huge worm appearing from that very hole in the ceiling, which was actually a beast. This creature had a human head and a very disgusting body, so while Son Ka Yeon was indignant that no one was going to give her any instructions, the monster was already targeting her. Her hand slammed his head into the floor, blood splattered onto her fingers, and her opponent groaned in pain. The scene looked as bad as it felt, so everyone in the hall felt the pain of the person in the ring. It was in that very secret club for beasts. The girl was already turning her opponent into a bloody mess, his blood and entrails creating a general mash, and her opponent was not going to give her a chance to fight back. She was here to satisfy her instincts, and they now demanded the blood and suffering of another. Her mouth resembled a skinless jaw with sharp fangs, the whites of her eyes turned black, and her red irises spoke of the malice and fury that raged inside her. But it was not because this monster had done anything to her, but because beasts themselves want bloodshed, and now it turns out that it does not matter whose, humans or their own kind. Everyone around her trembled with pleasure. Some were angry, some were happy. It was impossible to scream. At that moment she even wanted to go back to the club, to hear the music pounding in her ears, but not the howling of these disgusting creatures who just wanted blood and death. And now Shahan Sun understood that the fighting spirit and cruelty inherent in beasts, if they openly showed it on the outside, would make them a target for the special forces, which was not at all to their advantage. But here everything was different. They could do whatever they wanted and remain unnoticed. And, probably, they decided to resolve everything in this way in the arena, not taking each other's lives, but maiming each other beyond recognition, since the chance of regeneration was high anyway. Otherwise, their malice would have been such that they would have attacked each other right on the street, revealing themselves to people and those who worked to destroy such creatures. Now Shahan Sun thought he finally understood the main purpose of this place. Now he had another goal: to get out of here and report everything. All that remained was to sneak through the crowd unnoticed and not attract too much attention, and especially not to get into a fight with anyone. But suddenly, the announcer's voice rang out so loudly that everyone in the stands lowered their voices. He announced that the match was over, and he was indescribably happy that there was finally only one winner left in the ring. Everyone began to congratulate the beast that had just defeated its last enemy, and now it became clear that the beasts were fighting for the prize awarded to the champion. A door opened on one side, and those who were behind it initially saw only bright light because they had been sitting in the dark and did not have time to quickly get used to the bright lighting again. Shahan Sun did not have time to see what was there. He thought that he would not be able to cope with everyone on his own, and as Chang Woohyun said, the reconnaissance was over for today and it was time to return before it became clear who this newcomer really was. But suddenly his eyes slid over the place where the new passage had opened, and someone came out of it with bare feet, stumbling over the stone floor, feeling its coldness, his feet covered in abrasions, as if they had tried to protest against the violence before. And then a loud voice announced that this was today's catch, a group of healthy and fresh people. Several of them came out into the light, half naked, without tops, their faces filled with fear and confusion. They couldn't even imagine where they had ended up, and their eyes were still adjusting to the bright light. Suddenly, the girl walking in front froze in horror and disgust. She could see what was standing in front of her, something she had never encountered before, something that looked like it had come straight out of a horror movie. It became clear that they had not come here to enjoy hospitality. The announcer's voice asked questions, speculating on what the winner would do with his prey, whether he would tear them apart immediately or chew them slowly. The monster's hands tensed again as he prepared for a new battle, but he would definitely not have to fight in this one. Everything the beast could do to the poor wretches was at his will, the will of the victor. His teeth were sharper than daggers, his fangs seemed to be the size of a palm, and with such jaws, no bone could withstand him. The beast roared loudly, and the people in front of him, who looked like mere insects, backed away, afraid of what was about to happen. The spectators were offered the chance to revel in the bloodshed, for the real show was about to begin. The monsters began to scream like madmen. For them, this was better than any performance, and they were even envious that they could not be in the winner's place and taste the fresh meat and blood of the human body. Shahan Sun's legs froze. He stood motionless, not knowing what to do. It was the right time to leave, but something was holding him back. It was human lives. He couldn't sacrifice 4 people so that more could survive. Every soul that could survive was important to him. Chaos reigned around him. From all sides came cries about what to do with those who would become dinner for this beast. Some asked to kill them, some asked to tear them to pieces, and some were interested in watching their guts being ripped out. Few wanted a quick death for these people. Most demanded suffering and the cries of the helpless. A devilish smile appeared on Shahan Sun's face. He fixed his hair, saying that they wouldn't even let him walk by calmly once, although it had always been that way. So he had already made up his mind and understood all the risks. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the restroom was calm, despite the fact that someone had recently come out of there. Women's voices could be heard discussing the latest gossip and news. Nothing unusual for such a place in a club. The girls were discussing the latest situations in their relationships. One was interested in what her friend had said to her boyfriend, but the other didn't understand why she needed to know, and then admitted that she had simply told him not to call the girl anymore. They were smoking and in high spirits, but something still bothered them. A sudden sound came from the cubicle. There are all kinds of sounds, but this one was not very pleasant. After a second of silence, during which the girls tried to figure out the source of the sound, they did not make the following decision. Realizing that this sound was not of the most pleasant origin, the faces of the party girls immediately changed, showing utter contempt and disgust, and they decided that it would be better to go somewhere else. Otherwise they would throw up right then and there. The bathroom door opened, and 2 pretty girls came out, leaving the one who was making those nasty sounds alone with himself. It wasn't a big deal. Soon this unpleasantness would be forgotten, so their mood could be considered unspoiled. They had no idea that Son Ka Yeon was in the next stall, holding the monster hostage that had tried to attack her earlier. The girl was more cunning and understood that danger was everywhere in this place, so she was ready for such a turn of events, and her eyes burned with cunning. And she said she would ask again, and it would be better if the beast answered whether it was true that their playground was in this basement. Her expression became more mocking with every passing second, her voice tinged with malice and sadism, and then she asked if the hostage would happen to know how to get there, and then clarified that he needed to explain politely and in detail so that Son Ka Yeon would understand the first time. The beast in her hands turned out to be much weaker than those they had encountered before. He surrendered almost immediately and began to whimper like a small child, promising to tell her everything in exchange for mercy. Indeed, these were not the kind of beasts who would defend information to the end. In the end, Son Ka Yeon did not keep her promise. Having obtained the information, she left the beast's bloody body lying on the tile floor in the bathroom. Whatever their circumstances, she worked for an organization that needed to exterminate such creatures. But she wasn't tall enough to climb up to where the monster had come from, so she stood right on its corpse, which wasn't very comfortable because of her high heels, and she told the already dead body that it was nothing personal, she just needed a platform. The square in the ceiling rose easily. This seemed to be normal practice, because no such area was observed anywhere else. All that remained was to raise her head and find out everything. As soon as Son Ka Yeon saw what she needed, she was surprised that the bastard hadn't deceived her, because such creatures cannot be trusted. The beast could have easily given false information in exchange for his life and then killed the person without adhering to any agreement. A double ceiling opened up in front of the girl, and at the end there was another hole, which seemed to lead to the other side. It was the only way out, but the blonde was not happy that she had to crawl through this dusty hole. She would have liked it to be optional, but alas, she had no other choice. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beast that had won the tournament opened its mouth, saliva dripping from its teeth, and it was already anticipating the taste of human flesh. But it couldn't decide which of these people to devour first, so it played with its victims, only adding to their fear. The people were confused, they backed away, falling from shock, and the monster continued to reason, deciding to leave the juicy, soft woman for last, and now deciding that it would be nice to try the taste of that well-fed man. The beast's limbs twisted in anticipation of sinking into fresh flesh, realizing that the end of their lives was near. The people who had fallen into the trap rushed to escape, screaming loudly, but it was useless. No one would help them here. Around them sat monsters just like them, who would gladly save the snack for themselves. And they didn't have enough speed to escape from this strong creature. One of its steps was equal to 10 of theirs, so they could only pray that everything would end well. But each of them was already prepared to accept that this was death, and not just death, but death in agony. But suddenly something made the beast stop. He noticed a body flying towards him and bent his legs. It was a good jump, lifting the jumper very high. and very soon, the one who had interrupted the whole process landed on the ground, raising dust and a couple of concrete fragments into the air. The arena was not intact after the fight, but it was still unplanned destruction. The stranger was so fast that no one could see his face. The spectators were in shock. They did not expect such a turn of events and that someone would be able to interfere with the champion. Who would dare to do so at that moment, considering that only those who supported it had gathered here? The people who were running away also stopped for a second, hoping that this was their salvation. But panic and fear forced them to keep moving, hoping that others would finally lose sight of them, and only that could be their salvation. The beast also did not understand what was happening. As soon as the guy straightened up, he asked who this monster was, why he had decided to act so boldly, because now the winner of the tournament had become a real star. The stranger said that he had been told that this was the best place to have fun, so he had high expectations, but he admitted that he could no longer restrain himself, watching such nobodies as beasts fight each other. The guy stood right between the huge Hulk and the people. Shahan Sun began to taunt his new opponent, urging him to get rid of these low-level matches and try to fight the brunette once. The guy offered to make a bet in the form of these people. He was as confident as possible, smiling from ear to ear, and his voice was full of aggression. The monster didn't believe it. He wasn't going to be swayed by mere words, so he called him a brat and asked him again who this guy was who was risking his life so much that he dared to confront the recent champion with such a deal. Shahan Sun asked in response what the opponent would gain from this, what he could do if he found out, because they said that the winner gets everything, which means that by defeating the champion, the brunette could become the new champion, receive the prize and fame. In fact, the guy was nervous, especially when he looked at the people who were victims, because he didn't want to get involved in all this, but there was no other way out. He had only one duty, and that was to save these people from certain death. He was faced with a difficult choice. According to his assignment, this was not an option, but he had his own personal position, and the organization's policy was to protect people from such bastards. All this was watched by the one who ruled here, the one who organized all these fights. For him, it was the beginning of a show, only he did not fully understand the motivation. Could this beast really enter the ring in the middle of the fight for the sake of this prize? It smacked of bluff, but until they figured out what the real motivation was, there was no need to panic. He accepted this challenge as well, because it was not just a challenge for the champion, but a challenge for the organizer himself. So the commentator immediately received an order, and he himself was confused, not knowing what to do, and did not really understand why the host wanted this, but an order is an order. He immediately reported everything to the audience, saying that the organizer had told everyone present that only the strongest could claim the right of the winner. So the champion and the challenger who had thrown down the gauntlet had to decide for themselves who would be the winner, so the competition would continue. The beast didn't understand what the hell was going on. He had sweated enough to prove once again that he could claim his prize, and he wasn't going to let that happen, but he had no choice. He had to at least fight for his food, but the price was too high. But for Hen Son, this was just what he needed. He could use it as an excuse to take the people away. He couldn't help but worry, because the lives of innocent people depended on it, and he was also deviating from the original plan of the secret operation. They stood facing each other. The difference in their height was huge, so at first glance it was easy to assume that the old champion would win. But there was one thing: Shahan Sun had not been transformed into his final form with fangs. He was counting on this and on his, albeit not great, but still experience in fighting beasts. His opponent did not understand who this fearless bastard was. He said that he must have recently acquired these powers and could not yet tell shit from piss. He was furious, his rage boiling over. They were trying to take his victory away from right under his nose, and for that, he promised to make the sudden stranger regret it. Shahan Sun became much more serious and politely said that he would probably refuse, that the guy had had enough regrets in his life. The brunette pulled his throat back on his jacket and said with a very important look that he was busy, so they should get it over with as soon as possible. The monster agreed to this condition, his muscles tense, ready to pounce on his enemy at any moment and finish him off in an instant to prove once again that he was the true victor and deserved the reward he had already received. He did just that, shouting that he intended to smash his enemy's head right now. But Shahan Sun did not move, standing as if he were only a few centimeters away from death, as if he had been waiting for this moment. And before the spectators could even blink, the opponents were within a step of each other. A trail of dust hung in the air behind the beast. He swung his arm and was already close to his opponent's face. This is the moment when your breath stops and you wait to see what will happen and whether there will be a moment that will change everything. But suddenly, the monster didn't move any further. He didn't continue drinking, but froze in place, as if waiting to see what would happen next, as if he himself didn't know what had just happened. But the anger in his soul did not fade. It was instinct, but Shahan Sun was able to hold his opponent's fist so that he couldn't move on, and he even mocked him, saying that he had now become a champion with such insignificant strength that it was hard to believe that this could happen. He said that he couldn't imagine how weak his previous enemy had been. The brunette said that this was nonsense. He continued to hold his enemy's fist with one hand, and with the other he swung to strike back, because he was sure that now he could decide everything with one attack, since his opponent was trapped. And he struck, striking so hard that the enemy cried out in pain, and a hole immediately formed in his body, into which Shahan Sun's hand entered. He really did have an advantage, and when his strength was greater, it seemed that his loud words and provocations were not just for show. He literally threw his opponent over, as if he were throwing a shot put, and with such dexterity, he was able to remove his opponent from his path. But he was already at his goal, almost hitting Shahan Sun, but the latter managed to show his skills and experience in fighting. The beast was cured, his body was transformed, but not from his fangs, but from how his enemy dealt with him. He was still very angry and wanted revenge, because they tried to take his prize for participating in the tournament right from under his nose. He was already badly injured, but his opponent had one goal: to finish off his enemy and save the people. So he jumped into the air, putting one leg forward and swinging it to strike. There were only a couple of seconds left before he would win the tournament. He managed to land so that his foot hit the beast's back directly, striking its spine, causing its body to arch at an unnatural angle. The pain was very sharp, but it came and went quickly because the body was already trying not to feel the pain in order to stay alive, while the monster screamed, trying to endure the pain, sharp, sudden, penetrating to the bone, which the body tried to block as best it could. Shahan Sun continued to kick it, doing everything he could to make the beast die as quickly as possible so that he could fulfill his duty. The guy thought that a little more pressure would be enough to secure victory. Blood spread in a pool beneath the body of the recent winner of the match, his enemy simply trampling on his back, breaking his bones, while his victim arched his back, stretching his limbs on a mechanical, nervous level. The beasts sitting in the stands watched in silence. They no longer shouted as they had last time during the battle between the monsters. They were shocked at how the recent champion had been humiliated by a completely unknown guy who had appeared out of nowhere. It was something that almost never happened, which is why the reaction was what it was. People were shocked that they would end up in the jaws of an even more terrifying monster. They did not know that this beast was actually protecting them and fighting to save their lives, which is why they could experience even more horror from what they saw. The brunette stood over the corpse when the announcer declared the match over. It seemed he had not yet cooled down from the feelings he had towards the beasts and what they were doing to ordinary people, such as he once was. So his desire for the bloodshed of these creatures only grew stronger with every passing second, when in fact not quite one of them, standing in the middle of the stands, killing their brother right in front of the crowd. Shahan Sun was as serious as he could be. He didn't know what would happen next, whether they would hand these people over to him, or whether he would have to go through some other test for the sake of these people's lives. But the scariest thing was that he could be exposed, because fighting one beast is one thing, but fighting a crowd is another. Meanwhile, the nightclub was getting less crowded, and the music didn't seem as good anymore, so everyone who still wanted to relax in some way hurried to the bar. The earpiece carried screams and strange sounds resembling a fight, and the man already doubted what he had learned, as it was a very convenient device in this situation. The man brought a cigarette to his lips and thought about what had happened, about the underground fighting arena, about the kidnapped civilians. It was worth thinking carefully about what to do next, because now it seemed that there was no way around a fight. A girl in a short dress approached him from behind. She herself understood from key phrases that things were not going as well as they had expected. It turned out that these people knew each other. The woman couldn't believe that the guy had actually jumped into the very center of a life-threatening place. Who could have expected him to act so rashly? But there was no anxiety on her face, rather a sense of enjoyment at this realization. The man said with a smirk that a fighter is ready to go through fire and water if people's lives depend on it, but that's why he causes trouble everywhere, even though the goal is quite noble and commendable. As soon as he finished his cigarette, the butt fell into his drink, which was orange in color and very sweet, but now unpleasant to drink. However, it didn't matter because the couple was going where they were needed most. The girl asked the man not to exaggerate so much, that it wasn't such a mess, considering that it wasn't his fault, and that it all started because of the animals. The man and woman got up and went in the right direction. These were the ones who were in charge of this operation, and there was nothing that could be done about it, because apparently their dear juniors were experiencing great difficulties, so maybe it was worth going and cheering them up a little. Now the game had to be evened out, even though no battle had been planned initially, but most likely it could not be avoided. There was a small spot of blood on the floor, which was difficult to see given the dim lighting in the club, but the man who was walking around and checking everything managed to find it, and it sent shivers down his spine. The man, who was a security guard here, was very alarmed by this discovery. He couldn't understand where the blood came from in such a place. While he was racking his brains trying to find a logical explanation, he missed a very important detail. Just as he thought about asking her to clean up after herself, he felt someone pulling at his sleeve from behind. It was Hong Yun-jin, and she was definitely not in the mood. She wanted to get this over with quickly and go home to rest, in a place where no one was around. A strange sound was heard. It was muffled, but it could tell a lot. For example, about the death of the person who found blood on the floor. It seemed that he shouldn't have been so inattentive and should have watched what was happening behind his back. He was already lying on the floor, saliva dripping from his mouth. The man wasn't breathing. He had been killed quickly and almost painlessly. He was lying in a dark, cold place where no one would find him anytime soon, so there was no need to worry. Hong Yun-jin immediately contacted Chief Hong via the listening device with the same smile, asking how well she could be heard and whether the connection was good. She received a reply that the sensitivity was more than good, that she could be heard perfectly, and then he asked if anything special had happened. The woman did not hide the fact that something had happened, but there was a video camera filming directly in that direction, which did not look good. All that remained was to hope that, by some lucky chance, they had not been caught on camera, otherwise things would be bad. Only Hong Yun-jin did not say this with any concern. Suddenly, Yoon Chang-woo said that there was no need to worry about it. At first, it was unclear why, but then he added that he had already taken care of it. The man was sitting on the floor with some kind of box with wires, which he had already figured out, so the unplanned murders were concealed, but this wasn't permanent. For a while, they wouldn't be able to find them through the cameras because the camera would repeat what had been recorded earlier. This was the only way to avoid being caught for at least a little while, and the people in charge of all this were certainly no fools, so they would soon notice. At best, they had about 10 minutes, so they had to move quickly and act more discreetly to leave fewer traces. The woman began to list everything they needed to do in 10 minutes, which was to save people, hide, and not be noticed, and then suddenly said that it was easy, although in reality it was not at all. So she left the camera to her colleague. Yoon Chang-woo wasn't nervous. He thought everything was going smoothly, so he continued to calmly go about his business, and then suddenly thought of Shahan Sun, and especially how much the guy had grown during that time. The man remembers his anger, which held a deadly threat when they first met, but that anger was a manifestation of limited and unstable emotions. He was like a child venting his resentment, but now his life had become calm, and it was not arrogance, but his ability to control his emotions. He had grown up, and in the future he would be even stronger. Yoon Chang-woo was sure of this. He saw potential in this guy. He would definitely become one of the greats. He would quickly surpass Yoon Chang-woo, and he looked forward to it. He wanted to see another talented and strong person who could help people and destroy those who tried to harm them. But suddenly something caught his interest. He looked at the screen of the device, where there were 3 images: the club itself with a crowd of people, a beast, and the arena where the fights took place. The man was very curious about what it all meant. He looked only at the second image, and it was something very nasty and scary. It was a pile of what looked like fat, just a pile of flesh, surrounded by a bunch of creatures pulling at its arms and legs. The picture looked really creepy. Son Ka Yeon was indignant, wheezing and hissing with discontent. She was very uncomfortable, her hands pressing on her chest, which made it even more painful. She wanted it to end as soon as possible. It was difficult to crawl through such a narrow space, so the blonde cursed as she did so. She didn't understand why there was so little space. It seemed like she was about to die, exaggerating greatly, and she wondered how much further she had to crawl to reach the end. But suddenly she heard strange sounds coming from the ventilation ahead. Now it was becoming clearer where to go, which was a particularly good clue when nothing could be seen in the poor lighting, so it was very timely. So Son Ka Yeon wondered if this was the end, otherwise why was it so noisy? She understood perfectly well that she needed to move in that direction, but the nature of these sounds itself made her nervous, so it only aroused her interest even more. As soon as she got close enough to see what was happening, she saw Shahan Sun on the battlefield and was immediately surprised to see what that brat was doing there. She tried to piece everything together, but she couldn't quite understand it because the guy was standing openly in front of the beasts, and they were supposed to be on a covert operation. He, in turn, loudly declared that he had won and that everyone should see it. His aggression was incredible, and he tried to portray himself as the beast who should take first place and have the trust of the monsters, gain their recognition, and not stand out. He pointed his finger at all the people and declared that precisely because he was the winner, he would do whatever he wanted with the prize, and his decision was obvious to him, but not to the audience. Namely, he would take these people and devour them, and those who were to become victims became even more nervous, not knowing what to do now. The audience began to whisper. They did not understand what the guy was talking about. Was he really going to take people with him and not kill them right here, in front of everyone? This was not at all like a normal show, which all the beasts in the stands demanded. They had never seen anything like this before. The host hurried to stop the sudden participant in the match, assuming that he did not know the local rules, namely, that the cutting of the trophy was the main event of the show, so Cha Hyun-seon could not do what he had just said. The brunette was ready for this, so he didn't lose his composure. He turned his rage and confidence up to the max and ordered the commentator to shut up, because he himself had said that everything depended on the will of the winner, and his will was exactly that and nothing else. Cha Hyun-seon reminded everyone once again that he was the winner, and if anyone had any complaints, they should voice them by defeating him. He was betting that there was no beast who, after seeing what he had done, would dare to stand in his way. The organizer tensed up. He hadn't expected such resistance, even though he understood that a sudden contender for victory did not bode well and that something was definitely wrong here. But he didn't know that the guy would go against the crowd and set his own rules. Everything was happening under a closed glass dome, under which there was now silence, or rather quiet discussions, and even such whispers created such noise that it was difficult to make out what exactly was being discussed. But it became clear that the reason was the last words of the new champion. Cha Hyun-seon looked at everyone sitting in the stands. He understood that the fact that they were talking about it for so long was not a good sign. He had created unnecessary doubts, and his confidence began to waver when he realized that he was the one who had created such a commotion, which did not look like it would be successful. The fact that these bastards were talking among themselves was bad. If everything didn't go according to plan, he would have to run away from here quickly, which was very stressful, and his irritation was evident in Cha Hyun-seon's facial expressions. And if, in the end, there was nothing left but to fight them, it would be a disaster. The brunette understood this. If he was unlucky, the guy planned to use his fangs. The veins in his arms began to bulge. He was in full combat readiness to use the trump card up his sleeve. Suddenly, a cold but irritated voice rang out, one that commanded authority here, because everyone immediately fell silent. He demanded that everyone fall silent and listen to the final decision, which he alone would make. Cha Hyun-sun got goosebumps from the sound. He immediately turned around and listened to where the voice was coming from. He was even frightened, realizing that no one would spare him and meet him halfway if there was a cruel tradition that everyone trembled with excitement over. Then in an instant no one would cancel it. The biggest surprise came when they realized that the voice was coming from very close by, from one of the exits. Everyone looked there, expecting to see the very person who would give them the adrenaline rush and spectacle they were waiting for. The audience was no less interested and intrigued. They watched silently, waiting to see their idol, who was now saying that Cha Hyun-seon's demand was the rightful prerogative of the winner. It was even surprising that they told him this instead of immediately refusing. The footsteps grew louder. The figure approached the winner. And naturally, there was a but in this sentence that was supposed to stop the unknown winner, because taking the trophy away also contradicts the rules of this place, so nothing will work out. Cha Hyun-seon turned around, fear in his eyes of what might happen next. He listened further to the explanation that if the guy seriously wanted to claim the right of the winner of this place, he had to do everything this man demanded. The brunette would have to prove his strength and fight the man who had come out. Cha Hyun-seon turned to face him and tried to examine him as closely as possible. It seemed that his plan had failed and he would have to fight again, but his seventh sense told him that it would not be so easy. This was a serious man with dark hair and a very heavy gaze that weighed heavily on a person's personality. He looked very strict and dissatisfied, and to some extent even tired of what he was doing. This man was more like an ordinary person than the beasts that surrounded the guy. Shahan Sun did not understand who this shabby man was. Could he really be in charge of this place? The young man asked again what he should do. Had he understood correctly that he had to fight this man? Could it mean that this man was the strongest here? He asked a direct question about this. His new opponent was not a master of eloquence, answering briefly, coldly, and without unnecessary words. The man replied that yes, he was the strongest, and if this brat won, he could do whatever he wanted. Kill people or save them. It would all be up to this guy's will. And those unfortunate people finally understood that they could be taken out of here. But there was still a residue of the fact that their lives directly depended on others, especially monsters. Suddenly, someone in the audience began to protest, and a cry arose, at first solitary, about what was being discussed, and soon it grew into a collective outcry. Everyone began to protest. They were not happy with this. They didn't understand what kind of nonsense the organizer was talking about, because they were here to see people torn to pieces. What kind of nonsense was coming out of this man's mouth? They demanded that this nonsense stop and that these people's throats be slit immediately. The man paid no attention to the shouting. He didn't move and didn't rise to the provocation at all. He understood who was in charge here and that no one should tell him what rules to set on his show. Suddenly, he looked at them with such a fierce gaze that he was so intimidating at that moment that it was hard to believe that this man had just been so phlegmatic. He had power for a reason. He ordered everyone to shut their mouths, thereby instilling fear in the entire hall. In an instant, silence reigned, and everyone who had just been protesting suddenly turned into statues, simply remaining silent and watching, obeying the order, not daring to object to this man again. It was a deathly silence that drove everyone crazy, and Shahan Sun noticed how everyone obeyed. They all shut their mouths, as if he were not just an organizer, but some kind of leader of this race. This frightened the brunette himself. All these beasts fell silent at just a few words from him, which said something. Now it turned out that he had indeed gotten involved with someone important. The guy began to understand that this man was different. He was different from those Shahan Sun had fought before. Uncontrollable thirst, boasting of one's own strength, madness from the pleasure of cruelty and blood, this common animal instinct that the guy had felt until now during the fight. But the brunette did not feel the same way. Cold, heavy, and dark, Shahan Sun began to smile with all his sharp teeth, trying to show that he was not intimidated by this, that he was going to do everything to make his rules work here. He said that it sounded easy enough, and then added that, in a word, if the guy wiped his opponent into dust, he would do whatever he wanted. The man showed no emotion, only asking the guy if he could do what he was talking so much about. This was the moment that would decide everything. A young guy who decided to break the system here and a grown man who had to put a newcomer in his place in this hall. They began to walk towards each other. Shahan Sun had very disturbing thoughts. He was devising a strategy. First, he needed to calmly assess his strength. So the first thing the guy decided to do was relax his body. The brunette decided to start by hitting his opponent lightly. They were already standing opposite each other, ready to begin. In an instant, they disappeared, leaving only dust behind, and the opponents themselves were nowhere to be seen where they had been standing. A fierce battle began, and they were already fighting with all their might, but so far without success, because they were blocking each other terribly. But both were aggressively focused only on victory.